Huff, wheeze. A heavy, exhausted huff and a desperate wheeze echo throughout the dark, damp cave, setting a tense and suffocating atmosphere. Groaning in agony, the injured hunter clutches his chest as dark, corrupted veins creep up his neck and sweat drips from his brow. A squeaking tricycle rolls forward, carrying an unexpected visitor who observes, "You seem to be in a rather dire situation, C-rank hunter Jong Young-woong." The pink teddy bear on the tricycle presents a bizarre choice. Will you choose death or opt for the one cure that will relight the fire in your life? Holding up a small, adorable bear-shaped bottle, Fakesaw asks, "And purchase this ultimate antidote?" A heavy, silent wind passes over the cave as the pink bear patiently waits beside the collapsed hunter. Recognizing the peculiar figure, the hunter whispers in disbelief, "It's Fakesaw." The bear tilts its head and asks, "Are you dead already?" prompting the hunter to roar back, "No, I'm not. You think this is funny, huh?" The pink bear looks on with a cute, inquisitive expression, seemingly deep in thought. They gradually increased in number, and we now live in a world flooded with role-playing wackos. Raising the cute bottle, Fakesaw asks directly, "So, will you buy the instant antidote or not?" Trembling and shaking with pain, the hunter reluctantly asks, "How much is it?" Fakesaw presents the options. The yucky bitter flavor is 1,189,901, and the sweet strawberry syrup one is 1,999,901. I'll give you a special discount since you're a first-time buyer. The frustrated hunter screams, "What's the difference?" With a casual shrug, the bear explains, "The yucky bitter antidote tastes bitter, and the sweet strawberry syrup tastes sweet. Duh." This leaves the hunter choking in frustration. Fuming, the hunter mutters, "I was talking about the price, but forget it. It's cheaper than my other options. It'll cost me at least twice that amount if I call for help from the bureau. Fine, give me your bank account number." Fakesaw whips out a contract stating, "I only accept payment through Onion Pay. Sign this contract if you still wish to proceed," leaving the hunter in disbelief. As the hunter grumbles about reporting the under-the-table deal while signing, Fakesaw turns its tricycle around and replies, "If you don't need the antidote, I'll take my leave." In absolute desperation, the hunter grabs the bear's leg and begs, "Okay, give me the bitter one," to which the bear simply replies, "Very well." While the hunter greedily chugs down the antidote, Fakesaw offers a promotion. "Oh, and if you leave a 5-star review with a picture on Onion Market, I'll give you an earth candy that increases your strength by 1 point for 5 minutes on the house." With a small wave, the bear rides away into the shadows, wishing him, "I bid you good luck." Staring at the empty bear-shaped bottle in his hand, the hunter confirms that Fakesaw is indeed still in business and that he bought the yucky bitter flavor. An online community debates Fakesaw's identity, with users speculating whether the mysterious creator is a B-rank production type, an unregistered trader, or simply a role-playing nutjob. In a bright room, tiny hands hold a phone displaying a 5-star review on Onion Market from a client thanking Fakesaw for the wonderful product. With a satisfying ding, 500 points are acquired, bringing Fakesaw's Onion Pay total to a whopping 19,100,000 points, prompting a sly hee-hee from the young seller. Suddenly, the kindergarten teacher catches her, calling out, "Gru, didn't I tell you not to use your phone during class?" making the little girl jolt in surprise. With a swift motion, little Gru hides her phone and puts on a perfectly innocent expression. The teacher claps her hands, saying, "Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, as the young children scamper around her. Gru happily dances and sings along with her classmates, "I'm gonna be jelly, I'm gonna be juice, I'm the coolest orange there can be," while secretly reminding herself to send the earth candy to her customer later. The adorable 4-year-old Han Gru of the Chicklet class at Saeboom Kindergarten is secretly the legendary S-rank production type known as Fakesaw. While brushing her teeth at the sink, little Gru looks up with a cute and puzzled expression. Digital system window floats in front of her, displaying that a crafting production system update is currently 85% complete. As a chaotic swarm of classmates surrounds the busy teacher with urgent bathroom requests, Gru watches quietly from her step stool. Showing a mature and independent spirit, Gru thinks, "The teacher is busy. I'm already 4 years old. I'm a big girl now. I can figure this out on my own." During quiet nap time, while all the other children are fast asleep, Gru lies awake under her blanket, staring at the glowing system screen. With a sudden flash, the floating blue system window notifies her that the update is finally complete. Gru's eyes shine with wonder as the system begins unlocking her new abilities. The screen lists her unlocked crafting and production skills, including a legendary L-rank passive skill, alongside her active skills of Mold and Shape, Pluck Away, and Dungeon Door. Gru counts on her fingers, completely bewildered as she wonders, but the letter ranks I know only go up to S. A helpful system notification clarifies that L stands for legendary, referring to a grade higher than S, to which Gru happily reacts, so it's short for legendary. Cool. The system confirms her age and announces that the user's cognitive thinking ability will be adjusted to ensure smooth and clear communication. An unexpected warning flashes, activating a special child protection system due to an unknown title, catching Gru off guard. A colorful, child-friendly quest window pops up with a new mission. Quest: Children need a caregiver to rely on. Let's find a grown-up you can trust. Staring up at the pink star-patterned screen, Gru repeats to herself in confusion. A caregiver? Clutching her blanket tightly, a wave of sadness washes over her as she wonders, do I need a caregiver because I don't have parents? Wiggling and squirming under her pink duvet, she recalls, from what I've seen so far, there are 2 ways for children at the orphanage to get a mommy and a daddy. She imagines the first way through a colorful, crayon-drawn picture labeled, Number 1, Get Adopted. Holding up a red cross sign, she sighs, but that's not something that can happen just because I wish for it. Pensively resting her chin on her pillow, she ponders, then the only way. She envisions the second path, for her parents to return for her, remembering how another child's mother wept, saying, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, sweetie. Mommy didn't have enough money to care for you at the time. As the memory fades, the words, let's go home now, echo softly in the quiet darkness, leaving little Gru staring out into the empty doorway. Little Gru's eyes fill with tears as she sniffles and thinks to herself, Gru's mommy and daddy might be in the same situation. Devastated, Gru lies face down on her pink dinosaur pillow under her duvet, wiping away her tears. Pushing herself up with newfound resolve, she declares with determination, if I become a hunter and get rich, then I can live with my parents. As a shadow approaches, Gru quickly hides under her blanket, reminding herself, but I can't tell anyone that I'm making money. The orphanage might take it if I have too much. Suddenly, her teacher crouches down right beside her, catching Gru completely off guard as she lets out an alarmed eep. The kind teacher offers, I'll sing you a lullaby if you're not sleepy. Gru burrows deeper under her blanket, insisting, it's okay, while thinking to herself, I can't fall asleep yet. I still have so much to think about. The teacher gently pats the blanket to soothe her, softly singing Rockabye Baby. Gru's eyelids grow incredibly heavy as she struggles to stay awake, thinking, oh no, I'm getting drowsy. Her lullaby skill is so effective. A cute chibi illustration shows little Gru managing her business, with the caption reading, one day while Gru was diligently doing business. Staring at her smartphone screen in absolute shock, Gru's face goes pale as she realizes, what? Onion pay isn't money? Shaking with worry, Gru listens as her teacher explains, no, you have to exchange it for cash if you want to buy anything with it. And you need something called a bank account to do this, but you're too young to make one. The teacher cheerily suggests playing bank to learn all about it, while Gru is crushed by the realization, I can only do business on Onion Market since I don't have a hunter license. Staring at her balance of over 21 million points, Gru cries in despair, my 20 million won. Gru collapses to the floor in complete defeat, muttering, I'm a failure, just as another teacher enters the room and gasps, ooh, it's own Jarim. Hearing the name of the famous figure, Gru perks up and turns around to listen. The teachers watch the television broadcast of a handsome man, with one saying, I heard he's still ranked number 1. I guess he has the talent to go with that handsome face of his. And the other agreeing, he'll probably be number 1 forever. Spotting Gru, the teacher asks, Want to watch TV with us, Gru? While the television announcer introduces the guest, Hunter Special, we have quite the guest with us today. The television screen displays the S-rank hunter as the announcer continues, the leader of Korea's number 1 guild, Onjo Rim, from Orchestra. During the interview, the host notes, Orchestra is always in the limelight during incidents that occur throughout the country. Some don't look too kindly on a few members who seem to test the boundaries of the law. When asked for his opinion on the matter, Onjo Rim calmly replies, we respect and protect each and every one of our members' freedom of choice. Onjo Rim confidently continues, that is our duty as an organization and my job as Orchestra's guildmaster, so I'm afraid that's all I can say about the matter. With a casual shrug, the guildmaster adds, you should ask the court whether Orchestra is crossing the line, not me. The host is left stammering in shock. The court? While the production staff in the background facepalms at his bold statement. The teacher chuckles. Eep, that statement is definitely going in a TV bloopers compilation. Gru, however, is completely mesmerized by the broadcast. Gru's eyes twinkle with pure awe as she watches the powerful guildmaster on the screen. Looking at her toy bank play money, Gru realizes, I heard guilds take care of the things you can't do alone. Maybe they can help me make a bank account. On screen, the nervous interviewer asks, Then, Mr. Own, is there anything you'd like to say to the hunters who wish to join your guild? Gru watches with intense anticipation. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, Own Joram sighs, while we're getting a constant influx of resumes. Staring directly into the camera, Own Joram bluntly declares, We don't care who you are. Stop sending those. The sweating host quickly tries to salvage the interview, asking, Can you just tell us what kind of hunter you're looking for? Own Joram replies, I'm not sure. A new S-ranker might pique my in right before the broadcast is suddenly cut off by a commercial. A loud commercial for the hunter market flashes on screen, telling viewers, Stop worrying about fake goods. Buy your hunter items directly from Hunter Market. The teachers discuss his blunt attitude, with one noting, he's basically saying he won't take anyone in, and the other adding, I guess he's all good looks and power with a terrible personality. Gru suddenly turns around with absolute determination and announces, I have a question. Pointing her tiny finger at the television screen displaying the Orchestra Guild's massive building, Gru asks, How do I go there? Clenching her phone tightly, Gru Adorable begs her teachers, Please put the address in my phone. The scene shifts to the towering skyscraper that serves as the headquarters of the prestigious Orchestra Guild. Inside his quiet, high-rise office, the guildmaster Own Joram sits at his desk diligently working on his laptop. Sensing a presence, Own Joram looks toward the glass double doors, catching sight of a tiny child peeking in. Wearing her kindergarten outfit and carrying a pink bag, little Gru stares intently at him. Own Joram thinks, She's been staring at me for the past 10 minutes. Is she the daughter of one of my employees? Own Joram turns to his assistant and asks, Neon, did you have a kid in secret? Neon sweat drops and retorts, No, I was actually wondering if you had become a dad without me knowing. Nyon teases him further, saying, She's practically boring a hole through you with those sharp little eyes. It can only be the fruit of your passionate, tumultuous love story with a mysterious woman, leaving the guildmaster speechless. Own Joram waves his hand to beckon the child inside, prompting a startled reaction from Gru. With a serious expression, Gru toddles through the glass doors into the office under Nyon's watchful eyes. The cute 4-year-old bows politely and introduces herself. I'm Hangu from the Chicklet class at Saebom Kindergarten. Own Joram looks down at the tiny intruder from his desk and asks, How did you get here? Wiping her brow, Gru proudly recalls how she had to crawl and wiggle past security guards to sneak inside, replying, A wad of things happen, that's for sure. Reaching for his office phone, Own Joram says, You're looking for your parents, right? I'll make an announcement for you. But Gru immediately cuts him off, shouting, No! Clenching her tiny fists with absolute resolve, Gru declares, I'm here for something else. Thrown into a dramatic pose, Gru proudly exclaims, Mr. Own, please let me join your guild, leaving the guildmaster completely stunned. Little Gru stands proudly with a satisfied expression as the guildmaster comments that while they've had kids dreaming of being hunters drop by, she is by far the youngest yet. With a calm, gentle smile, Own Joram picks up his desk phone, ready to make a call. Into the phone, Own Joram requests, There's a lost child in my office, please send her home. Moments later, several security guards and staff members rush through the door, leaving little Gru standing there in utter bewilderment. As Gru whimpers in sadness, Nyon turns to Own Joram at his desk and asks, Don't you think you're being too hard on her? Own Joram coldly replies that sending her away like this is the only way to ensure she won't keep trying to come back, leaving Gru feeling completely dejected. The next day, the sun shines brightly over the towering modern headquarters of the Orchestra Guild. Inside his high-rise office, a sleepy Own Joram slips off his sleeping mask, trying to wake up with his morning coffee nearby. Little Gru stands confidently in front of him, declaring, Despite my young age, I'm an awakened. I am capable of demonstrating high-level intellectual abilities through system-based cognitive adjustments, and I fit the profile that Orchestra is looking for. Enraptured by the cute speech, Neon claps enthusiastically and praises her. What a great presentation, Gru. Is there anything you can't do? While Gru strikes a proud, adorable pose. Watching the two of them with deep exhaustion, Own Joram rubs his temples and grumbles, Who organized a kindergarten talent show in my office? While Nyon and Gru celebrate the successful presentation. Own Joram asks Nyon, who said you could let some kid into my office? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Nyon cheerily smiles and replies, Wow, how did you know I had nothing better to do? Besides, she's so cute. Sighing deeply, Own Joram tells her, Do whatever you want, but not in my office. From now on, you'll only be allowed in here if you have business to discuss. As Nyan happily snaps a selfie with her, Gru wiggles and insists, "But that's exactly why I'm here." While Nayeon squeals over how adorable she looks in the camera, Gru stares intently with sparkling eyes and declares, "I want to join the guild." Feeling an oncoming headache, Joram lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh as he covers his face with his hand. Joram reaches out and holds up a piece of white paper, offering it to the little girl. Handing the paper directly to Gru, Joram challenges her, "Read this." Looking closely at the paper, Gru struggles to make sense of the messy, cursive handwriting, only managing to stutter out, "Eh." After studying the text with a thoughtful hum, Gru takes a wild guess and asks, "Apple?" With a completely serious and unyielding expression, Joram bluntly delivers his verdict, "You fail." The devastating news hits little Gru like a physical blow, leaving her frozen in shock as the piece of paper slips from her hand and thuds onto the desk. Devastated and unable to believe her ears, Gru trembles with horror as the words echo in her mind. Gru failed? As Nayeon angrily shakes her finger at him for being so heartless, a bewildered Rim asks, "Why am I the bad guy here?" Sobbing with giant tears filling her eyes, Gru sniffling whimpers, "I just haven't learned that yet, but I know I can do it." While Gru pleads that her teacher says she is a really fast learner, Nayeon shoots Joram a sharp, disapproving glare. Bursting into loud, heartbreaking wails, Gru cries, "She said I'm the Chicklet class's ace." Gru collapses face down onto the desk in absolute despair, weeping uncontrollably while Joram holds his head in his hands, completely overwhelmed by the toddler's tears. Defeated by her tears, Joram looks away in resignation and asks, "Do they sell snacks at the first-floor cafe?" Pacified by a treat, little Gru happily munches on a large, delicious chocolate chip cookie, her tears forgotten as she chews with flushed cheeks. Back outside the brick walls of the Wheatberry orphanage, Gru stands munching on her cookie as Joram's car drives away into the distance. Nibbling thoughtfully on her cookie, Gru realizes her situation is far from resolved, thinking to herself, "This is bad." She recalls Joram handing her the bag of cookies and warning her, "I won't let you in anymore, no matter how many times you come, okay?" As she walks, she happily thinks, "But these cookies are really yummy," right before a sharp system notification rings in her mind. Startled, Gru raises her phone and looks at the screen, which displays a new message asking, "You up for a deal?" Determined to make her trade, Gru squeezes through a tight opening and pops up on the other side with a quiet hup. Scanning the shelves of the storage room, Gru gathers her items, saying, "This and this," as she grabs squeezed bottles of sweet syrup. Humming a little tune, she carefully slips the bottles into her backpack next to her giant pink teddy bear, planning her next move. Plopping down comfortably on a floor cushion with her shoes off, Gru holds a pink controller and happily declares, "And I'm all set." With a quiet hum, the customized pink game controller whirs to life in her small hands. To her delight, the giant pink teddy bear creaks and squeaks as it begins to pedal a pink tricycle across the room under her remote control. Gru holds out her hand to activate her spatial magic, with a system notification confirming, "Activating skill Dungeon Door A." The door swings open with a soft hum, revealing a glowing pink portal that leads to a dark dungeon. The pink teddy bear bravely rides its tricycle right through the gateway. Peeking around a corner inside the dark mine dungeon, the teddy bear spots two men and overhears an investigator confront a hunter. "You're here to do an illegal transaction, right?" The investigator asserts, "I'm from the Awakened Special Investigation Corps. Let me see your hunter license." While the flustered hunter stammers, "Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just walking around." Identifying him, the officer says, "Jang Young Woong, C-rank hunter? I'd advise you to cooperate, sir," prompting the hunter to plead, "Look, I'm sorry, can you let me off the hook just this once?" While the hidden teddy bear watches in shock. Gru immediately recognizes the investigator's uniform, shocked to realize it's the uniform from 24-Hour Police Investigation Corps on TV. That man is from the Awakened Investigation Corps. Terrified of the legal consequences, Gru panics as she imagines herself being dragged off to jail, letting out a frightened eek. Panicking, Gru thinks, "I have to get out of here," and makes her remote-controlled teddy bear turn back, but the creaking of the tricycle alerts the investigator, who murmurs, Spotting the fleeing toy, the investigator shouts, "Hey, stop right there," as the pink teddy bear pedals frantically down the train tracks. The investigator quickly grabs his radio to call for backup. 12042 here, requesting backup from any nearby hunters in the Dobongsan dungeon area. Suspect is presumed to be a dealer in illegal awakened items and is on the run. Inside a moving car, the director of the Awakened Bureau scolds Jareem, demanding, "Jareem, are you listening to me? You guys were the ones who messed with the Gongdok Station dungeon a few days ago, right?" Looking incredibly angry, the director of the Awakened Bureau turns to Joram and barks, "How many times do I have to tell you not to go near an unregistered dungeon?" Joram casually lifts his sleeping mask and glances at his phone, prompting the irritated director to snap, "Ugh, I knew you were just pretending to sleep." Joram lets out a sleepy yawn and responds, "As a proud hunter of this country, I couldn't possibly let a criminal get away." The director retorts, "I didn't realize you were so loyal to your country. There are plenty of other people who can go." But Joram ignores him, opening the car door with a click as he says, "If you'll excuse me." With a loud swoosh, Joram leaps out of the moving car onto the highway, leaving the furious director screaming after him, "Ugh, fine, go, you punk." The driver is completely startled by the sudden jump, crying out in shock, "Uh-oh." The car screeches to a halt, sending the director tumbling across the back seat with an undignified thud as he groans, "Oof!" Amidst loud honks from other vehicles on the highway, the driver panics, saying, But this is the highway. He can't just jump out of the... Huh? Rubbing his temples in exhaustion, the director lets out a deep sigh and tells the driver, "Don't worry about that beast. Just go." Joram runs down the steep wall of the highway overpass with incredible speed, his trench coat billowing in the wind as he heads toward the forest. Looking out over the lush trees at sunset, Joram notes, "Dobong-san Dungeon. It's over there." Standing atop a massive boulder, Joram is startled by a creaking noise and looks down to spot a pink teddy bear pedaling a pink tricycle. Joram watches in silence and utter bewilderment as the tiny toy tricycle squeaks and creaks its way across the clearing. Joram stares blankly, completely speechless, with a massive question mark floating next to his head. Joram calls in on his phone, saying, "This is own Joram on the scene for backup. Is the suspect riding a kid's tricycle?" To which the dispatcher immediately responds, "Yes, that's right." The dispatcher continues, explaining, "The culprit goes by the username IamGroot123. They're pretty famous on Onion Market for illegal distribution of awakened goods," leaving Joram completely sweating and speechless. Joram's hand reaches out and firmly grabs the back of the teddy bear's hood. Joram holds up the toy, dangling it in the air with a skeptical look, muttering, "But it's just a teddy bear." Pink mana starts to fizzle and fade from the teddy bear as its connection is severed. Narrowing his eyes, Joram inspects the toy closely and murmurs, Back in the storage room of the orphanage, the TV screen suddenly turns to static with a crackling sound. Han Gru wipes her brow with a sigh of relief while holding her pink controller, saying, "Whew, that was close." Clutching her face, Gru groans with worry, thinking, "I should have just disconnected from the doll the moment I saw that policeman, but I panicked and started running. I don't want to go to jail." Gru continues to worry, thinking to herself, "The screen started shaking at the last moment. Someone must have caught me." Sensing a presence, Gru tilts her head and looks up, wondering who could it be, as a tall pair of legs stands directly behind her cushion. A gloved hand suddenly grabs the back of her shirt and lifts her up, dangling her in the air as a surprised Gru mutters, "Huh." With a dramatic sting, Joram holds the little girl up and stares at her in shock, recognizing her immediately. "Han Gru?" Joram's face breaks into a sweat as he stares in complete disbelief, repeating, "Han Gru?" Gru's face lights up with a bright smile as she waves her hands happily, exclaiming, "Huh? Goodmaster, are you here to see Gwu?" Joram tucks Gru under his arm and begins searching the cluttered storage room. Joram tracks the lingering energy, thinking to himself, "I'm sure the mana from the doll was coming from here," as he scans the boxes. Joram activates his spatial magic with a shwoom, reaching his hand into a glowing brew portal while asking, "Gru, tell me the truth." Joram pulls the pink teddy bear out of the portal and asks, "Is this yours?" prompting a startled "Oh" from Gru. Gru happily grabs the teddy bear and squeezes it tightly, cheering, "Yes! Thank you for bringing it back!" Joram stares down at her in silence, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Joram confronts her, asking, "I am Gru123?" as Gru blinks innocently. With a sudden thump, realization hits little Gru, and her face pales in absolute shock as she gasps, "Oh!" Gru begins to tremble and quiver in fear under Joram's silent, suspicious gaze. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. Read Activating Skill Internal Interference, rank SSS. A glowing red system interface screen materializes in front of Gru's face, leaving her startled and confused. Holding the baby girl close, Joram points at the screen and demands, "Did you do that?" Joram's eye widens in absolute shock as he reads the details on the system screen. The system displays her passive skill, Broken System Engine Crafting Rank, L. Oh no, the system engine is broken. Helps children boost their creativity and provides a great starting point for growth. Shocked, Joram gasps, "A legendary skill!" Joram turns to Gru, staring in complete awe as he asks, "You're an S-rank awakened?" Her secret completely exposed, little Gru sits slumped on the edge of the platform in absolute dejection. Joram sits down on a chair with folded arms, interrogating her. So you wanted to join orchestra? To do more illegal transactions? Commit tax fraud and launder money? Confused by the big words, Gru stares blankly, thinking, laundry? I'm not sure what he's saying, but my friend at the orphanage said saying yes to everything was the way to go. Gru nods cutely and replies, yes, causing Joram to slap his hand against his face in utter defeat. Fidgeting with her fingers and trembling with worry, little Gru looks up at him and asks, am I going to jail now? Extending her small arm, Gru holds out her phone to Joram and says, I'll give you this, guides master. Handing over the device, Gru sadly adds, you can have it. I'll just restart from zero. The screen displays her Onion Pay balance, showing an astronomical sum of 21,099,900 points. Joram's face darkens with heavy tension as he stares at the screen and grumbles, is this a bribe? Confused by the word, Gru pouts and mishears him, wondering, bride? While Joram slaps his hand against his face in sheer exhaustion. Letting out a deep sigh, Joram asks her, how are you going to make money if you give me this? Fidgeting with her fingers, Gru looks down and murmurs, I'll find something on Onion Market, join a guide, and sell things again. Joram reaches out to return her phone, questioning, what guild? To which Gru innocently replies, any guild. Suddenly, a soft ding sound chimes as the phone screen lights up, showing the time is exactly 10 o'clock. Looking completely deadpan, Joram reminds her, yes, of course, you're a kindergartner. Lifting the little girl up, Joram firmly tells her, go to bed, we'll continue this tomorrow. Overjoyed, Gru scampers off to bed with her pink teddy bear in hand, happily shouting, okay. The door clicks shut behind her as Joram stands alone in the quiet, empty room. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes with a tired sigh, Joram mutters to himself, I can't believe this. Looking at the pink game controller on the floor cushion, Joram worries that the true issue isn't her illegal deals, but that she is an S-rank preschooler with no family. Joram lights his cigarette, imagining how the public will worship this young S-ranker and turn her into a pawn for the selfish interests of manipulative adults. Stepping out of the room, Joram firmly believes that the child desperately needs a guardian to protect her. Looking out over the empty playground at night, he hesitates, questioning if he is truly the right person to take responsibility for her. The playground brings back painful, dark memories of a shadowed figure and a bloodied young Joram crying out in absolute despair. Crushing the lit cigarette under his shoe, Joram tells himself with painful resolve, no, I can't. The next day, the orphanage playground is filled with the bright laughter and giggles of children playing together. A white car pulls up at the gate and Joram steps out, casting a serious glance toward the playground. Joram stands before the brick wall of the Wheatberry orphanage, staring in silence. Rummaging through his coat, he second-guesses himself, wondering if he should just turn back before making a decision he might regret. While considering finding someone else to adopt her, Joram is startled by a harsh shout from the yard. It's because your hair color is weird. A group of cruel kids snickers and taunts Gru, jeering, no one would adopt a freak like you. Yeah. Gru pouts deeply and grips her dress, trying to act tough as she mutters, it doesn't matter. Gru stands all alone, looking small and defenseless in front of her tormentors. The bully crosses his arms and laughs, shouting, huh? No one wants you, you weirdo, dummy? Gru's eyes well up with tears as she struggles to hold back her cries under their cruel laughter. Large tears drip onto her pink sneakers as she quietly thinks, but I can find my mom and dad if I just set up a bank account. Suddenly, a tall figure in a long coat steps up to stand protectively right beside her. Joram scoops the tearful little girl up in his arms and announces, Gru's coming with me, though. Gru looks up at him in complete, dazed wonder, her eyes still sparkling with tears. Looking down at her, Joram offers a gentle, reassuring smile. The other children swarm around them in absolute shock, screaming, whoa, it's Own Joram! No way, the real Own Joram? The kids chatter excitedly, clamoring with questions. Are you really him? Are you really gonna adopt Gru? Hearing the commotion, the orphanage director comes running outside in a flustered rush. Joram greets him politely, saying, you must be the orphanage director. Nice to meet you. I'm Own Joram. Gently patting the little girl's head, Joram confidently declares, I'm here to adopt Gru. Gru gasps and holds her cheeks in absolute wide-eyed astonishment. Later that night, Gru plops down in her cozy bed, tucked under a cute rabbit-patterned blanket while holding a teddy bear. She giggles softly, burying her blushing face in the warm, cozy blanket. Gru remembers the warm feeling of Joram standing beside her and patting her head. Clutching her blanket, she wonders, does this mean he's my daddy now? As a faint, painful memory of her past family echoes in her mind. A dark, blue-hued memory shows a mother touching her pregnant belly saying, I have a baby now, leaving young Gru standing all alone in the shadows. Gru's wide eyes reflect the blurry, distant image of her mother's face from her memories. Clutching her teddy bear tightly, Gru gasps a quiet, painful no. She rolls over in bed, trying to steel her heart as she thinks, he's not my daddy, he's the guildmaster. Squeezing her eyes shut under the blanket, Gru sadly concludes, he's only taking me in because I'm an S rank, not because he wants a daughter. Under her rabbit-patterned blanket, little Gru tries to comfort herself, thinking, so it's fine if he's not my daddy. The next morning, Gru grunts as she hoists her massive pink backpack onto her shoulders. Joram grabs her backpack and asks, is this all your stuff? To which she happily replies, yep. Joram strokes his chin thoughtfully and notes, looks like we'll have to buy you lots of things. Waving goodbye to her friends at the orphanage, Gru shouts, bye-bye everyone, as the children yell, bye Gru, don't forget about me. A little boy from the orphanage cries and screams out, waving his arms as he yells, bye Gru. Walking toward the car, Joram asks, isn't that the boy who made fun of you yesterday? To which Gru replies, oh, we made up. Gru explains, he only picked on me because I didn't want to be his girlfriend, leaving Joram completely dumbfounded as he thinks to himself, his girlfriend? Kids these days are really fast. Joram's white convertible speeds away from the Wheatberry orphanage under the clear blue sky. Buckling her in, Joram commands, sit tight, and Gru salutes back, answering, yes, sir. Tapping the steering wheel, Joram thinks, I'd better start by getting her a car seat, while a system note advises that safety seats are required for children aged 6 and under. Gru looks around the luxurious vehicle in absolute awe, thinking to herself, the car is so fancy. Gru fantasizes about her future, dreaming, maybe I can get a car like this once I join orchestra and make lots of money, as she imagines herself as a rich, famous hunter. She sits smugly in her seat, crossing her arms with a self-satisfied grin. Suddenly she remembers, oh right, I should get my quest reward, and taps a pink system interface screen. Squeezing her eyes shut, Gru clutches her hands together and prays, please let me get a good one. The pink system screen flickers with static, displaying reward is being adjusted due to unknown title. Gru's eyes widen in surprise as she mutters, huh? Staring at the system screen, Gru wonders, affection? Before deciding, well, it must be something good since it's S rank. The screen reveals her passive skill, deep-rooted attachment, showing Joram registered as her primary caregiver. Watching Joram drive, Gru thinks, so I can register more caregivers, huh? But how do I get affection points? Gru perks up in excitement as a thought strikes her. Does this mean I can use the affection points to raise my stats? Determined to find out, she eagerly yells, I'm gonna test it out! Her status screen pops up, displaying her level 1 base stats, her mana of 1, and her affection points at 0. Disappointed by the lack of points and low stats, Gru slumps back dejectedly in her seat. Glancing over at her, Joram asks, what are you thinking so deeply about? Shaking off her discouragement, Gru asks, good master, am I in orchestra now? To which Joram replies, only if you follow the guild's rules. Gru raises her hand eagerly and cheers, I can do that. Smiling at her enthusiasm, Joram chuckles softly and asks, really? Gru freezes in absolute shock as Joram delivers the first condition. First rule, no shady transactions on Onion Market. Joram, driving through the streets, tells her, even orchestra isn't above the law. Illegal transactions are not allowed under any circumstances, okay? Leaving Gru to whimper, but Gru sadly complains, I have to make money. But Joram reassures her, you can do that on Hunter Market. Looking down in despair, Gru murmurs, but I can't use it because I'm not registered as a hunter yet. Joram smiles gently and tells her, I can help you with that. And once you get your license, you'll be able to use Hunter Market anonymously, making Gru gasp in absolute wonder. Chuckling softly, Joram adds, so no more illegal transactions. Gently pinching her cheek, Joram asks, got it? And Gru responds happily, yes, sir. Gru flashes an OK sign and proudly promises, give you a big cut, Guildmaster. Joram gently stretches her cheek and adds, second rule, no bribes, to which she groans, okay. Gru rubs her cheek and wonders, I guess the Guildmaster doesn't like money. Remembering her past, she thinks, but I learned a life lesson back at the orphanage, as she recalls playing a game where someone asked, Gru, can you really say no to all this money? The memory shows Gru and her friend playing bank, concluding, you just have to offer them more money, as their teacher watches with a sweat drop, asking, girls, are you sure you're playing bank? Giggling to herself, Gru plots, I'm going to make sure to thank the guildmaster. She resolves to thank him, thinking, with a gift he can't refuse, as the convertible speeds through the city. They arrive at a gorgeous, ultra-modern and spacious two-story house. Stepping inside the huge entryway, Gru bounces and hops around happily, exclaiming, "It's so big!" Running up to the giant television screen, Gru's eyes sparkle as she shouts, "Even the TV is bigger than Gwu!" Turning around, Gru stops in her tracks and wonders, as she looks out the glass doors. She gasps happily as she spots her pink tricycle on the patio. "My bike!" Gru toddles over to Joram as he opens the refrigerator and asks, "Did you find it along with my doll?" To which he nods silently. Gru clenches her fists with sweet determination, thinking, I have to show him my thanks, as best as I can. Joram looks down in utter confusion as little Gru crouches down low, placing her hands on the floor in front of him. With a sudden hup, Gru flips herself completely upside down, throwing her legs high into the air as Joram springs back in absolute shock. Panting and puffing, Joram lifts the little girl by her dress and demands, "What do you think you're doing?" while Gru blushes, calling it a super bow. Joram firmly scolds her, stating that super bows and flipping her feet into the air are not allowed, while Gru pouts and claims they are the same thing anyway. Gru deeply pouts, grumbling that everything is unfair and nothing is allowed, while Joram sighs, explaining he just doesn't want her doing anything foolish. Joram gazes down with a serious expression and commands, "Tell me the rules again." Eagerly raising her hand, Gru recites the rules. "Tell you if I need anything, don't do anything dangerous, don't open the door to anyone, and eat my..." Joram carries Gru in his arms as they enter a brightly lit, beautifully decorated new room with a quiet clack of the door. Gru gasps in absolute sparkling wonder, her eyes wide with excitement as she shouts, "Wow!" The room is a massive, gorgeous playroom filled with a cute house-shaped bed, toys, a small slide, a swing, and colorful decorations. Gently placing Gru on the soft carpet, Joram smiles and says, "That's right." Gru spins around in absolute delight, cheering "Whoa!" as she takes in every detail of her amazing new bedroom. Reaching up to open a door, Gru happily exclaims, "I even have a bathroom. I want to wash my hands. Can you help me to the sink?" With a cheerful hee-hee, Gru giggles as Joram gently lifts her up so she can easily reach the bathroom sink. Coming to herself, Gru happily scrubs her hands with soap, singing, "Scrub, scrub, scrub your hands," while Joram watches in silence. Looking at her adorable enthusiasm, Joram can't help but let out a soft laugh and smile warmly. Turning around with a bright beam, Gru extends her hands and says, "Your turn, Guildmaster. You gotta wash your hands when you get home." Joram holds out his large hand as Gru reaches out to wash it. He holds his hand over the sink as Gru diligently scrubs and rubs it with lots of fluffy soap. Wearing a pair of raccoon ears and a striped tail in Joram's imagination, Gru is completely focused and eager as she scrubs away. Joram smiles softly to himself, thinking, she's like a raccoon washing her prey, while imagining her as a cute little raccoon washing a pink snack in a stream. Gru turns back to him and eagerly commands, "Okay, the other one now." Gently pulling his hand back, Joram slips his left hand behind his back and says, "Just the right hand will be fine." Gru gazes at his hand in deep contemplation, wondering to herself, is there a secret about his left hand? Later that night, Gru lies awake in her cozy bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with her mouth slightly open. Wriggling and squirming under her fluffy pink blanket, Gru thinks, it's so warm and fluffy. Suddenly, she flings the blanket back with a determined flap and resolves, no, I have to brush my teeth. A system alert screen suddenly pops up in front of her with a ding, startling her completely. The bright pink screen displays a celebratory message, affection points, decorated with stars and strawberries. Gru scampers down the quiet hallway, her tiny feet making quick pattering sounds. Gru gently pushes open a door, peering into a dimly lit bedroom where someone is sleeping. In the quiet room, Joram lies fast asleep on his stomach under a dark blanket. Leaning over the side of the bed, Gru softly whispers, "Guidmaster," while Joram remains fast asleep in silence. Restfully placing her chin on her hands, Gru stares at his sleeping face and wonders, should I try again? Slowly, Joram blinks his golden eyes open, waking up to the soft light in the room. Gru gasps with a surprised, "Huh?" as she meets his gaze in the dim light. Joram sits up in bed, looking tiredly over at the little girl standing by his side. Looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes, Gru is asked, "Did you wake me up?" Nodding quietly, Gru whispers a soft, "Uh-huh," as Joram leans in closer, asking, "How?" Leaning in to touch his face, Gru whispers close to his cheek, "I said Gwidmaster." Chuckling softly at her cute explanation, Joram asks, "Why are you whispering?" Looking around the large, quiet bedroom, Gru innocently replies, "I don't know, because it's quiet." Gently tugging on Joram's sleeve, Gru pleads, "Gwidmaster, if you're up, help me brush my teeth." Standing beside each other, Joram and Gru brush their teeth together, filling the bathroom with brushing sounds. Suddenly, a pink system interface sparkles in front of Gru's eyes, displaying acquired 100 affection points, making her gasp, "Ooh." Gru realizes with absolute excitement, I can use affection points to raise my stats. It's really efficient if I can get them just by brushing my teeth. Behind her, a sleepy Joram dozes off, nodding off with his toothbrush still in his mouth. Gru spits out the toothpaste with a loud "two" and determinedly thinks, I should hurry and find my next caregiver. Eagerly clutching her cheeks, Gru celebrates, I'm going to be a super strong hunter in no time, while behind her, a digital lock on a door beeps and clacks open. A mysterious foot clad in dark trousers and stylish shoes steps into the spacious entryway of the modern house. Gru turns her head in surprise with a toothbrush in her hand and wonders, Behind her, Guildmaster Own Jareem dozes off and nods sleepily while brushing his teeth, making a soft thudding sound. Hearing the noise, Gru turns around and asks, what was that? Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from outside. Gru carefully peeks around the bathroom door to see what happened, wondering, who is it? Down the hallway, a man in a business suit sprints in a wild dash, running as fast as his legs can carry him. The man in the suit bursts open the bathroom door in a panic while Joram stands there completely asleep, a toothbrush hanging from his mouth. The suited man trembles and shakes in disbelief, his face shadowed with shock as he gasps, "No way." Clutching his head in sheer exasperation, the man gasps, "Mr. Own, how?" and screams in disbelief, "Why are you awake?" while Joram tiredly continues to brush his teeth. Trembling and quivering with tears in his eyes, the man asks, "Am I dreaming? I had to wage war to get you up every morning." Gru recognizes him, recalling that he is Mr. Yoon, the kind driver who drove her back to the orphanage when the guildmaster had chased her out of his office. Raising her hand happily, Gru beams and cheers, "Gru woke him up." Mr. Yoon gasps, completely startled, and frantically asks her, "What? How could you put yourself at such risk when you're so tiny?" Joram lets out a heavy sigh and an annoyed scold, saying, "Stop making such a fuss if you want to keep your job." After getting dressed, Gru presents herself in a gorgeous new sailor-style dress with a matching hat and blue ribbon, wiggling cutely as if to say, "Ta-da!" A woman with long, light brown hair squeals with joy and gushes, "Gru, you're so cute." Behind her, Mr. Yoon smiles and chuckles, adding, "It was worth raiding the kids' apparel floor at the department store." Fidgeting and wiggling with a cute giggle, Gru bashfully mutters, "Hee-hee," as she enjoys the compliments on her new outfit. Joram, dressed in a stylish light pink blazer and black shirt, turns around while looking at his phone and asks, "Are you done?" Gazing at her adorable appearance, Joram lets out a soft chuckle and smiles warmly, saying, "Well, aren't you adorable?" Gru happily toddles over to him with open arms, asking, "Am I, really?" To which Joram gently responds, "Yes." Reaching up to pat his arm, Gru enthusiastically praises him back, saying, "You're adorable too. Wow, so handsome." Meanwhile, Joram taps on his phone, messaging someone named Gideon. Gideon apologizes with a "my bad," and Joram replies that they will talk about it later, adding that they first need to deal with the Bureau and alter Gru's awakened rank data to lower it to an F rank. Lifting Gru gently into his arms, Joram says, "Now then, let's go," prompting Gru to curiously ask, "Where?" Gru's eyes sparkle with absolute wonder and excitement as they set off on their journey. They arrive at the towering, ultra-modern headquarters of the prestigious Orchestra Guild. Stepping inside, Gru happily toddles down the spacious hallways as the guild employees look on in surprise. The busy employees stop typing and look over in curiosity as the adorable little girl passes by. Walking along, Gru happily munches on a delicious piece of toast she brought with her. Observing her from behind the glass office windows, the employees whisper and murmur to each other, asking, "Is that the little girl Mr. Own adopted?" To which another replies, "Yes, someone sent a photo of her on the company group chat. I heard she took all the snacks from the break room." Giggling and whispering together, they gush, "She's so cute," and she really is. Munching happily on her toast, Gru thinks, "Look at all these snacks. Everyone here is so nice. I like orchestra." She recalls the guildmaster's strict reminder, "Make sure you come back right after you eat your snacks." Gulping down her food, Gru confidently thinks, "I bet I can find a new caregiver to put in one of my slots here. But finding an S-ranker who likes me will have to wait." With a bright glint in her eyes, she determinedly resolves, because I have something else to do today. She proudly initiates her master plan, calling it Operation Hide My Powers, coined by Gru herself. Gru explains her plan, thinking that when she is officially registered as a hunter at the Awaken Center, she must be listed as an F rank instead of her true powerful S rank. She worries, recalling that the guildmaster warned her bad people would come after her if everyone found out she possessed an L-rank skill, making her resolve to hide her true power at the center. Getting excited, she exclaims, "I feel like the main character of I'm a level 999 hunter nerd," referencing one of her absolute favorite animated shows. Prancing and hopping down the hallway in high spirits, she happily thinks, "I'm so strong that I need to hide my powers now." Suddenly, she halts and wonders, huh? As she spots a mysterious young man with blue-gray hair and headphones standing in front of a glass door. She gasps in surprise as the young man draws a dark, ornate dagger, thinking, a knife? A terrifying image of the young man grinning evilly flashes in her mind, making her panic. Could he be an enemy? She recalls looking up information about the Orchestra Guild before joining, realizing that the Guildmaster seems to have a lot of enemies, as evidenced by a viral interview compilation video of him on her tablet. Peeking from around the corner, Gru thinks, to be honest, he's a bit of a meanie. My teacher says you have to be kind and polite to everyone. Groaning and sighing, she worries, maybe Mr. Own didn't go to kindergarten. That would explain why he doesn't know basic manners. I'm going to ask him to come to class with me later. But she quickly sweetens up, remembering, well, he may be rude to others, but he's nice to me. With newfound determination, she rummages through her pink bag, thinking, so I have to protect him, while the young man stands ready with his dual daggers in the hallway. Before she can act, a sharp slicing sound rings out, and Gru holds her phone to her ear in confusion, uttering, question mark? Gru's red eye dilates in absolute shock as she witnesses what just happened. The young man stands in a crimson aura, blood spraying and pouring from his own left arm as he winces. Gasping in horror, Gru's eyes go wide as she realizes his arm is bleeding. Without hesitation, Gru dashes down the hallway at full speed, screaming, no! While the young man turns around in utter confusion, asking, huh? Before she can get any closer, the young man swiftly grabs Gru by the collar of her sailor dress, making her let out a surprised eep. The young man turns completely, holding Chibi Gru up in the air like a tiny, dangling kitten. Flailing her arms and legs, Gru squeals at the top of her lungs, stop! Leaving the young man to stare at her blankly and ask, stop what? Gru points determinately at Giden's left arm, shouting, that! Gru grabs Giden's sleeve, looking closely in utter confusion as she wonders, huh? Where'd it go? With a sly grin, Giden leans in and teases, looks like you saw something you shouldn't have, making Gru jolt in surprise. Holding her up as she shakes in fear, Giden jokingly threatens, if you keep lying, I'm gonna eat you up. Flailing and struggling in his grasp, Gru tearfully pleads, please have mercy, Gru tastes bad. Crouching down to gently set her back on the ground, Gideon smiles and says, well, if you say so. Gru tilts her head in surprise with a cute, huh? As Gideon looks at her with a bright smile. Gideon rests his chin on his hand, looking down at the adorable little girl with a soft, warm smile. Dazed by his friendly and charming expression, Gru happily thinks maybe he's not an enemy after all, while Gideon chuckles softly. Staring at her with a gentle smile, Gideon curiously wonders to himself, so this is the kindergartner Joram adopted, huh? Gideon gently pokes Gru's squishy cheek, thinking it's hard to believe this tiny thing is an S-ranker, while Gru blinks in cute confusion. Earlier that day, the sun shines brightly over the bustling city streets and local shops. Walking down the street with headphones around his neck, Gideon taps busily on his phone. Gideon scrolls through his chat history with the Guildmaster, who messaged him about heading to the Bureau to alter Gru's awakened rank data and lower it to an F rank. Suddenly, a wild scene unfolds as a rogue B-rank hunter stands before police officers with a fire skill, yelling, stay back! Flaring up his flames, the rogue hunter panics and threatens, I'm gonna blow this car up if you take one step closer. An officer speaks into his radio, announcing that backup has arrived and ordering all forces to retreat 10 meters from the suspect. Gideon calmly walks past the barricades, typing on his phone as the rogue hunter screams, I said stay back. Gideon freezes mid-type on his phone keyboard when he receives a message from the Guildmaster stating they need to alter the data of an S-rank kindergartner. Muttering in disbelief as he looks at his phone, Gideon wonders, did he get hacked? The police officers gasp in shock upon realizing that Gideon from the Orchestra Guild has arrived, wondering why an S-ranker would come as backup to an ordinary crime scene. The rogue hunter hesitates and trembles in fear, realizing that no other guild would be crazy enough to send an S-ranker to handle a B-ranker. Scratching his cheek, Gideon talks into his phone, saying, "Hey, I'd better get going, because I think my guildmaster just kidnapped a kindergartner." Gideon swiftly twirls his dark, ornate dagger in his hand with incredible speed. Gripping his dagger with a confident smirk, Gideon thinks, my only chance to stab him in the back is when he's lost his marbles like this. Gideon's eyes glint with sharp intensity as he resolves, otherwise I can't even get near him. With an incredibly fast motion, Jadon vanishes in a blur, leaving a sharp zip sound in the air. With a powerful foosh, Gideon dashes forward, unleashing a massive slash across the area. The rogue hunter is instantly slashed, slumping to the ground unconscious as the fight ends in a single blow. The rogue hunter falls to the ground in a cloud of smoke while the officers watch in absolute amazement. Sweating in disbelief, the police officer reports through his radio that the suspect has been apprehended. With a confident spin of his dagger, Gideon looks back over his shoulder with a satisfied smirk. Bowing politely, Gideon bids farewell to the startled officers, saying, I gotta prepare a coup, so I'll be on my way, leaving them to scream, a coup in sheer panic. Gideon happily walks away whistling, typing a quick text back to the guildmaster. Just finished things here, be there in 10. Back in the present, Gideon crouches down to play with Gru, poking her cheek with a laugh as he thinks the guys at the reception were right about her being tiny and adorable. Leaning in close, Gideon wears a playful smile and asks, tell me one reason why I should let a liar live. Hoping to win him over, Gru rummages through her pink bag and presents 2 adorable bear-shaped potion bottles, offering, I'll give you this. With a dramatic flair, Gru proudly presents her offering, declaring, a bribe, I'm even giving you the sweet strawberry syrup one. Suppressing a laugh, Gideon covers his face and asks, so you want me to let it slide in exchange for this? While Gru nods eagerly. Raising the bottle to inspect it, Gideon smiles and says, okay, let's see what your bribe is worth. A system interface pops up, displaying Stamina Potion, Sweet Strawberry Syrup Flavor. Greatly increases stamina upon consumption. Effects can be stacked. Gideon's eyes widen in absolute amazement at the potion's incredible stacking effects, while Gru cutely warns him to only take a little or else he'll get a tummy ache. Looking at her with intense curiosity, Gideon asks, are you a production-type hunter? To which Gru happily nods, uh-huh. Sweating with excitement, Gideon laughs and thinks to himself, whoa, Joram found an impressive specimen. A narration bubble explains, production-type hunters are on a whole other level in terms of scarcity and versatility. The narration continues as Gru stands cute and small, not to mention there's only one S-rank production-type hunter in the world right now. The screen sparkles as the narration details. They made the first S-gear, the Amakusa series, and only 4 of them exist. It caused a real sensation back then. An image of a handcrafting glowing items appears as the text notes, people have been saying there won't be any new S-gear unless another S-rank production-type hunter appears. The narration concludes over an adorable image of Gru deep in thought. She's a 4-year-old orphan, too. Chuckling softly, Gideon thinks to himself in high spirits, the entire country is gonna freak out if this gets out. Gideon sighs and scratches his head with a gentle smile as he looks down at Gru, thinking about how incredibly small she is, like a tiny chicklet. Gideon finally understands why Joram went so far as to adopt Gru, realizing he couldn't possibly leave such a small, vulnerable child in the orphanage all by herself. Gideon reaches down to pick up Gru, telling her that it is time to go see Joram and get her awakened hunter rank officially checked out. Looking closely at him, Gru curiously asks if he is Gideon, remembering that the guildmaster said only he, Nyan, and Gideon know about their secret plan. Gideon flashes a bright, charming smile as he looks down at Gru, curiously asking her what exactly the guildmaster told her about him. Gru enthusiastically flails her arms and explains that the guildmaster said he is a really strong hunter who is going to help them today, which pleasantly surprises Gideon. While Gideon chuckles to himself, Gru decides it's probably best to keep some of the other details of her thoughts to herself. Feeling incredibly proud of her negotiation skills, Gru happily thinks to herself that this must be what real diplomacy is like, and that she is all grown up now. Gazing at the handsome hunter carrying her, Gru realizes with wide-eyed wonder that Gideon must be an S-rank hunter as well. Gru cutely shakes her head and body in refusal, determined not to let just anyone fill her party slot, leaving Gideon to look at her in confusion. When Gru asks if the strange trick he performed earlier was magic, Gideon calmly explains that it is actually a skill penalty, noting that the stronger an active skill is, the more severe its restrictions are. Gru points her tiny hand toward the glass doors, curiously asking Gideon why he chose to activate such a painful skill right in front of the guildmaster's office, of all places. With a bright, cheerful beam, Gideon casually admits that he wanted to assassinate the guild master and steal his top ranker spot while he wasn't feeling well, but pouts that it was a bummer to find him perfectly healthy. Gru sweat drops in utter bewilderment, completely unable to tell if Gideon is joking or being entirely serious. As they walk down the corridor, Gru looks up at Gideon with sweet, innocent concern, asking if he can stop using that painful skill because she hates seeing him hurt. Gideon's expression turns sharp and intense as he firmly states that stopping is out of the question because he must do whatever it takes to get stronger. Gideon cheerfully flings the office door open, loudly announcing to Joram that he has decided to postpone his coup for the day thanks to Gru's adorable intervention. Gru sparkles with hope, wondering if she successfully protected the guildmaster using her strawberry potion bribe, only for Joram to flatly reply with a blunt no. Standing up from his desk, Joram tells Gideon to stop blabbering so they can get moving, while Neon warmly waves and greets little Gru. Arriving at the massive Awaken Center, Chibi Gru clenches her tiny fist in absolute determination as she declares the official commencement of Operation Hide My Powers. Inside the center, a female receptionist looks down at a registration document with a puzzled and slightly tense expression, humming thoughtfully. Nyon holds Gru, who carries her custom toy, while the official registration form is shown listing her age as 4, all base stats at 1, and her active skill is a simple F-rank ability called Sting. Gru beams with an adorable, heart-melting smile, proudly holding on to her golden duck-shaped tool in front of the center staff. Swooning over Gru's sheer cuteness, the receptionist gasps in adoration and curiously asks her what kind of skill Sting is, wondering if it makes thorns sprout from her body. Gru raises her golden duck tool and explains in the most adorable way possible that they will go owie if her weapon hits them. Finding her incredibly cute, the receptionist holds out her hand and asks Gru to demonstrate the skill on her, though Gru cutely warns her that she might get a painful boo-boo. Stepping forward, Gru carefully and gently taps the palm of the receptionist's hand with the golden duck toy to demonstrate her skill. The receptionist winces in surprise, gasping that the skill actually does sting a little bit, just like its name suggests. Nyan and Gru look incredibly anxious and nervous, but the receptionist quickly waves her hands with a smile, reassuring them that she is completely fine. Relieved that the demonstration went smoothly, Nyan smiles brightly, and Gru happily clutches her toy, glad that her companion is safe. With the preliminary registration steps completed, the polite receptionist leads Nyan and little Gru down the quiet hallway of the center. The receptionist gestures toward a high-tech testing laboratory, politely inviting them inside, where a male researcher in a lab coat awaits them. Staring at the massive, futuristic machinery, little Gru gulps nervously, clutching her shirt as she prepares for the official test. Nyan gently pats Gru's head, warmly telling her that there is absolutely no need to be nervous and to just let the staff handle everything. Gru steps inside the large, transparent testing chamber as the futuristic pod begins to whir to life with a soft blue light. Outside the glass booth, Neon holds Gru's golden duck toy while tapping on her phone as the automated system announces that the rank test is initiating. The researcher monitors the console, noting that the test is nearly complete, while Gru floats gently in the air as the scanner envelops her in a bright blue energy. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the laboratory, violently shaking the entire room and throwing the researcher into a state of sheer panic as the monitors begin to glitch. As loud red emergency sirens blare throughout the facility, Gru plops down on the floor of the chamber in confusion, rubbing her eye as the researcher frantically wonders what just happened. Another staff member sprints desperately down the corridor, shouting a warning that a dangerous monster has escaped from the eco center, calling for all available hunters inside the building to assemble immediately. Amid the chaotic rush, the staff members coordinate the evacuation, shouting for someone to guide the civilians to the waiting room, while Nyan quickly rushes over to protect Gru. Grabbing Gru safely in her arms, Neon smiles excitedly, whispering that it is time for their secret operation to officially begin. The facility falls into complete chaos as researchers run for their lives through the corridors, frantically asking which monster managed to break loose. A frantic researcher screams that a B-rank rap dragon has escaped, running past Joram, who remains completely calm and unbothered, standing with his phone in hand. Joram looks on thoughtfully, noting that rap dragons have incredibly low intellect and are easy to capture, quietly praising Gideon for choosing the perfect monster to release as a distraction. Taking advantage of the empty, evacuated room, Joram calmly walks inside the testing laboratory while the red sirens continue to flash. Approaching the central console, Joram looks at the glowing screen, realizing he has found Gru's raw, unaltered testing results. The monitor displays Gru's real, shocking profile, a 4-year-old female S-rank hunter with an extremely rare L-rank skill hidden behind a temporary F status. Letting out a dark chuckle, Joram thinks about how convenient it is that the room is empty, slowly putting on his glove to prepare his next move. With a sharp flicker of blue energy, Joram activates his SSS rank skill, Internal Interference, utilizing his digital powers to hack the database and permanently rewrite Gru's official rank record. Walking down the hallway, two researchers in lab coats complain about the Eco Center's unbreakable glass panes failing to hold, while expressing relief that there weren't many civilians present on a Monday morning. The researchers note how lucky they were that team leader Jin was present to handle the situation, completely unaware of the mysterious hunter passing right behind them. Walking with a faint purple aura, the mysterious hunter thoughts to himself that little Gru is indeed an F rank as expected, musing that awakening at such a young age isn't always a blessing. A close-up reveals the hunter's sharp, calculating gaze as he is addressed as team leader Jin. As his footsteps echo through the corridor, the narration notes that nobody expected a hunter strong enough to defeat a B-rank monster in such a short time, especially one with the surname Jin. A dramatic backshot of the mysterious hunter reveals a terrifying aura of a snake and blood-red vines, building up the suspense. The narration finishes as the hunter holds a gloved finger to his lips, identifying him as a legendary wielder of the reading skill. Little Gru sits quietly all by herself on a large chair in the empty waiting room, her golden toy resting on the chair next to her. Clutching her knees, little Gru cutely whimpers to herself, wondering when Nayeon will finally return to get her. A flashback shows Nayeon kneeling in front of Gru, gently holding her hands and making her promise to stay put and wait. Nayeon is seen dashing out of the door with a researcher, promising Gru that she will be right back. Back in the quiet room, Gru looks up with concern, realizing the emergency alarms went off much earlier than the guildmaster had anticipated. Gru dramatically panics, imagining a comical flowchart where the failure of Operation Hide My Powers leads to everyone finding out her secrets and terrifying villains coming to chase her. Hearing a clack at the door, Gru turns her head in surprise, hoping it is Nayeon coming back for her. Gru quickly hops off the high chair and taps her feet onto the floor, eager to greet whoever just entered. Running forward with absolute joy, Gru clutches the person's leg tightly, proudly shouting that she stayed put just like she was told. Gru blinks in sudden confusion, looking up and wondering why Nayeon's leg feels so unusually big and sturdy. Looking up, Gru is surprised to see a tall, handsome male researcher in glasses smiling warmly down at her. The handsome researcher introduces himself with a bright and friendly smile, revealing his name is Jin Si-won. Gru lets out a comical shriek of absolute shock and jumps backward away from him. Gru's eyes widen in sheer terror as she instantly assumes this strange new man must be a dangerous villain. Si-won quickly raises his hands to apologize, explaining that he only came in to check if everyone in the waiting room was safe, while Gru cowers underneath the chair. Squinting with deep suspicion, Gru points and asks if he is really not after her, while a tiny cartoon cat hisses next to her. Waving his hands in panic, Si-won sweat drops and reassures her that he is definitely not a bad guy and simply works at the center. To gain her trust, Si-won kindly offers her some candy, while Gru glares back with a hilariously intense and untrusting stare. Si-won begins to rummage through his pockets to find the candy, only to clumsily spill a bunch of sweets all over the floor. Fumbling awkwardly on the ground, Si-won sweat drops and goes to grab a piece of candy while Gru watches him from under the chair. Gru's suspicious expression softens as she observes him, realizing that he might not be a villain after all, since he seems incredibly clumsy. Si-won kneels down on the floor, focusing entirely on gathering his scattered sweets. Suddenly, Si-won looks up in surprise as a tiny hand reaches out to return a red candy to him. Gru stands stiffly and awkwardly, holding out the red candy with a cute, serious expression on her face. Si-won scratches his head sheepishly, admitting how embarrassing his clumsiness is before asking if she likes red ginseng-flavored candy. Si-won sweat drops, nervously confessing that he isn't quite sure what kind of snacks young children usually prefer. Gru cutely nods and holds the candy in both hands, declaring that she likes red ginseng, which prompts Si-won to happily tell her she can keep it. Feeling a warm sense of sympathy for the clumsy researcher, Gru looks up at him with a soft smile. Gru beams with a heart-melting, adorable smile, clutching the red ginseng candy tightly and thanking him. Si-won is instantly struck through the heart by Gru's overwhelming cuteness, dramatically clutching his chest as if wounded. Suddenly, a glowing system notification appears in front of Gru, informing her that she can register him as a caregiver if she raises his attachment score, leaving her completely stunned. Staring at the trembling, red-faced researcher, Gru's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she realizes this clumsy man is actually an S-Riker. The door bursts open as a frantic Nyan rushes into the waiting room, screaming Gru's name in a state of pure panic. Nyan scoops Gru into a tight embrace, complaining that the center staff held her back to explain the test results before letting her go. Gru affectionately rubs her cheek against Nyan's face, cutely explaining that she really wanted to go see her but stayed put as promised. Nyan warmly praises Gru for doing such a great job, while Siwon stands in the background looking slightly envious of their close bond. Noticing the researcher, Nyan raises her head and curiously asks who he is. Placing a hand on his chest, Siwon politely introduces himself as Jin Siwon, the manager of the Bureau's Special Research Team 1. Siwon bows deeply, expressing his sincere apologies for the chaotic inconvenience caused to them today. Nyan waves her hand dismissively, giggling as she mentions the monster was already defeated before she could even see it, wondering if he was the hotshot manager who took care of it. Siwon chuckles softly and modestly confirms that he was indeed the one who handled the escaped beast. Siwon turns his attention to Nyan, politely inquiring if they came to the center to get her rank reassessed, while little Gru quietly fumbles with her candy. Giggling warmly, Nyan explains that they aren't here for her, while Gru cutely pops the red ginseng candy right into her mouth. Siwon smiles warmly and asks Nyan if the adorable little Gru isn't awakened, to which Nyan cheerfully responds that they came to register her, while Gru happily munches on her candy. Siwon's expression turns momentarily sharp and calculating behind his glasses as he quietly thinks to himself. Finding the unique taste of the red ginseng candy weirdly addictive, Gru closes her eyes in pure delight as she happily munches away. Gru stands in the middle of the waiting room, cutely enjoying her snack while Nyan and Siwon look down at her. Through the security feed of multiple CCTV monitors, Joram stands quietly in the dark control room, watching Gru, Nyan, and Siwon. Letting out a deep sigh, Joram grows increasingly tense, muttering that the situation has taken a bad turn. Joram looks frustratedly at the monitor, wondering why they had to cross paths with someone from the Bureau, noting that he cannot simply get rid of a public official. In Joram's imagination, a tiny, proud Gru dressed as a grand general stands triumphantly, while Joram comically shakes his head in disapproval. Gritting his teeth, Joram uses his mouth to pull off his glove, deciding that he has no choice but to take action. Joram smoothly slides the brown glove off his hand, preparing to use his abilities. With a powerful strike, Joram slams his bare hand against the wall, unleashing a sudden burst of brilliant blue magical energy. A glowing system notification chimes, announcing that the ruler of the frozen land has awakened on floor 99. Massive currents of pure, icy energy swirl violently around Joram as frost spreads rapidly across the ground beneath his feet. Surrounded by a blinding blue aura, Joram's eyes glow with a powerful, mesmerizing golden light. A fierce, freezing blizzard sweeps violently across a treacherous, snowy mountain landscape. Inside a massive frozen cathedral, a terrifying, dark silhouette of the icy ruler stands enveloped in radiant blue energy. The chilling ruler points a sharp, frozen finger forward, conjuring a bright flash of light at the tip. Swirls of blue, icy flames wrap around Joram's arm as his glove lies discarded on the floor. The digital interface glitches as Joram activates the skill Silencing Orpheus, causing a massive distortion field to crack through the entire laboratory building. In a panic, a female researcher stares at her monitor, exclaiming that the machines in testing room 5 have suddenly gone down. At the front desk, an angry hunter desperately tries to explain to the receptionist that his skills have completely stopped working. The lobby falls into absolute confusion as people flail and clutch their heads while Joram calmly walks past the chaotic scene. Joram watches quietly from behind as Siwon and Nyan frantically sprint down the hallway to find Gru. Siwon suddenly halts in his tracks with a shocked expression as he notices Joram standing in the corridor. Siwon sweat drops and bows politely to Joram, keeping his silence. Siwon quickly rushes away to resume his duties, leaving Joram standing quietly in the background. Gru spots Joram and runs toward him with pure excitement, shouting joyfully as Nyan follows behind. Gru toddles forward with an adorable, beaming smile, completely surrounded by a lovely atmosphere of blue roses. Watching her run, Joram lets out a soft chuckle, thinking to himself that she is rushing over as if he is holding her favorite toy. Kneeling down, Joram asks Drew if she was a good girl with Nyan and if her registration is complete, to which she cutely replies with a cheerful yep. Gru giggles adorably with puffy cheeks, throwing her arms wide open. Joram grins and praises her, but quickly notices her stuffed cheeks and asks what she has in her mouth. Gru casually reveals she is eating red ginseng candy while continuing to chew, leaving Joram completely speechless. Gru cutely explains that it tastes a bit strange, prompting Joram to tell her that it's obvious why. Joram warns her never to take candy from strangers and demands she spit it out, so Gru obediently spits it directly into his hand with a cute patoo. Joram clenches his hand to incinerate the candy as he tells Gru that it is time to go. Gru cutely reaches her tiny hand forward as she walks beside him. Giggling happily, Gru reaches out and tightly grabs Joram's hand as they walk. Gru suddenly blinks in surprise as she realizes Joram took off his glove, leaving his hand completely bare. Joram places a finger over his lips, giving her a gentle, charming smile to signal her to keep it a secret. Gru's eyes widen with suspicion as she realizes the guildmaster is definitely up to something. Gru stands frozen in absolute shock, staring down at their joined hands while wondering what secret plan he is executing. The scene transitions to Joram's luxurious modern house sitting under a bright sunny sky. As they enter the house, Gru toddles behind Joram, wondering why he took off his glove and if it relates to Operation Hide My Powers. Joram stops and pants heavily, sweat dripping from his neck as he struggles to catch his breath. Sensing something is wrong, Gru rushes forward with a concerned expression as Joram clutches his coat, trembling. Joram's face is completely flushed and covered in heavy sweat as he huffs and puffs in exhaustion. Panicking at his state, Gru quickly pulls out her phone and frantically taps the screen, crying out that she needs to call 911. Gru gasps in surprise as Joram's trembling, sweaty hand suddenly grabs the phone to stop her. Weakly staring down at her with sweat dripping from his face, Joram insists that he is fine and tells her to go to her room. Staggering weakly, Joram points toward his room as his face turns completely pale and drenched in sweat, his energy completely drained. With a heavy thud, Joram collapses onto the sofa in exhaustion, leaving little Gru standing before him in absolute shock. Gru trembles in sheer panic, tears welling up in her eyes as she weakly calls out to the guildmaster. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room in a frantic dash, desperately calling out to Mr. Owen. Sometime later, Joram lies resting in a comfortable bed while a worried Gru sits quietly by his side, staring down at him. Joram's breathing is heavy and labored as he sleeps, sweat still trickling down his pale face. The secretary gently reassures her, explaining that she doesn't need to worry because Mr. Owen is simply sleeping. With tears dripping down her rosy cheeks, Gru hiccups softly, struggling to understand if he really is just sleeping. To comfort her, the secretary gently wipes her tears and asks if she wants to hear a story about a mysterious tower from long ago, to which Gru cutely nods and agrees. He begins his tale by explaining that 2 years after the Great Upheaval, a mysterious dark tower suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was an era of pure chaos as terrifying monsters, dangerous dungeons, and awakened humans with incredible abilities suddenly emerged all over the world. Before humanity could even adjust to this terrifying new reality, the ominous tower began a countdown to the end of the world. Little Gru sits completely captivated by the story as the secretary pauses to build the suspense. He proudly reveals that the guildmaster, Mr. Owen, became a legendary hero by bravely fighting all the terrifying monsters within the tower. Reaching the very end of their journey, a determined young Joram rallies his comrades, urging them to stay strong as they prepare to clear the final floor. But the battle was far more brutal than they had anticipated, leaving many comrades fallen and bloodied on the cold floor amidst desperate screams. The surviving hunters gather wearily around a small campfire, trying their best to heal the wounded in the dim, oppressive darkness of the tower. Slumped against the stone wall, Joram stares blankly at the ground, realizing with dread that the final boss is simply too powerful for them to defeat. Making an ultimate sacrifice, Joram decides to seal the terrifying boss of floor 99 inside his own body, ordering the rest of his team to advance to the 100th floor without him. His comrade looks back with deep concern, asking if he is absolutely sure about this dangerous decision, but Joram simply nods with a firm, solemn expression. Clasping his left arm, Joram silently walks in the opposite direction while his comrades proceed up the steps, carrying the heavy burden of his sacrifice. Gru's eyes widen with awe and sadness as she asks if the guildmaster really sealed that scary monster inside his own body. Pointing to the discarded glove on the side table, the secretary explains that the monster is sealed in his left hand and that the tower was successfully cleared in just 3 years because of his bravery. He adds that the sealed boss constantly drains Mr. Owen's mana, which is why he collapsed into a deep sleep after exhausting all his energy to use his skill earlier. Sniffling softly as she watches him struggle to breathe, Gru asks if he is forced to go to sleep whenever he runs out of mana. In a cute chibi illustration, the secretary gently explains that deep sleep is simply the fastest and most efficient way for his body to recover. Gently patting Gru's head, the secretary reassures her that he will be perfectly fine once he rests, urging her to get some sleep too since this has happened many times before. Gru looks down with a sad, blushing face, her heart aching for her guardian as she worries about his constant burden. Refusing to leave his side, Gru cutely wriggles and squirms on the bed, murmuring that she wants to stay right here with him. She looks up and asks how many nights she has to sleep before the guildmaster finally wakes up, catching the secretary slightly off guard. Sweating nervously, the secretary tiptoes out of the room, telling her that it should take about 2 nights before politely excusing himself. Once outside the room, the secretary lets out a deep, worried sigh, holding his chest as his mind is plagued by dark thoughts. He recalls with dread that the last time Mr. Owen took off his glove was an entire year ago, solely to stop a catastrophic dungeon break. Even though his brave intervention saved dozens of innocent lives, that single decision cost him a whole month of being completely unconscious. He worries that this time will be no different, realizing he kept the truth hidden because he simply didn't have the heart to upset little Gru with such grim news. He muses that while the details of the Floor 99 boss are strictly confidential, Gru has a right to know the truth, wishing that Mr. Owen would finally open up about his past. Looking out over the balcony, he notes with a heavy heart that it has already been 5 years since the guildmaster finally emerged from the tower. Suddenly, the secretary stops in the quiet hallway as he hears a strange, soft singing voice coming from one of the rooms. On a wooden table, a phone rings loudly with an incoming call from the Awaken Center, playing a cheerful tune. Picking up the vibrating device, the secretary stares at the screen with confusion, wondering who could be calling. He gasps slightly as he notices that the caller ID on the screen reads Awaken Center. Back in the bedroom, Gru lies close to Joram, listening intently to his quiet, weak wheezing as he rests. Snuggling closer, she gently wriggles and fumbles under the warm blanket to stay as close to him as possible. Staring at his pale, sweating face, Gru thinks to herself that she has never seen an adult look so terribly sick and exhausted before. Sniffling softly as tears fill her eyes, she desperately wonders if there is anything she can do to help him recover. Suddenly, a pink system notification appears, instructing her to help her primary caregiver by using her exclusive affection skill, Gru's Magic Hands, to wake him up. Gru's eyes light up with sudden hope and excitement as she realizes she completely forgot about having this special ability. With her heart beating fast in anticipation, she wonders if this cute skill can actually help restore the guildmaster's depleted mana. Sniffling one last time, she gazes at his sleeping face and silently prays that he will get better soon. With a determined and cute expression, Gru tightly grabs his hand, promising to do her absolute best to heal him. A framed memorial portrait of a deceased young hunter is surrounded by a sea of purple-gray flowers draped with a black mourning ribbon. Inside the quiet funeral hall, a man in a black suit bows deeply in front of burning incense to pay his respects. With a heavy heart, the bandaged man slowly rises to his feet, keeping his head down in somber reflection. As he steps forward, blinding camera flashes erupt from the surrounding crowd, forcing him to shield his eyes. Reporters aggressively swarm him with microphones, desperately asking what happened in the tower and demanding a word for the families of the fallen hunters as the sole survivor. Staring down in absolute silence, he struggles to find the words to speak as the portraits of his deceased comrades hang in the background. His scarred hand trembles at his side as he weakly mutters that he can't find the strength to face them. In a dark void of guilt, he recalls the painful truth that they ultimately failed to reach the 100th floor. Joram's eyes suddenly flutter open as he begins to wake up in his comfortable bed. He turns his head in confusion, wondering what is happening. He looks down to find little Gru snuggled beside him, tightly clutching his arm as she rests. Joram softly calls out Gru's name, and she immediately responds, waking up. When Joram asks her to let go of his arm so he can get up, Gru stubbornly shakes her head and clings even tighter. Staring up at the ceiling, Joram hesitates to force his way out, worried that he might hurt her because she is so tiny and soft. Joram gently asks if she was worried about him, prompting a tearful Gru to sniffle and admit that she was incredibly worried. Feeling completely out of his depth, Joram sweats nervously as he wonders how he is supposed to comfort a crying child. Imagining a hilarious quiz show in his head where all the choices involve feeding her like a pet, Joram sighs and gently lifts her up in his arms. Letting out a weary sigh, Joram runs a hand through his hair and apologizes for not taking the time to explain things to her. With tears welling in her eyes, Gru explains that the secretary told her his mana leaks like an open faucet, leaving Chibi Joram highly offended by the description. Gru wraps her tiny arms around him in a tight hug, whimpering an apology and promising to do better so that he won't get hurt again. Joram stares at her in stunned silence, deeply touched by her genuine concern. Joram hesitates, wondering what he can possibly say to calm her down, questioning if telling her he did it for her is the right approach. Gently patting her back, Joram kindly asks if she was crying because she mistakenly believed it was all her fault. Snuggling against him, Gru confesses that she only used her skill to chase away someone she didn't like at the center. Joram gives her a gentle smile and asks if she really didn't know the truth behind his condition. Gru freezes in place, completely stunned by his calm and smiling reaction. Joram chuckles warmly as she frantically flails her arms, teasingly asking if she is absolutely sure she's the ace of her kindergarten class. Puffing out her cheeks in a cute pout, Gru clenches her tiny fists and insists that she still doesn't want him to get hurt. Joram gently pats her head as he reaches over to grab his phone, silently thinking to himself how incredibly difficult parenting is. Joram admits to himself that he didn't fully think this through, foolishly believing that taking care of a child was as simple as feeding and dressing her. He reaches out with a gentle finger to wipe away the tears from her rosy cheek as she hiccups softly. Joram turns on his phone and realizes any child would panic if their guardian suddenly collapsed and stayed unconscious for a whole week, looking down at his screen. Joram's eyes widen slightly in surprise as he stares closely at the details on his phone screen. Joram stares at his screen in disbelief, realizing with confusion that the date hasn't actually changed at all. Turning his gaze toward Gru, Joram asks if she did something to him, like giving him a recovery potion. Standing tall on the bed, Gru proudly raises her tiny hand and declares that she used her special affection skill on him. Gru strikes a dramatic, adorable pose, explaining that right after she used her skill, he suddenly woke up with a boom. Feeling concerned, Joram asks if she is suffering from any skill penalties, weakness, or negative debuffs, but Gru simply shakes her head. Running a hand over his face in disbelief, Joram sighs deeply, utterly amazed that she possesses a skill capable of fully restoring his mana so swiftly without any penalties. Joram tells her that they should keep this incredible secret strictly between the two of them for now, and Gru eagerly nods in agreement. Joram covers his face in sheer exhaustion, wondering how parents all over the world manage to communicate with such mysterious, tiny creatures. He can't help but chuckle softly to himself behind his hand, amused and touched by the nature of her affection skill. Joram places his warm, large hand on Gru's head and gently pats her hair. Gru holds her head with both hands, looking up at him with wide, curious eyes. Gru looks up with wide eyes and cutely asks if she was helpful, to which Joram, sliding over, warmly assures her that she was very helpful. Gru's eyes sparkle with pure joy and excitement as she happily realizes that she is actually useful to her beloved guardian. As Joram walks out of his room, he overhears his secretary on the phone, explaining to the caller that she is only in kindergarten. Turning around, the secretary gasps in absolute shock, abruptly halting his phone conversation as he sees Mr. Owen standing right before him. The secretary frantically rushes forward to ask how he could possibly be awake so soon, but a calm Joram brushes it aside and asks who was on the phone. Looking down nervously with a sweat drop, the secretary groans and explains that the call was from the bureau, reminding him of the revised Awakened Special Act passed last year. Gru tilts her head in confusion as she learns that she needs to clear a dungeon to get her hunter license. Frowning deeply, Joram reacts with utter disbelief at the shocking news of sending a child into a dungeon. On the other end of the line, a man roars in sheer frustration, screaming, "Seriously?" The director of the Awakened Bureau grips his phone with an irritated expression, demanding to know what he is expected to do about it. Joram argues that they are dealing with a kindergartner and demands access to the dungeon, but the director frantically yells that an S-ranker cannot enter an F-rank dungeon. While the director insists the dungeon is safe, Gru watches an educational video on a laptop explaining that a hunter cannot enter a dungeon 2 ranks below their own. Joram gives the director a fierce ultimatum to either grant him a special exemption or watch him break in, leaving his secretary sweating in sheer panic. Extremely annoyed, the director yells into his phone to just find someone to carry her and demands that Joram stop bothering him. Hearing the unfamiliar word, a puzzled Gru tilts her head and wonders what it means to be carried. The secretary kindly explains that carrying refers to a high-rank hunter helping a lower-rank hunter clear a dungeon, prompting a light bulb moment for Gru. Tapping his phone to hang up, Joram tells the person on the other end of the line to get ready since they heard everything. Gru's eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought of entering a dungeon, proudly debuting her cute adventurer outfit with a dramatic ta-da! Gideon leans forward playfully with his hands raised like claws, making a funny monster face to tease Gru. Gideon smiles mischievously and asks Gru if she remembers his instructions on what to do when she encounters a scary monster. Gru firmly grabs her wooden stick, cutely reciting the first part of her special skill, Cherry Blossom. Swallow! Gru cutely demonstrates her magical skill, soaring through the air as if riding a broomstick. Gideon bursts into hysterical laughter, slamming his desk repeatedly, while Joram walks in wearing a trench coat and stares at him in deadpan silence. Letting out a heavy sigh, Joram glares at Gideon and demands to know what on earth he thinks he is doing. Laughing off Joram's annoyance, Gideon defends himself by saying he is only teaching her out of concern and asks if Joram isn't worried too. Joram's expression turns serious as he calmly replies that he doesn't think he has anything to worry about. Gideon and a female colleague proudly show off high-quality defense gear, including an A-rank cushion helmet and A-rank knee pads. With her stats successfully adjusted to match the A-rank items, a proud Gru stands tall as her absolute safety is guaranteed. Joram tests Gru on safety rules, asking what she should do if a stranger asks her to follow them, and she eagerly shouts, "Run away!" When asked what to do if things get dangerous and scary, Gru proudly whips out a parchment scroll and declares she will use her emergency escape scroll. Gideon teases Joram by pointing out that those scrolls are incredibly rare even in auctions, prompting a glaring Joram to tell him to shut it. Joram announces that it is time to head out, and Gru cutely responds with a happy okay. A tiny arm slips into a bright pink sleeve as Gru gets dressed in her special dungeon gear. Gru proudly debuts her self-made pink bear onesie defense suit, reassuring everyone not to worry because it even has a built-in heating pad. Gideon bursts into loud laughter as Joram carries Gru by her hood like a cute plush toy, while she proudly holds up her duck snow mold maker. With Gideon giggling hysterically in the background, Gru hangs calmly in Joram's grasp and declares that she is ready. A fierce, icy wind blows across the snow-covered mountains surrounding the F-rank Bukansan slime dungeon shelter. A voice echoes over the frozen wasteland, announcing that they will raid the dungeon alone from this point forward. Pointing towards a swirling blue portal, the guide warns the party to stay put inside the protective barrier and stay far away from the dungeon core. The D-rank party leader Lee Sang-hyuk instructs the group to wait patiently in the shelter until his return. The female hunters nod in agreement, acknowledging his orders and noting how far the shelter barrier extends. One of the girls sighs in admiration, amazed that the leader confidently went out to raid the E-rank dungeon all by himself. The red-haired girl admits she was incredibly nervous, expressing her relief at finding a group to carry her while her companion agrees. Inside the shelter, Gru sits quietly in her giant pink bear suit, looking dazed, clueless, and absolutely adorable. Shrugging with a chuckle, the girls comment that Gru's presence makes them feel like they're at an amusement park rather than a dangerous dungeon. The short-haired girl kindly pulls out a bag of homemade muffins, asking the team if anyone is feeling peckish. The red-haired girl happily accepts a muffin, thanking her classmate for the delicious snack. The short-haired girl flinches nervously as she notices the giant pink bear suit staring intently at her. Inside the suit, a sweating Gru begins to panic, wondering if the girl stopped because she plans to leave her out of the snack. Kneeling down, the girl gently hands a muffin to the pink bear, kindly telling her to take one home since they should stay fresh. Gru cutely nods in gratitude, realizing the lady only hesitated because she wasn't sure if she could eat inside the suit. The girl gapes in absolute terror as a giant dark bear silhouette looms over her, munching on the muffin. Shaking and trembling in shock, the girl stands frozen as she realizes that the creature inside the suit can actually eat. Inside the suit, Gru happily chews on her muffin, absolutely delighted by how soft and yummy it tastes. As the terrified girl dashes away, a clueless Gru finishes her muffin and wonders if she should bring snacks for the team next time. Suddenly, a heavy thump shakes the area, and a dark purple aura looms over Gru, who clutches her stomach as it starts to feel weird. A bright blue slime wriggles and squirms on the icy ground, as Joram's inner thoughts explain that while wicked monster energy usually causes this dungeon is only an F-rank slime dungeon. Suddenly, a heavy thump echoes through the icy cavern as a swirling dark purple and blue dimensional rift opens up. Looking back in surprise, Gru gasps as a red crack tears through the dimensional rift, revealing a massive, grand icy palace behind the door to the boss room. Gru realizes with surprise that the other female hunters are chatting happily in the background, completely oblivious to the rift that just opened. Realizing that their high-ranking carrier is gone and won't be able to protect them, Gru nervously squeezes her bag strap. Gulping down her fear, Gru looks ahead with determined, sparkling eyes, deciding she must protect the group since she is the strongest hunter present. Deciding to close the dimensional door before it gets any bigger, Gru hops onto her tricycle in her pink bear suit while the adults continue to chat in the background. With a series of squeaks and creaks, Gru rides her tricycle directly toward the swirling blue portal. A close-up shows Gru's pink-suited foot pedaling forward as she reaches the edge of the swirling dimensional gateway. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind and magic sweeps Gru right off her tricycle, dragging her into the portal's vortex. Enveloped in a blinding flash of blue light, Gru panics as she realizes the gateway is forcefully pulling her inside. Gru lands face first onto the hard ice of the boss room with a soft groan, rubbing her head in pain. Looking up in sheer panic, Gru gasps as two massive, towering blue slimes squirm and wriggle right in front of her. Shaking with fear, Gru quickly rummages through her star-patterned bag to search for her emergency escape scroll. Gru struggles with her puffy pink bear suit gloves as she desperately tries to pull the magic scroll out of her bag. Suddenly, a red system warning screen pops up with a ding, informing her that the escape scroll cannot be used in the boss's territory, leaving Gru crying out in panic. Trying to stay calm, Gru slaps her rosy cheeks with both hands, reminding herself of Giden's instructions that slimes don't attack first. Gru tells herself that if she keeps quiet and waits patiently, her carrier will eventually come to rescue her, while the giant slimes twitch nearby. Moving as carefully as possible, Gru tiptoes in her pink bear suit to sneak past the towering slimes. Gru suddenly freezes in surprise as she accidentally bumps into a solid structure behind her. Turning around, Gru looks up in awe at a tall white pillar topped with a beautiful glowing blue crystal sphere. A blue system status window identifies the sphere as the core of the Frost Clan's cradle, with its rank listed as mysterious question marks. Gru's eyes sparkle with pure fascination as she stares closely at the gorgeous glowing core. Standing in front of the pillar, Gru marvels at the majestic core of the Frost Clan's cradle. The magical ice core shines brilliantly, casting beautiful snowflake patterns and a soft light all around the room. Resting her chin on her pink glove, Gru stands next to the pillar and starts to ponder what she should do next. Glancing back at the massive blue monsters, Gru realizes that the giant slimes will probably get mad and cause trouble if she tries to take the core. A cute chibi thought bubble appears as Gru realizes that if she uses her special pluck away skill, she might be able to extract the core without them noticing. Declaring herself an absolute genius, a gleaming Gru reaches her hand toward the glowing blue core to activate her skill. A powerful rush of wind circles around the pillar as Gru successfully activates her skill on the core. Gru gasps in awe as a small blue crystal fragment floats above her hand, amazed to see that she successfully extracted it with a 100% success rate. Gru realizes with excitement that her golden duck snow mold maker might just become an incredibly powerful weapon if she combines it with the core fragment. Gru imagines herself looking incredibly cool and badass, wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket while proudly posing with her golden duck maker. Activating her F-rank skill mold and shape, Gru watches as her golden duck maker glows with a bright blue light. A system screen appears, introducing the newly created item, the Mephisto-imbued duckifier, which possesses the same effects as Mephisto's fragment despite being defective. Reading the additional effect, Gru's eyes widen in absolute shock and excitement as she learns she can now use her mana to create snow ducks. Clamping the mold maker shut, a shiny blue ice duck pops out with a clean sound, proving that her new magical weapon works perfectly. Gru holds up her cute ice duck with sparkling eyes, thrilled that she can now make fresh snow ducks whenever she wants, regardless of the weather. Determined to test her power, Gru winds up and flings the magical ice duck directly at one of the giant slimes. The ice duck lands directly on the giant slime's body with a loud splat. Believing she is incredibly strong, Gru happily squeezes her cheeks in celebration of her amazing combat power. Behind her, the massive slime suddenly dissolves and collapses into a splash of liquid, much to Gru's surprise as she runs past with her duck maker. Tapping on her holographic system screen, Gru looks at the status of her pink defense suit, which is labeled as the Unfinished Bear Mark 1. Gru giggles happily, feeling that she is now one step closer to becoming a super strong hunter. Gru strikes a proud, smug pose, grinning self-satisfactorily and wiping her brow with her paw. Deciding it's time to head back, Gru hops onto her tricycle and prepares to ride out of the boss room. Behind her, a massive spike of dark red and purple energy swirls into existence as a terrifying monster eye with 3 bright red pupils opens up. A creepy, pale hand with long, sharp black claws stretches out from the dark, swirling energy, reaching directly toward the oblivious Gru. Feeling a sudden chill, Gru stops her tricycle and turns around with a puzzled expression. Looking back at the grand ice palace in the distance, Gru wonders what that strange noise was, completely unaware of the danger that just lurked behind her. Outside the Bukansan dungeon shelter, a serene, snowy pine forest stands quietly under a bright blue sky. Lee Sung-hyuk announces to the relieved group of hunters that they have successfully cleared the dungeon, praising everyone for their hard work. Smiling happily, one of the female hunters thanks him, amazed by how incredibly fast he managed to clear the boss room. Scratching his neck nervously, Sang-hyuk's sweat drops and confesses that he actually didn't do it, as the boss had somehow already been defeated when he got there. While the guide comments on how unprecedented this is, but assures her she will still get her license, a guilty-looking Gru in her pink bear suit tries to act natural, whistling and clutching her duck snow mold maker. With a loud magical whoosh, the blue portal outside Bukhasan National Park swirls as the group of hunters steps back into the real world. Gru lands safely outside the portal in her pink bear suit, looking around in confusion. Suddenly, the sky darkens and a heavy rain begins to pour down over the park pavilion. One of the girls immediately gasps in surprise and dashes toward the entrance as she spots a familiar face. The girl's mother, holding a large green umbrella, warmly explains that she came to pick her up because she got worried when it started raining, while her daughter smiles in embarrassment. As the mother and daughter happily walk away together sharing a warm umbrella, Gru sits alone in the rain on her small pink tricycle, looking incredibly dejected. Looking on with big, longing eyes, Gru admits to herself that she feels jealous, comparing the scene to the end of a school day. Gru remembers how, during her daycare days, all the other children's parents would come to pick them up and take them home. The daycare teacher calls out to a young, lonely Gru, letting her know that her school bus has arrived. Nodding politely, little Gru stands up all by herself to prepare for her solitary journey home. Carrying her backpack, the tiny toddler walks quietly toward the exit while other parents happily hold and carry their children around her. Back in the present, Gru rides her tricycle through the cold rain, watching families walk away together under their umbrellas. Turning away with a little huff, Gru proudly tells herself that it doesn't bother her one bit and that she is perfectly capable of going home alone. As her tricycle squeaks and creaks in the pouring rain, Gru resolves to upgrade her pink bear defense suit to be completely water-resistant when she gets home. Suddenly, her tricycle comes to a sudden halt as she bumps directly into a pair of black sneakers blocking her path. Gru stops and slowly raises her head in surprise to see who is standing in front of her. Looking up, she sees a tall, slender man wearing a black cap and a dark face mask, holding a large blue umbrella over them. The mysterious masked man looks down at her and asks her in a quiet, deep voice where she thinks she is going. Standing tall in the pouring rain, the man holds his umbrella over Gru's tricycle to shelter her from the storm. Recognizing the familiar voice, Gru's ears perk up in pure surprise. Realizing it's the guildmaster, Gru gasps, but the man quickly places a gloved finger to his mask, telling her to keep it quiet so nobody recognizes him. With a swift movement, the guildmaster scoops Gru up from her tricycle, lifting her safely into his warm arms. Snuggling happily against his chest, Gru giggles, feeling incredibly warm and safe in his embrace. Walking away from the park, Gru formally thanks the orchestra's guildmaster for coming, prompting him to ask why she is suddenly talking in such a formal tone. Resting her chin on his shoulder, Gru excitedly babbles about how she performed flawlessly in the dungeon and acquired a spectacular new skill, to which he softly responds. Looking up at the gray clouds, Gru cheerfully remarks that the weather is truly wonderful today, though the guildmaster flatly counters that this is actually terrible weather. Gru gently pats his chest and wisely explains that even though he is an adult, he still has much to learn, because on rainy days, having your family come to pick you up makes the weather perfect. The guildmaster pauses and stares silently at the adorable child in his arms, completely speechless. Glancing away to hide his face, he continues walking down the street under his blue umbrella. He quietly asks her if she isn't cold, but Gru waves her pink paw and beams, assuring him that her bear suit is incredibly warm. A soft, genuine smile appears behind the guildmaster's mask as he chuckles at her pure innocence. Looking up at the parting storm clouds, the guildmaster softly agrees that she is absolutely right and that it is indeed beautiful weather. The scene shifts to the rooftop terrace of a massive, modern glass skyscraper under a clear blue sky. Leaning against the rooftop railing, a handsome, sharp-featured man in a brown trench coat stands quietly with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, looking out over the city. Two employees carrying coffee walk out onto the terrace and call out to him, addressing him as Mr. Own. The two men offer their enthusiastic congratulations, mentioning they heard the incredible news that his young daughter has finally awakened as a hunter. Looking slightly overwhelmed, Mr. Ong sighs with a look of intense déjà vu on his face. Walking down the office corridor, Mr. Own wonders how many times he has had to hear that today, baffled by how the entire world already seems to know about Gru's awakening. Hearing a loud chatter ahead, he spots a large crowd of employees gathered around in the hallway. In the center of the crowd stands a proud Gru in her cute green outfit, having purposefully dropped her new F-rank hunter license onto the floor for everyone to see. Her coworkers pamper her, patting her head and offering her chocolates while praising her amazing awakening, leaving Gru looking incredibly smug and self-satisfied. Gru's father slaps his forehead in utter disbelief, finally realizing exactly how the rumor spread so quickly. Spinning and twirling happily in her green dress, Gru proudly holds up her new license card with a bright, innocent laugh. Wriggling with absolute joy in front of her father, Gru declares that she is the happiest child in the world. Looking up at her father with sparkling, twinkling eyes, Gru eagerly asks when she can go to another dungeon, though Mr. Own simply looks down at her and flatly tells her they will do it later. Little Gru whines and pouts unhappily, letting out a distressed whimper. Standing little Gru on a white desk, the guildmaster raises his hand above his head to demonstrate a height, saying that she can go to dungeons when she is about this big. Furious, Gru fumes and seethes, waving her license as she yells that his height is at least 100 meters, leaving the guildmaster sweat-dropped as he asks if she seriously thinks he is that tall. Gru innocently wonders if he is 101 meters tall instead, prompting the guildmaster to declare that a kid who doesn't know the difference between meters and centimeters can't raid dungeons. Gru pouts with big, tearful eyes, clutching her license card as she whimpers that she needs to raid dungeons because she is a member of the orchestra guild now. Gru whimpers as she imagines herself bowing and offering a treasure chest to the guildmaster, explaining that she must increase her performance to give him offerings, leaving the speechless man to ask where she keeps picking up these ideas. Crossing her arms proudly, Gru huffs and turns her head away, declaring that she is not telling him. The guildmaster extends his gloved hand to her, assuring her that kids don't need to worry about performance, and asks her to give him her hand. With a swift movement, the guildmaster gently takes her hand and slips a sleek device onto her wrist. Looking down at her wrist, Gru gasps in pure wonder, realizing he has given her a brand new watch. Sitting back at his desk, the guildmaster gently tells her to hand it over so he can connect it to her phone. Gru's eyes sparkle with absolute excitement as she realizes it is a real smartwatch. Watching the guildmaster set up the watch, Gru wonders if it has special powers since it was given to her by an S-rank hunter. Handing him her phone, Gru eagerly asks if he can perform a miracle change with it, leaving the guildmaster thoroughly puzzled. The guildmaster remembers how little Gru would sit focused on the floor, watching magical girl anime on TV, and asks if she means like in that cartoon. Grinning warmly, the guildmaster rests his chin on his gloved hand and gently tells her to give it a try. Excitedly, Gru hops off the desk to prepare for her grand transformation as the guildmaster smiles. Surrounded by a cute strawberry background, Gru prepares herself, shouting that it's time for a miracle change. Waving her arms dramatically, Gru strikes a dynamic magical girl pose as sparkly light effects surround her. Gru spins and twirls gracefully in a flurry of bright yellow light and sparkling stars. Thrusting her fist high in the air, Gru loudly announces her bottle transformation, while the guildmaster covers his mouth to stifle his laughter. The guildmaster calls out to Gru, asking her to come closer for a second, prompting her to peek over the desk in confusion. Leaning forward, the guildmaster asks her to repeat herself and slowly teaches her how to say body transformation, while Gru carefully tries to copy him. Determined, Gru winds up again and strikes her dramatic magical girl pose with a loud swoosh. A long, silent pause follows as Gru blinks in confusion, wondering why nothing has changed. Wave after wave of frustration hits Gru as she flails her arms and yells body transformation repeatedly, while the guildmaster continues to snicker behind his hand. Feeling a sudden shake, Gru turns her head to see the guildmaster trembling in his chair as he desperately tries to hide his laughter. Under a sudden flash of dramatic lightning, Gru gasps in absolute shock as she finally realizes that she has been tricked. Charging forward in a fit of rage, Gru whacks the guildmaster's back with a soft cushion while calling him a big liar as he continues to chuckle. Lifting Gru safely into his arms with a warm smile, the guildmaster asks her if she is really that mad. Gru gives a firm nod with a grumpy pout, prompting him to ask what he can do to make her forgive him. Gru sniffles and asks to be allowed into a dungeon, but the guildmaster immediately cuts her off, saying anything but that. Gru's shoulders droop sadly as she wonders what will happen if she gets fired from the guild for doing nothing but playing all day. Sighing softly, the guildmaster closes his eyes and reassures her that won't happen, explaining that a kindergartner's only job is to have fun and sleep well. Fidgeting nervously, Gru quietly voices her deep fear that she might be sent back to the orphanage if she is no longer needed. The guildmaster freezes in absolute shock, his eyes widening in disbelief at her heartbreaking words. Looking at her with deep worry, the guildmaster asks what would make her think such a thing, but Gru simply looks away and mutters that she doesn't know. Staring at the quiet child, the guildmaster calls her name softly, his face filled with concern. Leaning in closer, the guildmaster gently asks her to look at him and explain why she feels that way, but Gru avoids his gaze. Gru groans inwardly, desperately wanting to keep her worries to herself. Remembering how her past family rejected her, Gru grits her teeth in sadness, fearing that she will be sent back to the orphanage if she is seen as flawed and useless. Sitting quietly on the edge of the desk, Gru looks down with a somber and lonely expression. The guildmaster stares at her in heavy silence, sweat dropping slightly as he feels her deep sadness. Gru hops off the desk with a little sigh, quietly announcing that she is going to the bathroom before heading home with Mr. Yoon. The guildmaster watches her leave, deeply troubled as he realizes her words must have come from somewhere specific. As Gru trudges toward the bathroom doors, the guildmaster wonders if she heard those words on TV or online, or if there is a far more painful reason behind them. The guildmaster leans back in his desk chair, letting out a heavy, worried sigh as he ponders her situation. Looking down at his gloved hand, he notes that his mana leakage has decreased, and his chronic fatigue has almost completely vanished. Rubbing his forehead, the guildmaster lets out a long, weary sigh. Deciding to take action, he grabs his smartphone and taps the screen to make a phone call to Mr. K. Standing by the window in his office, the guildmaster makes a phone call to the orphanage, asking to look into something. Walking down the hallway, little Gru unhappily trudges along with her head down, looking quite dejected. Puffing out her cheeks in a grumpy pout, Gru resolves to do whatever it takes to prove her worth. As she passes by her friendly co-workers who warmly wave and greet her, Gru happily notes that everyone in the orchestra guild likes her. Clenching her tiny fist with determination, Gru resolves that she must get stronger and make herself useful to the guild so she can stay and earn the guildmaster's recognition. Suddenly, Gru spots something unexpected on a screen in front of her and gasps in surprise. Bursting with excitement and throwing her fist in the air, Gru cheers at the wonderful realization that she might be able to get a secondary caregiver. Suddenly, Gru feels a sharp pain and winces, crying out in discomfort as the back of her neck stings. Rubbing the back of her neck to ease the sting, Gru innocently wonders if she was just bitten by a mosquito. Elsewhere, S-rank hunter Gidan cheerfully hums to himself as he casually tosses a baseball up in the air. Riding into the room on a tiny tricycle while wearing a cute pink bear suit, Gru dramatically announces that she wants to make a deal with Gidan. Shocked by her sudden appearance, Gidan quickly pulls off her bear hood, prompting Gru to let out a loud protest. Quickly pulling her hood back down, Gru in her bear suit proudly promises Gidan a reward he cannot refuse, asking him if he will accept her offer. Amused, Gidan Play teases her, saying he might consider it if she has a special syrup that can make him the top-ranked hunter. Huffing in disapproval, Gru bluntly tells Gidan that no syrup in the world can do such a thing and calls him a fool for even wanting it. Laughing, Gidan pops her bear hood off once again, leaving an annoyed Gru to scream at him to stop. Tears of frustration welling in her eyes, a fuming Gru glares at Gidan and calls him a big meanie. Clasping his hands together, Gidan apologetically pleads for forgiveness, explaining that he only teased her because she is so cute, prompting Gru to reluctantly forgive him just this once. Smiling warmly, Gidan asks Gru what kind of deal she is proposing. Gru explains that she wants to gain experience points in a dungeon and contribute to the guild by crafting items from the byproducts she finds there. When Gidan offers to gather the materials for her, Gru firmly rejects the idea, insisting that she must enter the dungeon herself to gain experience points. Gidan ponders if she really needs to go herself, prompting Gru to confidently declare that she possesses an incredible buff. Striking a proud pose, Gru boasts that having her as a party member will increase his experience point gain by 50% for the next 3 days. Intrigued, Gidan realizes that a 50% experience boost is equivalent to clearing a dungeon a whole rank higher than his own. However, Gidan warns Gru that they must keep this deal a secret from the guild master, imagining the scary man looming over them with devil horns. Gru shamelessly waves her paw, assuring him that as long as they don't get caught, everything will be perfectly fine. Looking at Gidan expectantly, Gru raises her pink paw and asks if he will accept her deal. Gru challenges Gidan with a smug grin, asking him if he is scared of being scolded by his elder. Grinning back, Gidan replies that she took the words right out of his mouth. With the deal officially made, Gidan and Gru triumphantly fist bump. The scene shifts to Seorung, Frost Territory, a snowy B-rank dungeon surrounded by frozen, decaying buildings. Walking into the freezing, snowy dungeon, Gideon carrying a baseball bat praises Gru's teleportation skill, noting that it is perfect for minors who cannot drive. Feeling incredibly smug, Gru boasts that she can use her incredible skill to travel to any dungeon in Seoul. Readying his baseball bat, Gideon enthusiastically declares that it's time to get the party started as Gru cheers along. Gideon launches a snowball at a massive Yeti monster, landing a direct hit right on its head. The monster turns around with a furious growl as a system notification reveals that the target's defense has been reduced by 50%. Seizing the opening, Gideon leaps high into the air with his baseball bat raised, preparing to strike the beast down. With a powerful swing, Gideon lands a devastating blow on the Yeti monster. The defeated monster crashes heavily to the snowy ground as Gru watches from a safe distance. Flashing a bright smile and a peace sign, Gideon celebrates his quick victory as little Gru enthusiastically claps for him. Suddenly, Gideon senses a powerful presence looming over him and looks back in surprise. A massive Yeti monster roars furiously, swinging its giant claws directly down at Gideon. Gasping in shock, Gru watches the terrifying monster with wide, fearful eyes. With swift reflexes, Gideon leaps high into the air, dodging the giant Yeti's slam attack just in the nick of time. The powerful shockwave from the beast's attack causes Gru to wobble and lose her balance on the snow. Confident as ever, Jadon yells as he swings his bat down with incredible force, delivering a final, crushing blow to the beast. Winking with a bright, victorious grin, Gideon happily notes that another monster has been defeated. Gru's eyes sparkle with absolute wonder, amazed by how sparkly and incredibly strong Gideon looks. Admiring his incredible strength, Gru realizes why S-rank hunters are so respected, completely unable to take her eyes off Gideon. Feeling her heart beat fast with excitement, Gru decides that she wants to become strong and powerful too. Little Gru, dressed in her cute pink bear costume with a crossbody bag, scurries across the snowy ground with her arms wide open. Gru pulls out a C-rank item called the Detective's Magnifying Glass, which has the unique activation requirement that its attached mustache must be placed directly under the user's nose to read a monster's information. Peeking through the magnifying glass, Gru positions the attached blonde mustache right below her nose, winking with determination. As a bright light shines, a system notification announces that she is activating the skill Pluck Away. Gru is absolutely thrilled as a message pops up confirming she has successfully acquired an A-rank item. Throwing her hands in the air with pure excitement, Gru cheers at her incredible luck. Looking down at a gold-colored tool in her bag, she thoughtfully notes that fusing two properties into a single item is incredibly difficult, just like what happened with her Duckifier last time. Gru remembers using her F-rank skill Mold and Shape on the Mephisto-imbued Duckifier, only to get a defective item despite having a beginner dungeon buff. Holding up a small, spiky crystal, Gru stands in deep thought as she contemplates her next move. Slipping the item into her bag, Gru realizes she might have better chances of success once she manages to level up her Mold and Shape skill, so she decides to hold on to it for now. Gru turns around to see Gideon resting his baseball bat over his shoulder, looking out across the snowy expanse. Gideon sighs and rubs his forehead, noting that although he is saving up his mana for the monsters, they all seem to be hiding. Gideon continues to look around the snow-covered street, wondering if the monsters are actually afraid of something. While Gideon contemplates whether they need to defeat a boss to secure enough experience points for Gru, she looks around curiously, wondering what he is searching for. As they head further into the dungeon, they discover that another party of hunters has already arrived at the massive boss room doors before them. Near the doors, a female hunter in light armor is angrily shouting and pointing her finger at a smug-looking male hunter. Bicker and argue, the woman grabs the male hunter by his shirt collar, demanding answers as he continues to smirk. With a cold and dismissive expression, the male hunter shoves the woman away. Sensing the tension, Gideon tilts his head in curiosity, wondering what is happening over by the boss room doors. From a distance, Gideon and Gru observe the group bickering and chattering amongst themselves. Smiling mockingly, the male hunter, waving his hand, tells the others to go ahead and open the door, claiming everything will be fine as long as they are careful. The female hunter grabs him by the shirt again, shouting at him to cut the crap because everyone knows the first 3 people to enter the Yeti boss room will draw all of the monster's aggro. The other female hunters in the back tremble and quiver in fear as she accuses the man of planning to use them as meat shields from the very beginning. Annoyed, the male hunter shoves her back again, leaving her to groan in frustration. Backed by his sneering allies, the male hunter mockingly asks, "So what?" and demands that she just open the door already. Another female hunter anxiously fidgets, calling out to her companion A-Young in deep worry as she clenches her hands. Suddenly, Gideon speaks up with a shadowy, mischievous grin, asking them if they happen to need some mercenaries. Standing confidently with his baseball bat resting on his shoulder, Gidden holds little Gru in his arm like a plush teddy bear. Gidden flashes a charming, self-assured grin, his eyes glowing with amusement. The bickering hunters turn to look at him in complete shock and confusion as he suddenly appears out of nowhere. The male hunter sweats nervously, wondering where this newcomer came from and how he managed to approach them completely unnoticed. A system window reveals that Gidden is utilizing a C-rank self-censorship patch, which alters and blurs his true appearance, with 59 minutes remaining. Gidden offers their services as relief pitchers, prompting a surprised look from Ayoung as she stares at him. Striding forward, the male hunter scoffingly dismisses Gidden's offer, asking what kind of ridiculous role-playing this is. Ayoung looks at Gidden, thinking that although he seems incredibly shady, she cannot afford to be picky and does not care if he is a role-playing weirdo or the devil himself, officially hiring them as mercenaries. Grinning broadly, Gidden warns her that there are no take-backs as he prepares to send her a system invite. A system notification pops up in front of a startled Ayoung, announcing that Gidden has sent her a party invite. Casual as ever, Gidden carries Gru and his baseball bat as he steps toward the massive doors, asking if they mind if he opens it. The male hunter points at Gidden and angrily yells at him to stop right there. Ignoring him, Gidden opens the doors, which let out a loud creak as a chilling draft sweeps out. The male hunter's companions falter and shuffle backward, terrified that the boss door just opened so easily. With a powerful stomp, a massive furry foot slams down onto the frozen ground. A giant Yeti monster lets out a deafening roar that echoes through the frozen chamber, looming over the petrified hunters. As the male hunter panics and screams for everyone to retreat immediately, Gidden stands perfectly calm and composed, holding Gru in his arm. The terrifying Yeti monster glares with glowing yellow eyes, locked onto its targets. Looking at the rampaging beast, Gidden calmly notes that not only did the door open on its own, but the boss who is supposed to protect the dungeon core voluntarily stepped out of its territory, realizing something is wrong. Turning to Ayoung, Gidden hands Gru over and asks her to play with her for a while, leaving Ayoung completely bewildered. With a devious smirk, Gidden reaches up to his neck and pulls off the self-censorship patch. Flashing a dazzling, brilliant smile, Gidden warmly tells them he will be right back. Left completely dazed, Ayoung and her companion gasp in absolute shock as they recognize his true identity as the S-rank hunter Gidden. Gidden charges forward with incredible speed, his weapon glowing with a sharp purple and blue magical energy. Gidden realizes that instead of attacking him, the giant Yeti monster has its eyes locked entirely on Gru. Annoyed at being ignored by the beast, Gidden delivers a powerful slash to the Yeti to force its attention back onto him. The Yeti growls furiously as it turns its massive head back toward Gidden. Gidden smirks confidently, happy to finally have the monster's full attention focused on him. The giant Yeti lets out a deafening roar and slams its powerful claws down, forcing Gidden to slide back to avoid the impact. Gidden's weapon flickers with a vibrant magical energy as he prepares for his next move. Gidden summons Viet's Desire, an S-rank bound item that can change its appearance at the user's will. The Yeti roars and unleashes a massive shockwave of freezing air across the battlefield. Gidden acrobatically dodges the Yeti's crushing attacks, easily leaping through the air with style. Watching the intense battle from a safe distance, the other hunters anxiously discuss whether they should jump in and finish the monster off while Gidden has it distracted. The green-haired hunter mockingly warns his companions that their shady relief pitcher is incredibly dangerous and can't even show his face. Sweat dropping, the other hunters realize that if they didn't even notice him approaching, he must be at least an A-rank hunter. With a sinister look, the green-haired hunter suggests killing Gidden, warning that they will be finished if they get reported to the Bureau. The green-haired hunter schemes to ambush Gidden while he is distracted by the Yeti to take him out without breaking a sweat. Gidden leaps high into the air, keeping his eyes on the Yeti's head as it glints in the light. Gidden spots the Yeti's crystal core on its head and smiles, ready to strike it down. Suddenly, the green-haired hunter leaps from behind with his axe raised, aiming a deadly strike at Gidden. In a split second, Gidden turns around, revealing his true face and causing the betrayer to gasp in absolute horror as he recognizes the famous S-rank hunter. Before the hunter can even react, Gidden delivers a powerful strike to his midsection, sending him flying.
The traitor is sent crashing and skidding violently across the frozen floor, groaning in immense pain.
Seeing their leader easily defeated, the remaining hunters tremble in terror as they realize they just tried to attack the S-rank hunter Gidden. Gidden lands gracefully on the ground, his footsteps making a soft sound against the ice. Exhaling slowly, Gidden unleashes a chilling, menacing presence that fills the entire room. A system notification announces the activation of Gidden's S-rank skill, Lion's Breath, as a terrifying aura looms behind him. Overwhelmed by Gideon's suffocating power, the two hunters slump to their knees, completely paralyzed by fear. The hunters quiver on the floor, realizing Gideon's terrifying aura is draining their mana and rendering them unable to move. As the Yeti reaches out to grab them, the helpless hunters can only scream and tremble in absolute terror. Gideon watches coldly, showing no mercy to those who tried to stab him in the back. The archer hunter clutches his head and shakes uncontrollably, utterly broken by Gideon's overwhelming pressure. Peeking through his fingers, the hunter tearfully watches as a massive crash echoes through the chamber. Gideon stands triumphantly on top of the giant Yeti's head, his sword planted directly into its sparkling crystal core. Gideon looks down with a cold, piercing gaze, exuding the undeniable majesty of an S-rank hunter. Standing atop the fallen beast, Gideon prepares to finish extracting the core. Gideon pulls his sword out of the Yeti's head, deciding it is finally time to go back and check on Gru. Suddenly, Gideon's sword starts to resonate and glow with a bright, pulsating pink light. Gideon looks down in surprise, wondering why Viet's desire is suddenly reacting so strongly. Meanwhile, Gru asks the female hunter to set her down, leaving the hunter completely shocked to realize the cute bear wasn't a stuffed toy. The bewildered female hunter gently lowers Gru down to the snowy ground. Feeling a strange sensation, Gru rubs the back of her neck as the female hunter looks on in curiosity. Gru glances around in confusion, wondering why her neck burns and if there are actually mosquitoes in this frozen dungeon. Suddenly, the air itself sparks and rips open with a sinister dark portal revealing a terrifying claw reaching through. A creepy white-masked figure with stitched lips and glowing red eyes steps through the spatial crack. The female hunters quiver and scream in terror, horrified by the sudden appearance of this bizarre, menacing monster. As the hunters fall to the ground in panic, Gru remains perfectly calm, raising her magnifying glass to scan the strange target. Looking at the terrifying entity, Gru tilts her head, realizing she doesn't feel scared of this monster at all. Gru pulls out her Mephisto-imbued duckifier from her bag with a look of surprise. The golden duck-shaped tool glows with a mysterious, ancient magical circle. Gru stares at the strange monster, wondering what the words power and blood submission on her screen could possibly mean. The terrifying masked monster kneels before Gru, respectfully asking why its lord has manifested in such a cute, fluffy form. Sweat dripping down her fuzzy pink head, Gru tilts her head in utter confusion, asking, "Lard?" as she tries to make sense of the strange word. Furrowing her brow and sweating anxiously, Gru mentally complains about the monster using such a difficult word that she hasn't even learned yet. With a determined shout, Gru tosses her golden duck-shaped tool forward, yelling, "Attack, my snow ducks!" The snow duck splats harmlessly against the monster's chest, prompting system warnings that the target's resistance is too high, leaving Gru to dejectedly cry, "Aw, I failed." The three-eyed masked monster smiles creepily, finding it incredibly intriguing that such a young human child is wielding its lord's power. Suddenly, a hand grabs Gru from behind, startling her as she is lifted into the air. Gideon holds Gru safely in his arm, flashing a confident, mischievous grin as he stands ready to face the threat. Clinging tightly to him, Gru realizes Gideon's heart is racing incredibly fast as he prepares for battle. Gideon flashes a wide, thrilling grin, his eyes shining with anticipation as his adrenaline pumps. With a powerful spring, Gideon leaps forward to launch his attack. Carrying Gru securely, Gideon dashes down the snowy street with incredible speed toward the looming monster. Gideon gracefully hops onto a high ledge, taking a defensive position. Gideon sets Gru down safely on the rooftop, and she nods back at him, understanding his silent instructions. Gideon stands tall at the edge of the roof, looking down with his weapon ready as he prepares to confront the enemy. The creepy, masked monster floats silently in the air, surrounded by a dark red aura, with its detached hands hovering beside it. Gideon's heart pounds with excitement as he confidently mutters, "It's finally here," eager to face this powerful foe. Gripping his weapon tightly, Gideon thinks to himself that this fated moment has arrived at long last. With a fierce battle cry, Gideon leaps down from the roof, charging straight toward the monster with a powerful swoosh. The masked monster smirks, noting with amusement that it smells a highly familiar scent of blood from Gideon. Grinning wider, the creepy entity describes the scent as the sweet aroma of blood thickened with murk. Laughing wildly, Gideon activates his S-rank skill, Violet Bloodstream, entering a state of absolute frenzy as blood flows. Up on the roof, the intense wind from the clash makes Gru wobble unsteadily as she tries to hold her ground. Gru gets knocked over by the powerful gusts of wind, tumbling and rolling across the concrete roof with groans of discomfort. Gru's smartwatch detects the sudden impact, immediately beeping a warning that it is transmitting her location to her caregiver. Meanwhile, Gideon clashes fiercely with the masked monster, sparks flying as their weapons collide. Gideon grits his teeth in determination, pushing back with his blade against the monster's overwhelming force. Gideon unleashes a massive, sweeping magical slash, illuminating the battlefield in a brilliant flash of light. The two combatants trade rapid, powerful blows, their weapons vibrating with intense energy. The monster mockingly asks Gideon if he is truly satisfied with the sword he acquired by abandoning his own father. Consumed by rage, Gideon crouches and lunges forward, screaming that he will kill the monster. Gideon aims a deadly direct thrust at the monster, throwing all his power into the strike. Easily dodging the predictable thrust, the monster scoffs, dismissing the attack as too easy. As the monster prepares to counter, it suddenly gasps in shock, realizing that Gideon's sword has vanished from his hand. Before the monster can react, Gideon stabs it deeply with his hidden secondary weapon, forcing a painful grunt from the beast. Standing triumphantly behind the monster, Gideon confidently declares that he didn't waste all these years doing nothing. Gideon unleashes a devastating combination, activating both Violet Bloodstream and his signature Lion's Breath skill. The monster's eyes widen in absolute shock as it realizes the true magnitude of Gideon's power. A colossal magical blast erupts, consuming the monster in a massive explosion of blue and white energy. Gideon lands back on his feet, panting heavily from the immense exertion of his ultimate attack. Looking through the thick smoke and dust, Gideon anxiously wonders if his attack succeeded in defeating the beast. Suddenly, a massive hand grabs Gideon's sword as the monster's voice echoes menacingly, stating that it sees once more. The monster towers over Gideon, mocking him by saying how weak and helpless he truly is, leaving Gideon panting on the ground. Gideon's hands tremble and shake as he clutches his dagger, desperately telling himself that he cannot afford to run away again. Haunted by voices telling him not to run away, Gideon grits his teeth in agony, blood dripping from his mouth. Suddenly, a heavy thwack hits Gideon from behind, catching him completely off guard. Gideon collapses to the cold stone floor with a heavy thud, knocked completely unconscious as his dagger slips away. A stern, tall man in a long coat looks down at them, coldly remarking that they're past their curfew, calling them snot-nosed brats. The newcomer glances up toward the rooftop, catching sight of Gru watching from above. Gru flinches in absolute terror as she realizes they just made eye contact, gasping, "Eep, our eyes met!" Shaking with fear on the edge of the roof, Gru wonders in sheer panic how the man managed to track them down. Gru looks down at her wrist in sudden realization, noticing her smartwatch is loudly beeping and transmitting her location. A tall, imposing man in a long coat stands over Gideon's body as a dark crimson spatial rift begins to fade behind him. The dark crack in space fully seals with a soft whoosh, leaving no trace of the monster Malikian behind. The tall man clicks his tongue in annoyance, remarking that the monster is as fast as ever when it comes to running away. Gideon struggles and squirms as the man holds him down with his foot, sternly telling him that he cannot face this foe alone and needs to wake up. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Gideon fiercely growls that he will kill Malikian. The tall man releases a heavy sigh, tired of the young hunter's reckless behavior. The man leans down and places a hand on the boy's shoulder, whispering a spell that immediately freezes Gideon in his tracks. Gideon's eye quivers in shock as a wave of paralyzing energy washes over him. Completely overwhelmed, Gideon's body goes limp as he slumps onto the frozen floor. Up on the rooftop, Gru panics as she visualizes a power pyramid, placing the terrifying guildmaster at the absolute top, far above S-rank monsters and yetis. Shaking with fear, Gru wriggles and crawls away, desperately telling herself that she needs to get out of there. Suddenly, Gru bumps right into a large shoe, letting out a frightened hiccup as she freezes in fear. She looks up to find a guildmaster standing tall right in front of her, staring down with his arms crossed. Blushing and smiling nervously, Gru giggles and squeaks, "Gewid, Miss Hictor." The guildmaster looks down with a stern expression, reminding her that she promised to go home with Mr. Yoon and asking if this rooftop is supposed to be her house. Sweating and trembling like a cornered squirrel, Gru nervously mutters in worry. Kneeling down to her eye level, the guildmaster gently scolds her, saying she can't just run off like this without telling him, to which Gru dejectedly replies that she knows. Gru looks down with a heavy pout, feeling incredibly guilty. Turning her back, she tearfully mumbles that she is sorry, prompting the guildmaster to ask if she is okay. He asks her if she is only lying about being okay because she wants to avoid getting a timeout, and Gru tearfully admits the truth with a hiccup. Glancing back at him with big, watery eyes, Gru softly insists that she is really okay. Suddenly, she raises her arms up, silently asking the guildmaster to pick her up. She continues to hiccup, looking adorable and helpless as she waits for a hug. Letting out a soft sigh, the guildmaster gives in and warmly grabs Gru, holding her close. Feeling safe and happy, Gru smiles brightly, thrilled that he actually hugged her. Looking over his shoulder, Gru asks if Dan is going to be okay. The guildmaster remains silent, his expression turning solemn as he contemplates the situation. Holding Gru securely in his arms, the guildmaster looks out over the city from the high rooftop. Below, on the cold stone floor, Gideon lies completely unconscious and covered in blood. Sometime later, Gru is back home, pulling a heavy brown book from a shelf as she ponders how Dan's demeanor changed completely when Malikian appeared. Gru lifts the heavy book with an oof, wondering if the monster used some kind of strange curse or skill on Dan. Lying down on the couch, Gru flips through the pages of the book, searching for any mention of the name Malikian. Suddenly, she stops on a page with a rustle, spotting a photo of a modern suburban house. Gru carefully reads the article, which describes a devastating fire that occurred at a home in Jumunjin, confirming a casualty of a man in his 40s. Sliding her finger down the page, she reads the tragic detail that a teenage son was the only survivor of the S-rank dungeon monster attack. Tears welling in her eyes, Gru finally understands that Dan wanted to fight Malikian so badly because the monster had killed his family. Recalling the battle, Gru remembers how Malikian didn't even bat an eye at Dan's attacks, wondering if the beast's defense is just too high. Gru grabs her golden duck-shaped tool, realizing that if she can somehow lower the monster's defense, Dan's attacks might actually work. Suddenly, a pink system notification dings, announcing that the conditions have been satisfied, unlocking an upgrade function that allows her to use her 500 affection points to upgrade her items. Gru stares at the golden tool in awe, wondering if her duckifier can finally level up from being a defective item so she can place a debuff on Malikian. With a determined look, Gru squeezes her eyes shut and activates the upgrade. A brilliant light shines as a notification announces the successful upgrade of the Mephisto-imbued Ouchie duckifier, now rated as not bad. Gru pouts slightly, complaining that the level above defective should have been better than just not bad. Holding the glowing tool high in triumph, she gasps in excitement upon realizing it can ignore effect resistance to inflict debuffs on her targets. Wearing a smug grin, Gru proudly boasts that the monster won't be able to escape her debuffs, eager to see the look on Malakian's face. Gru confidently imagines herself in a cool pink suit and sunglasses, declaring that she will show everyone how strong she is, proving that no one should ever underestimate her. Sitting back down on the couch, she happily hums a song while holding her newly upgraded tool. Suddenly, her smartwatch on the table starts ringing, and Gru toddles over to pick it up. Answering the call, she happily assures her caregiver that she is doing a wonderful job of watching the house. The housekeeper will stay a little longer today, so tell her if you need anything. Okay, but what about Dan? Is he okay? Well, he will be. So he's not? Why? Because he's acting like me. Gru tilts her head in complete confusion, trying to understand what the guildmaster means by Dan acting just like him. Suddenly, a wave of realization hits Gru as she gasps in shock, deeply worried about what might be happening with Dan. Inside the quiet training room, rows of barbells and dumbbells sit undisturbed on their racks. Dan sits bound tightly to a chair with thick ropes, his clothes and body covered in blood as his head hangs in deep exhaustion. I heard you went to fight Malikian by yourself. Orchestra's Attack Force Team 1 leader, Kim Jong-won. You need at least 1 S-ranker and 10 A-rankers to go up against an S-rank monster. Trying to take him on alone is suicide. I get where you're coming from. I really do. But what would people think of us if they saw you in this state? Gideon, isn't it about time you trusted us? But you're not him. Even Mr. Owen was with his teammates when he climbed the tower. Orchestra is made up of the strongest hunters in the country, and Team 1 is the most elite force of them all. Together, we can take down an S-rank monster. But only if you want us with you. Silence. Stop acting like a moth rushing into a flame, all right? Gideon, answer me. Are you listening? Child, you reek of blood. Malikian? How I missed this scent, almost as much as my glorious territory. It looks like only I can hear him. Where? Where are you hiding, Malikian? Dan's eyes widen in absolute shock as he freezes, sensing the chilling presence of the monster Malikian close by. Come to think of it, the Yeti clan's boss was looking at Gru, not me, before Malikian appeared, almost as if there was a formidably strong being inside her. Like Malikian, he opened a portal by leeching onto Gru. Then this is... I will reclaim my sword from you. Don't you also have unfinished business with me? Huh. Dan, have you really lost it? Maybe we should go to the hospital. I'm sorry, Jungwon. Is Joram in his office? No, the bureau director summoned him, but he'll be back soon. Jungwon, I just can't forgive him. Malikian doesn't show himself because he's afraid of Joram. On the other hand, he's looking down on me. Even though I'm an S-ranker now, Malikian, open your portal. If you want to get back your sword, Viat's desire. A colossal crimson portal erupts directly in front of Gidden, crackling with intense dark magical energy. Gidden. Welcome, human child. Gidden lands firmly on the wooden deck of a mysterious ship as the dark crack in space fully seals behind him. The monster's clawed hand firmly grips Gidon's stolen sword, raising it slowly into the air with malicious intent. Malikian props the massive blade casually over his shoulder, wearing a mockery of a smile on his stitched mask. It is time I recovered my sword from the unworthy. Pitch-black spatial cracks fracture the vibrant crimson sky all around Gidden, crackling with menacing magical force. Gidden bounds forward, swiftly dodging a volley of dark energy blades raining down upon the deck. Sliding across the dusty wooden deck, Gidden quickly recovers his footing and readies his dagger, locking his gaze on the enemy. Dan, what do you think? Taking care of the pool isn't all that bad, huh? Can you believe this was your mom's dream? She always had a simple and rustic charm about her. My mother always wanted a house with a pool. Gidden's inner thoughts describe how the pool's ash-gray ceramic tiles were anything but simple or rustic, instead reminding him of his mother every time he saw it. Gidden looks to the side with a somber expression as he holds a pool cleaning pole, admitting that he simply couldn't bring himself to contradict his father's gentle memories. His father kneels by the edge of the pool, teasingly tossing a baseball and telling Gidden that baseball players can't slack off since sports are all about stamina. Suddenly, his father tosses the baseball high into the air, catching young Gidon completely off guard. Gidden quickly bolts forward with a dash to catch the ball, complaining that his father's sudden toss is completely unfair. His father laughs heartily, a happy and comforting sound that Gidden deeply cherished and loved to hear back then. The beautiful house and its pool represented his mother's dream, his father's deep regrets, and all of their treasured memories combined into one. But those happy days were shattered in an instant, leaving only blood and tragedy in their wake. A horrific, giant monster suddenly looms over them, brutally lifting Gidden's helpless father by his throat. Covered in blood and trembling in agonizing pain, Gidon's father desperately gasps for his son to run away and save himself. Clutching his baseball glove, young Gidden stands paralyzed with fear, trembling violently as his father begs him to escape. Slowly, the terrifying stitched mask of the monster turns, its glowing red eyes locking onto the helpless boy. Terrified out of his mind, young Gidden can only hear the imaginary, echoing roar of a baseball stadium announcer in his head. Jolting into motion, Gidden tries to force his frozen limbs to move as the imaginary game continues to play in his panic-stricken mind. With a roaring cry, the terrifying illusion of the game urges him on, telling him to steal the base and run for his life. Faltering in pure panic, Gidden's instinct to survive takes complete control of his trembling body. He whirls around in a desperate panic, turning his back on the horrific scene behind him. Because of his endless baseball training, he was in peak physical condition. But on that terrifying day, Gidden used all that stamina to flee, never once looking back. Running away as fast as his legs could carry him, Gidden abandoned his father to save himself, executing what felt like a perfect but cowardly steal of home. Back in the present, Gru lies quietly on the couch, holding up a printed document with a worried and thoughtful look. The article describes Gidden's past as a young middle school baseball champion before he became the nation's 5th S-rank awakened hunter. The document shows a nostalgic photograph of Gidden smiling brightly alongside his junior baseball teammate after winning a tournament. Looking closely at the old photo, Gru softly whispers Dan's name, feeling deeply sympathetic for the heavy burden he carries. On the other side of the line, the guildmaster sighs into his phone, explaining to the caregiver that Dan is acting exactly like he used to. He elaborates that Dan is stubbornly behaving as if he can handle everything entirely on his own, insisting on going solo without any teammates. But the guildmaster sternly notes that Dan is not him, and in his current state, he can never succeed alone. Gru tightly clutches the paper to her chest, her heart aching with worry for the troubled S-rank hunter. Suddenly, a pink screen dings in front of Gru, prompting her to raise her small hand toward it. Looking at the system screen showing her caregivers, Gru sadly mutters that being left all alone is a very sad and lonely thing. Suddenly, a red warning box flashes on Gidden's profile, blaring an emergency alert that her caregiver is in grave danger. Startled by the loud alert, Gru springs upright on the couch in complete shock. As emergency sirens wail across her system, Gru panics, realizing that Dan is currently in extreme danger. Deep within the S-rank portal, a colossal, mysterious sailing vessel sits anchored under a vibrant crimson sky. Dan unleashes a fierce grunt as he raises his glowing purple sword to clash violently against the enemy's attack. Sparks fly across the ship's wooden deck as the two engage in a high-speed, lethal exchange of blade strikes. Mocking Dan's desperate efforts, the masked monster snickers with a cruel smirk, declaring him to be far too weak. With a vicious slash, the monster tears through Dan's chest, leaving a massive, bloody wound that makes him gasp in agony. Gripping his sword, a heavily bleeding Dan sways unsteadily on his feet, barely able to keep his balance. Dan looks up with fading strength, a soft gasp escaping his lips as his vision begins to blur from the severe blood loss. With a heavy thud, his weapon slips from his weak grasp and falls to the wooden floorboards. Menacing, dark shadow claws wrap around Dan's limp body, lifting him up as his consciousness begins to slip away. Looking down at his blood-stained hands, Dan weakly consoles himself, thinking that this outcome was at least good enough. He takes comfort in the fact that, unlike that tragic day in his childhood, he didn't run away like an idiot this time. Slowly closing his heavy eyes, Dan whispers to himself that he truly did his absolute best to fight. As his consciousness fades into a warm pink glow, Dan prepares himself to accept what he believes is an honorable death. Suddenly, the dark sky erupts as a brilliant flurry of cherry blossoms flutters into existence, blooming beautifully all around him. Dazed and utterly bewildered, Dan slowly opens his eyes, staring in disbelief at the sudden change in the atmosphere. He glances upward as a familiar, worried voice calls out his name from above. Suddenly, a giant pink teddy bear leaps out of a swirling magical portal, swooshing through the cherry blossoms to rescue him. With its little arms outstretched, the adorable pink teddy bear dives down through the air, reaching out to save the falling hunter. The giant pink teddy bear tightly grabs Dan as they tumble and roll onto the ship's wooden deck. Dan groans in pain as the teddy bear starts rummaging through her bag, looking for something to help him. A golden liquid splashes onto Dan's severe chest wound, instantly starting to soothe the bleeding. Panting heavily, Dan desperately tries to catch his breath, realizing they need to get out of Malikian's line of sight immediately. A holographic system screen appears, displaying activating skill Lion's Breath as pink magical smoke begins to swirl around them. The entire ship tilts violently as a powerful explosion rocks the deck. A massive explosion erupts on the vessel while Malikian sneers in the foreground, calling it a cheap trick. Dan hides behind a wooden wall, catching his breath while holding the pink teddy bear close. The teddy bear gently rubs and spreads the healing liquid across Dan's bloody chest. Startled by the sudden contact, Dan shouts in surprise. Dan pushes back the teddy bear hood, shocked to find a tearful Gru inside who desperately asks if he is okay. Dan angrily shouts, demanding to know how she got there and calling her an idiot for coming. Gru tearfully protests that she is not an idiot, while Dan demands to know why she followed him. Clutching her costume, Gru hesitates as she tries to find the words to explain herself. Gru cries out at the top of her lungs, declaring that they are a team. Dan is left utterly speechless, staring at her in disbelief. Gru insists that she is going to help, but Dan tells her not to be ridiculous, questioning what she could possibly do. Gru's expression droops as she softly tells him that he can't do this alone and that he isn't the guildmaster. Gru tearfully points out that doing everything alone is reckless and foolish, causing Dan to bite his lip in frustration. Dan stubbornly reflects that he had everything under control and succeeded in his mission. Memories of his past run through Dan's mind, recalling how he ran away as a child, but this time stood his ground and fought alone, even if it meant falling in a bloody field of spider lilies. Gru tearfully asks why he has to do things this way if he already knows the pain of being alone. Dan covers his face in anguish, admitting that he understands. Tapping his arm, Gru gently reminds him that they can face this together, noting that baseball is also a team sport. Smiling through her tears, Gru asks him to work with her because they are a team. Dan recalls a happy memory of Gru happily riding on his shoulders, telling him that she wants to play with him every day. In the present, Gru tearfully holds her hand out to Dan, waiting for his response. Tears well up in Dan's eyes as he stares at the young girl's sincere expression. Wiping his eyes, Dan softly agrees with her. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Dan's face as he looks at Gru. Dan holds Gru's small hand, promising to be teammates tomorrow, the day after, and even 10 years from now. Gru beams with a bright, joyful smile, her worries melting away. Suddenly, Dan slaps his own cheeks with both hands, catching Gru completely off guard. With his cheeks throbbing, Dan internally admits that his solo quest for revenge was nothing more than a disguised suicide attempt. Looking at Gru, Dan resolves that he must protect her now, even if it means risking his own life. Dan frantically calculates how long it will take for Joram to arrive, and whether he can keep Gru safe from Malikian's attacks in the meantime. Gru rumbles through her bag and proudly announces that she brought a few things to help them. Dan groans as he looks at a smartphone, some bear-shaped honey containers, and cute candies on the floor, failing to see how any of it is useful. Gru pulls out a golden device, prompting a system message. Imbued Ouchie Duckifier, not bad. The weapon's incredible stats appear, detailing how it ignores the Frost Clan's defense and increases attack power, along with a low chance of bypassing effect resistance. Dan is completely flabbergasted, shouting in disbelief that the item ignores defense, while Gru proudly confirms it. Looking incredibly smug, Gru asks if she was hopeful. Dan sighs and explains that while it's an amazing weapon, it's an equipped item that he cannot use. A dramatic spotlight shines on Gru as she realizes she doesn't have the required stats to apply the debuff, even if she managed to get close enough to throw it. Dan ponders, pointing out that the weapon's absolute order skill has a very low success rate, roughly only 8%. When Gru asks what 8% means, Dan's chibi self explains that out of 100 attempts, 92 will fail and only 8 will succeed. Gru taps her chin, thoughtfully processing the low odds. A sudden explosion violently shakes the ship, knocking Gru onto her bottom with a painful cry. Dan quickly looks around, realizing Malikian is actively searching for them and will eventually bypass the space isolation item he used to buy time. As dark magical energy surges around the ship, Dan grimly realizes they have to make a decision immediately. A powerful explosion rocks the ship deck, sending fiery debris and smoke into the crimson sky. With a cruel sneer, the masked monster mocks Dan, asking if he has suddenly grown afraid of death after choosing to hide in fear. The monster continues to cackle, mockingly telling Dan that he should have atoned by giving up his life, while a heavily bleeding Dan takes a deep breath and steps forward with determination. Glancing back, the masked monster turns around and smugly asks if Dan has come out of hiding just to beg for his life. Mocking Dan's father, the enemy mentions it is the last gift his father left him, as Dan remains calm and activates his skill, Lion's Breath. With a flash of light, Dan activates the skill Violet Bloodstream, his blood-covered hand firmly gripping a glowing dark dagger. Standing on the blood-red deck, Dan raises his dagger and points it directly at the looming enemy above. Clutching his weapon with absolute focus, Dan confidently declares that he is aiming for a home run. The atmosphere grows intensely quiet as their eyes lock, both ready to make their final decisive moves. With immense speed, Dan lunges forward to attack as a giant demonic hand reaches out to crush him. Dan swiftly slices through the enemy's severed red claws as they fall to the floorboards during his rapid charge. Dan executes a high-speed spin, cutting through the air with his dagger despite his severe injuries. Sparks fly violently as Dan's glowing dagger clashes directly against the massive dark sword of his opponent. Dan slides gracefully across the wooden deck, quickly repositioning himself to maintain his offensive stance. The masked monster watches closely, internally noting with a thoughtful hum that Dan's movements have significantly improved. As their weapons collide in a flurry of sparks, the enemy is astonished by the boy's incredible reflex speed and terrifying talent. The monster deflects another blow, mockingly pointing out that despite his talent, Dan's overall combat technique is still lacking. Looming over the battlefield with a menacing aura, the enemy boasts that Dan's efforts are completely futile in the face of the Great Viet. Dan unleashes a swift strike that catches the monster off guard, causing its dark red eyes to widen in sudden surprise. Suddenly, menacing dark shadow claws erupt from the ground, firmly wrapping around Dan's arm and catching him completely off guard. The masked monster sneers triumphantly, declaring that he is invincible because he possesses unmatched speed, power, and the force of Viot's greatsword. Instead of showing fear, a confident and knowing grin spreads across Dan's bloodstained face. With a powerful leap, Dan dives down from above and crashes his weapon violently against the enemy. The monster is utterly startled as its eyes widen in disbelief and cold sweat begins to drip down its mask. A smug and confident smile spreads across Dan's face as the monster desperately questions how this is possible. Back in the media broadcast, a camera flashes as the presenter explains that Gideon possesses only 2 primary skills. The presenter continues, noting that since Gideon only awakened a year ago, he is still considered fairly inexperienced in combat. He addresses the crowded room of reporters, highlighting that despite his inexperience, Gideon managed to surpass the country's top hunters and reach the 5th rank in just a few months. The presenter attributes Beden's rapid rise to his unparalleled stamina, innate combat abilities, and his powerful buff skill, Frenzy, which maximizes all his strengths. The presenter proudly declares Gideon to be the undisputed ace of Orchestra's Team 1, while in the present, Dan lands a clean, devastating blow on the monster. Gritting its teeth as their blades grind together, the monster furiously demands to know how Dan dares to stand against it. Suddenly, a soft white object flies through the air and splats right on top of the monster's head, completely catching it off guard. A system notification blares as Dan attempts to activate his blood submission skill, but the monster's high stats allow it to resist the debuff. A dramatic sound echoes as they look up to find Gru, wearing her adorable pink teddy bear suit, standing bravely on the upper deck of the ship. The monster scoffs in amusement, mockingly asking if a simple snowball was really their grand plan to defeat him. Dismissing Gru's efforts, the enemy remarks that giving such power to a tiny brat is like casting pearls before swine, while Gru searches frantically through her bag. Raising his massive sword high, the monster declares that their final resort will amount to nothing and proclaims that Viat's desire belongs to him alone. With a small grunt of effort, Gru strains as she prepares to throw something from her bag. Gru yells out and throws a massive flurry of cute white clay duckifiers directly at the startled monster. Multiple duckifiers splat and thwack against the monster's face and body, triggering a series of system screens showing that he is resisting the debuffs. Staring in disbelief as the alerts pile up, the monster desperately whispers that this cannot be happening. The monster is horrified to see the sheer volume of projectiles, while Gru cheers happily in her pink teddy suit. With relentless determination, Gru continues to throw a massive storm of duckifiers down at the enemy below. Duckifiers continuously pelt the monster with loud splats and thwacks, while system messages rapidly blink with warnings of resisting the debuff. Smiling brightly, Gru proudly explains her strategy, declaring that if the success rate is low, she will simply throw a whole bunch until one finally works. Covered in sticky white splats from the duckifiers, the monster groans in frustration as yet another warning screen flashes. Sweating profusely, the monster realizes it can't afford to keep letting these hit him and desperately decides he must escape the area immediately. Before the monster can retreat, Dan suddenly appears right in front of him, asking with a sharp grin where he thinks he's going. From her high vantage point, Gru drops yet another duckifier, watching it fall toward the battlefield below. The solitary duckifier swooshes through the air, heading straight down to deliver the final decisive impact. A system warning panel blares, announcing the activation of Gideon's blood submission skill, catching the masked enemy completely off guard as a resonant chime rings out. A sudden wave of dark, menacing energy erupts, forcing the hooded opponent to turn back in sheer astonishment. Sweating and visibly faltering, the masked enemy begins to tremble, desperately whispering for his master. The system announces that the enemy's power will be seized by the Lord while ignoring his defenses, prompting him to scream in absolute agony as a giant red demonic hand looms over him. Groaning in pain, the masked monster desperately covers his face as his disguise melts away to reveal his pale, raw skin, pleading frantically for no one to look at him. Searing with rage and shame, the unmasked enemy screams for Gideon not to look at him, while Gideon stands covered in blood, gripping his dark dagger with cold resolve. With incredible speed, Gideon leaps forward and slices through the air, sending the enemy's giant blade flying before executing a devastating forward thrust. Coughing up blood as the dagger pierces his chest, the monster gasps in utter disbelief while Gideon coldly asks if he still looks like the weak little kid from his past. Before the monster can finish declaring that he won't be defeated by a mere mortal, a massive fiery explosion consumes him on the ship's deck. System notifications appear to confirm the defeat of Viat's last heir and the inheritance of Viat's 12 sword techniques as Gideon turns to walk away. The dark, ominous energy surrounding Gideon's dagger slowly dissolves and fades away. Clutching his head as dizziness washes over him, Gideon winces and mutters that the battle was far too exhausting. A system screen alerts Gideon that Viat's desire has been destroyed and removed from his inventory, just as he safely lands back on the wooden deck. Gideon looks down to find Gru peacefully sleeping in her red bear suit, realizing she must have completely drained her mana from throwing so many items. Gently kneeling on the floorboards, Gideon tenderly scoops the slumbering girl up into his arms. Holding Gru tightly against his blood-stained chest, Gideon resolutely tells himself that he has to get her back home safely. Gideon's vision begins to blur and fade as extreme dizziness and fatigue rapidly take over. Forcing a weak, sweaty smile, Gideon chuckles to himself as he realizes he is in serious trouble of losing consciousness. Unable to hold on any longer, Gideon collapses heavily onto the deck with a thud, keeping Gru cushioned safely in his arms as Joram finally arrives. Joram stands over Gideon with a deep sigh as the system begins assessing their individual contributions to the raid. As Gideon and Gru sleep soundly, the finer contribution ranks are announced, placing Gideon in 3rd place and Gru's unfinished Bear MK1 persona in 1000th place. On the HunterNet forums, a fan jubilantly posts a laughing meme celebrating Gideon's incredible rise to the 3rd spot on the leaderboards. Later on, Gideon is forced to kneel with his arms raised in punishment, while a tearful Gru kneels beside him in a cute strawberry apron, whimpering her apologies. Standing before them with crossed arms, Joram casts a stern, intimidating glance down at the two of them. With a dark, terrifying aura swirling around him, Joram glares coldly, leaving Chibi Gru sniffling and trembling in absolute terror. Joram casually delivers the harsh news that Gideon is being assigned to public relations duty, causing Gideon to jump in absolute horror and shock. Gideon gulps, his face turning blue with dread as he realizes the PR team has been waiting to work him to the absolute bone. Tearfully, Gideon tries to plead his case, but Joram cuts him off with a chilling look, asking if he has a problem with the decision. Striking a sparkling flowery pose with his hands on his cheeks, Gideon shamelessly tries to look adorable as he begs Joram to be gentler on him. Gru's jaw drops in shock as she watches Gideon shamelessly shimmer and pose, innocently thinking that Dan must truly be having a hard time. Unmoved by the pathetic display, Joram scoffs with a smug grin, telling Gideon to keep groveling if he wants him to reconsider. Throwing his fists in the air, Gideon dramatically screams that he would rather get beaten up than join the PR team, while Gru turns around to watch. Squeezing her eyes shut, Gru tries to copy Gideon by shouting that she would also rather be beaten up, but Gideon quickly slaps a hand over her mouth to stop her. Looming over Gideon with a dark shadow, Joram sternly warns him to watch his language in front of the child, prompting a sweating Gideon to meekly apologize. Joram then turns his gaze to Gru and coldly sentences her to a 1-week TV ban, leaving her completely shocked. Gru shakes her head in frantic despair, crying and wailing at the devastating punishment. Coughing politely into his hand, Joram turns away to hide his soft side, firmly declaring that no means no. As Joram continues talking, Gideon begins to wobble unsteadily on his knees, his strength entirely depleted. With a heavy thud, Gideon collapses face first onto the carpet, completely knocking out from exhaustion as Gru looks on in surprise. Gasps of shock escape Gru as she frantically assumes Gideon fainted because he was so terrified of going to the TR team. Crouching down to check on Gideon, Joram gently corrects Gru's pronunciation before explaining that Gideon simply passed out from fatigue and potion addiction. Soon after, an ambulance arrives with sirens blaring, and the paramedics carefully wheel Gideon away on a stretcher. Holding Gru on his lap as they watch the scene, Joram listens as she cheerfully remarks that Dan gets to ride in the wee-woo car. Joram looks down at the innocent young girl with a silent, somber expression. Standing by the window, Joram speaks privately on his phone, noting that they do not usually disclose confidential personal information to the public. In his thoughts, a flashback of a young Gru playing with toys appears, as Joram remembers that her adoption had been annulled once before. The flashback reveals a wealthy couple with obscured faces holding a smiling baby Gru whom they kept for only 3 months before changing their minds. On the other end of the line, an orphanage official sighs over the phone, explaining that adoptive parents often think children are flawed once they learn their background. Listening intently with a serious expression, Joram replies that children are never to blame for such actions, before asking for more details about what happened. The official recalls that when Gru's adoptive mother first took her from the orphanage, Gru followed her around like a sweet little duckling, making everyone believe she had found a wonderful family. A system screen narrates a somber truth, explaining that baby Gru was returned to the orphanage only 3 months after her adoption. In a flashback, the orphanage director sadly points out that letting Gru go is heartbreaking, while her adoptive father hesitatingly begins to ask if they would keep her. The adoptive mother rubs her pregnant belly and nervously explains that since they are expecting a child of their own, they worry Gru won't adjust well, expressing their hope that she finds a family who can offer her more love. The orphanage official falls into a heavy, sorrowful silence, unable to hide his deep disappointment. Clutching his phone tightly, Joram bites his lip in anger, realizing this painful past must be why Gru was so terrified of being sent away. Over Over the phone, the official apologizes for his bluntness but begs Jorim to be patient and wait until Gru is fully reassured and ready to accept them as family. The official explains that Gru is an incredibly bright, sweet, and adorable awakened child who simply needs time, prompting Jorim to softly promise that he understands. Looking at his reflection in the glass with quiet resolve, Jorim reassures the orphanage director that he has nothing to worry about and will do his absolute best to care for Gru. Back in the hospital room, Jorim gazes down with gentle affection at the sweet little girl sitting on his lap. With a warm, comforting touch, Jorim gently pats Gru's head, showing her the quiet affection she has always yearned for. Gru beams with pure joy, blushing and smiling brightly as she melts under Jorim's loving head pat. Suddenly, the sliding door opens as Jorim carries Gru in her cute strawberry dress, while she cheerfully calls out to Dan to let him know they have arrived. Sitting up in his hospital bed with a tablet in front of him, Gideon is happily surprised to see them, asking what brings them by. Jorim bluntly replies that he came to make sure Gideon wouldn't stir up any more trouble, prompting Gideon to burst out laughing and declare that he lacks the energy for that. Reaching out to lift Gru into his arms, Gideon playfully asks if she missed him, to which she adorably replies that she missed him just a little bit. Gideon dramatically gasps and pretends to cry at her teasing answer, tickling her sides and making her giggle uncontrollably. Peering curiously at the tablet screen, Gru points and mutters in surprise that the online class instructor is wearing the exact same uniform as Dan. Jorim explains to Gru that Gideon attends the prestigious Justitia International School, an institution specifically for talented students gifted with mana. Gideon asks if anyone else has visited, and when told that Jorim and Gru are the first, he happily notes that Nyan and Team 1 promised to drop by after work. Gru curiously asks if Gideon is using the tablet to stream his classes, and Gideon sighs, explaining that he'd have to repeat the grade if he misses any more school. Sneaking up behind Gru with a mischievous grin, Gideon prepares to pull a hilarious stunt while she looks on in confusion. Gideon shamelessly squishes and rubs Gru's chubby cheeks in front of his camera, using her to show off a series of heart gestures and adorable poses to his online class. On the virtual screen, Gideon's classmates erupt in a chaotic clamor, squealing and gushing over how unbelievably cute and adorable Gru is. Blushing brightly, Gideon laughs as his classmates assume she is his little sister, while Chibi Gru covers her blushing face in sheer embarrassment. Looking entirely defeated, the teacher tries to restore order to the noisy virtual classroom, begging the excited students to quiet down so they can proceed with the lesson. Feeling that they have overstayed their welcome, Jorim firmly grabs Gru, telling Gideon that they will see him later and warning him not to slack off on his studies. Frantic, Gideon waves his hand and desperately calls out for Jorim to wait. Leaning over his tablet, Gideon hastily tells his teacher that he needs to step out for a moment on guild business, quickly adding that the cute girl isn't his sister, but rather Jorim's daughter. The virtual classroom completely freezes in utter shock, with the teacher and students screaming in disbelief upon hearing that the famous guildmaster Own has a daughter. Hearing the word daughter echo in her ears, Gru clutches Jorim's shoulder tightly, a warm wave of happiness washing over her little heart. Looking up with wide, hesitant eyes, Gru softly worries if being called his daughter might make the guildmaster feel uncomfortable. Sensing her hesitation, Jorim turns his head slightly and gently asks her what's on her mind. Feeling completely safe and cherished, Gru lets out a tiny sigh of relief and snuggles her face warmly against Jorim's shoulder. Before they can exit, Gideon grabs Jorim's coat sleeve, sheepishly admitting that he has a big favor to ask. Sticking out his tongue and flashing a cute, shameless grin, Gideon asks if he can have Viat's sword since he accidentally destroyed Viat's desire. Jorim lets out a heavy, exasperated sigh but agrees, noting that the weapon is currently being held by the Bureau. Shocked and confused, Gideon points to himself and asks why the Bureau would keep it, pointing out that Orchestra was the one that successfully took down Malikian. Jorim pats Gideon on the head and sternly warns him to watch his mouth, reminding him that Gru's involvement in the Malikian incident is highly classified. Shifting his tone, Jorim asks Gideon if he noticed anything suspicious about Malikian during the battle, but Gideon simply scoffs that the guy was born looking shady. Jorim reveals a dark rumor suggesting there is a traitor inside the Bureau who purposefully unleashed Malikian into the dungeon, questioning if it's even possible to smuggle an S-rank monster. Wearing a grave expression, Jorim quietly remarks that there is indeed one place where such a terrifying feat would be feasible. Suddenly, a sharp sound draws their attention, causing Jorim, Gru, and Gideon to turn toward the doorway in surprise. Looking over her shoulder, Gru blinks in curiosity, wondering who could possibly be visiting them now. The sliding door opens to reveal a handsome blonde man with glasses and a friendly smile, politely asking if he can have a moment of Gideon's time. Recognizing the visitor instantly, Gru beams with excitement and happily squeals out his name. Bowing politely, Jin Si-won smiles warmly and greets Gru as his little princess, delighted to meet her once again. Highly protective of Gru, Gideon swiftly steps in front of her with a fierce glare, demandingly asking the stranger how on earth he knows her. Sweating profusely under Gideon's incredibly cold, intimidating glare, Jin Si-won nervously explains that they met briefly at the Korea Awaken Center. Quickly trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, the man hands over his business card, introducing himself as Jin Si-won, the manager of the Bureau's special research team. Gideon stares at the card in absolute shock, his jaw dropping as he realizes this friendly visitor is the legendary Jin Si-won. Jin Si-won scratches his head with a friendly, sheepish chuckle, admitting that what Gideon said is indeed true. Joram, holding Gru protectively, looks down at Jin Si-won with a serious expression and asks what brings him there. Jin Si-won explains that he is looking into Malikian and asks if Gideon would be willing to answer a few questions, while Gideon holds up the business card in confusion. Jin Si-won asks Gideon with a serious look if he is familiar with Gnosis. Gideon falls into a silent, solemn pause while Joram glances sideways with a slight twitch of his brow, and Gru tilts her head, repeating the unfamiliar word Gnosis in confusion. Jin Si-won repeats his question, looking intensely focused and serious. Gideon scoffs slightly, pointing out that every hunter is obviously familiar with Gnosis. Jin Si-won lets out a friendly laugh, agreeing with Gideon's point as he reaches for something. Suddenly, Jin Si-won accidentally drops his phone from his hand with an embarrassed gasp. Joram swiftly catches the falling phone mid-air, while a flustered Jin Si-won quickly thanks him for the save. Watching this clumsy display, Gideon stares at him with an awkward sweat drop, highly skeptical that this klutzy man is indeed the legendary Jin Si-won. A flashback-style narration panel reveals Jin Si-won's mysterious past, explaining how he entered the Hunter rankings in second place immediately after defecting to Korea, sparking rumors about his background as a former National Intelligence Agency member. Narration boxes explain that ranking points, which determine a hunter's spot in the rankings, are earned by taking down monsters in a dungeon. A cute illustration of Chibi Gru shows that although hunters gain negligible points by using skills, most people choose to raid dungeons instead to climb the ranks. The scene dramatically shifts as Gideon narrows his eyes, thinking of a dark, forbidden truth unknown to the general public. A terrifying silhouette reveals the darkest secret of the hunter world, killing another hunter. A chilling red panel explains that by murdering a fellow hunter, one can steal and absorb all of their hard-earned ranking points. After the Great Upheaval, Korea grew into a global powerhouse, making competition among its top-tier rankers incredibly fierce. Returning to the present, Jin Si-won smiles warmly and offers some candy to baby Gru, while Gideon silently wonders how a refugee from a collapsing nation could have reached the second rank in Korea so quickly without using illicit methods. Gideon ponders with a serious look, noting that although Jin Si-won's rank has since dropped due to inactivity, he remains a highly suspicious figure. Jin Si-won turns to Gideon and asks if he noticed anything suspicious that could explain the recent incident with Malikian. Gideon scratches his head in confusion, honestly admitting that he doesn't even know what he was supposed to be looking for. Jin Si-won then asks if Gideon saw anyone else inside the dungeon, prompting Joram to cut in sharply and call his name. Holding Gru, Joram questions why Jin Si-won is repeatedly asking Gideon the same questions when the boy has already told the Bureau everything and is supposed to be resting in the hospital. Joram looks down coldly, asserting his authority by reminding Jin Si-won that Gideon is a minor and that he is Gideon's legal guardian. Nervous and sweating under Joram's sharp glare, Jin Si-won quickly apologizes, explaining he was only following orders and didn't mean to make him uncomfortable. Joram glares at him with a deeply skeptical and cold expression, while Gru looks on curiously. Drooping his shoulders, Jin Si-won bows politely and submissively apologizes to the intimidating guildmaster. Looking incredibly cute and curious, Gru asks Mr. Jin what Gnosis is and if it's a bad guy. Jin Si-won hesitates, raising a hand to his chin as he carefully ponders how to explain a dark truth to an innocent child. A dramatic flashback takes us back to a burning, ruined city, where a beautiful woman with a sinister smile gives Xenia a chilling choice to protect the city, even if it means having to kill her. Standing before the roaring flames of the destroyed city, the woman tauntingly commands Xenia to raise his weapon as his gloved hand trembles while clutching a pistol. Sweat pours down Jin Si-won's face as he trembles in the memory of that fateful day under the crimson, apocalyptic sky. The beautiful blonde woman smiles with chilling amusement, observing his hesitation with a quiet hum. High above the burning city, the woman warns him that he will carry the heavy burden of his choice forever as massive explosions tear the buildings apart. In the aftermath of the destruction, a young, injured boy trapped beneath the rubble wheezes and desperately cries out for help as Jin Si-won watches from behind. Tears streaming down his dirt-covered face, the trembling child reaches out a bloody hand, pleadingly calling him Mister. Suddenly, the child's hand loses its strength and drops limply to the ground, completely still. The sinister blonde woman whispers into Jin Si-won's ear from behind, chillingly reminding him that their nightmare is far from over. The memory fades with a deafening rumble as continuous explosions consume the entire city in a sea of fire. Snapping back to reality, Jin Si-won lets out a sharp gasp, his eyes wide with lingering shock and sweat dripping down his face as the child's voice echoes in his mind. Still in Joram's arms, a curious Gru tilts her head, wondering why Jin Sinwin is acting so strange. Quickly putting on a friendly smile, Jin Si-won crouches down to Gru's eye level and warns her that Gnosis is indeed a very bad guy she must stay away from. Gru beams with pure joy, smiling brightly as she cheerfully promises to be careful. Jin Si-won raises his hand and warmly smiles as he remembers how sweet it felt to pat Gru's head, wanting to do it again. Instantly, Gideon and Joram direct an incredibly cold, murderous glare at Jin Si-won, causing the terrified manager to gasp in shock. His hand dropping limply in defeat, Jin Si-won instantly retreats with slumped shoulders under their terrifying gazes. Shifting the conversation, Joram mentions that he heard Jin Si-won is from Kairos, the tragic nation destroyed when Gnosis triggered a massive dungeon break. With a calm, polite smile, Jin Si-won readily confirms that the tragedy is indeed the reason why he defected to Korea. Joram decides to bring the meeting to a close, telling Jin Si-won to send any remaining questions to their headquarters so Gideon can finally get some much-needed rest. Bowing politely, Jin Si-won asks Gideon to call him if he thinks of anything, while Gideon gives a hesitant nod and replies with a quiet, "Sure." Turning toward the doorway, Jin Si-won bids a warm farewell to Guildmaster On Jorim, politely saying it was nice to see him. A sudden system alert rings out, shocking Jin Si-won with a chilling notification that On Jorim is currently wondering how to kill him, while the ruler of the frozen land laughs in delight at his flustered state. As On Jorim directs a murderous glare at him while holding a giggling Gru, Jin Si-won's sweat drops and internally panics, realizing he accidentally read Jorim's thoughts and wondering if the guildmaster knows about his mind-reading skill. Jin Si-won's internal monologue notes that while hunters are typically highly protective of their private skills, he was forced to be somewhat transparent about his abilities when he first defected to Korea. Jin Si-won lets out an awkward chuckle, realizing that information about his unique status and skills could have easily reached the ears of an influential figure like On Jorim. Stepping out of the room, Jin Si-won says goodbye as he ponders how interesting it was that the system displayed two entirely distinct messages about Joram's thoughts. Waving his hand, Jin Si-won bids farewell to baby Gru, who cheerfully squeals "bye-bye" and waves back, completely unaware of Jorim's extremely cold and terrifying glare behind her. As Jin Si-won slides the door shut, another system notification pops up, stating that Hungru is sad to see him go and that the Lord's fragment is looking upon him with curiosity. Standing in the quiet hospital corridor, Jin Si-won stares in shock at another alert revealing that Gru's information is hidden by a veil, leaving him deeply confused about what this Lord's fragment and veil could possibly mean. A massive, crimson-eyed white snake named Barrett silently slithers into existence, wrapping itself around Jin Si-won's shoulders as he walks down the hallway with a serious expression. Barrett lets out a soft hiss as the status window for his SSS rank skill, Barrett's Whisper, appears, explaining that it allows Jin Si-won to forcibly open a target's status window and view their thoughts and emotions through indirect messages. Remembering the day he first crossed paths with Gru, Jin Si-won recalls the massive, sudden mana shutdown at the Korea Awaken Center, wondering if On Jorim deliberately blacked out the entire building's mana to hide Gru's true rank. Over a glowing blue illustration of Joram holding the cute young girl, Jin Si-won begins to question his own assumptions, wondering if his theory about the mana shutdown was actually incorrect. Sweating slightly with Barrett coiled around his neck, Jin Si-won admits that having a powerhouse like On Jorim as an enemy is a terrifying prospect, dryly noting that the guildmaster clearly does not like him. Walking down the hallway, Jin Si-won desperately tries to guess what Gru's true power level could be for Joram to go to such extreme lengths, wondering if her rank might actually be a B. An illustration of a sparkly baby Gru explains the strict rules of the hunter world. Children who awaken at an exceptionally young age are given much lower assessments, meaning most cannot achieve a rating higher than D rank. Jin Si-won's expression grows grave as he ponders the mysterious Lord's fragment inside Gru, realizing that if this unidentifiable power leaks to the public, she will be flooded with dangerous, unwanted attention. Raising his hand as Barrett begins to fade back into thin air, Jin Si-won firmly resolves that he cannot allow such a cruel fate to befall such a small, lovely child. Clenching his fist tightly in the empty hallway, Jin Si-won prays with all his heart that baby Gru will never cross paths with the terrifying organization known as Gnosis. A chilling vision reveals a sinister woman with a scalpel and a syringe looming over an innocent baby Gru holding her teddy bear, driven by her twisted obsession with experimenting on gifted children. Outside the school gates, two mothers carrying their children gossip and whisper to one another in hushed tones as they look toward the entrance. A little girl with a massive red bow in her hair walks toward the colorful entrance of Saebom Kindergarten, where the teachers stand ready to welcome the students. Clad in a stylish long coat, the handsome On Joram walks grandly alongside a beautifully dressed baby Gru, who carries a tiny white purse as they make their entrance. Gru looks around awkwardly as the surrounding mothers start to murmur and whisper in shock, recognizing the legendary guildmaster On Joram and wondering why on earth he is visiting a kindergarten. Feeling the heavy gazes of everyone around them, Joram walks with a stiff, rigid posture, while Gru looks up with wide, sweat-dropping eyes. Standing heroically with her blanket draped over her shoulders like a cape, a determined baby Gru raises her hand and loudly declares that she wants to be a hunter instead of going to kindergarten. Sitting on the sofa, a stressed and exhausted On Joram accidentally drops his towering pile of paperwork, scattering sheets across his lap as he listens to her declaration. Lifting Gru gently into his arms, Joram asks her where this sudden outburst is coming from, wondering if she simply doesn't want to go to school anymore despite previously loving it. Clinging to her teddy bear, Gru sadly looks down and whimpers that she actually likes kindergarten, but the other kids at school apparently hate her. Joram's eyes widen with a drop of cold sweat, realizing that the situation is far more serious and concerning than he initially thought. Drooping her shoulders, Gru complains that the other kids never let her play the princess when they play pretend, prompting Joram to ask if they make her play the maid instead. Gru's big red eyes well up with massive sparkling tears as she clutches her blanket, looking incredibly sad and adorable. Joram suddenly bites his lip and turns his head away, desperately trying to hold in a laugh at her cute predicament. Clearing his throat, Joram gently pats Gru's back and suggests that she simply tell the other kids that she wants to be the princess. Wearing a hilarious, deadpan serious expression, Gru bluntly informs him that that is simply not how the game is played, forcing a sweat-dropping Joram to quickly apologize. Scowling with protective anger, Joram listens as Gru tearfully explains that a girl named Harry broke her toy, and he points out how mean that was, asking if she reported it to the teacher. Gru recalls the incident where the kindergarten teacher held Harry and urged them to hug and apologize, but Gru sadly admits that even though Harry said sorry, she still feels incredibly hurt inside. Holding Gru up, Joram gently suggests that she simply play with other classmates, but Gru softly replies that she really wants to be friends with Harry specifically. Fidgeting and twiddling her fingers, Gru explains that Harry looks like a real princess, wears beautiful dresses, is loved by everyone, and gets picked up by her dad every single day. Looking completely bewildered, Joram's protective inner monologue insists that no child could possibly be prettier than Gru, and that Harry should be the one begging for her friendship, though he simply points out aloud that Gru has plenty of dresses at home too. Gru pouts and insists that she doesn't want her current outfits, demanding pretty ones instead, over a montage of her looking adorable in various fashionable winter clothes. Joram's sweat drops, finding this parenting dilemma incredibly difficult, while Gru stares up at him with a silent, expectant gaze. Peeking over Joram's shoulder, Gru feels relieved to have vented her feelings, but silently worries that the guildmaster might start to view her as a nuisance. Gru's inner monologue notes that Joram has been working all night with piles of paperwork and coffee, worrying that if he doesn't get some rest, he will run out of mana. With a cute, chubby huff, Gru crosses her arms and lets out a grumpy humph as Joram holds her up in the air. Hopping down from the couch, Gru tells Joram that she is okay now and simply wants to go to sleep. Joram watches from the sofa as the little girl wrapped in her blanket slowly toddles away toward her room. Staring blankly at the empty room, a tired Joram lets out a quiet sigh as he thoughtfully ponders everything Gru just shared with him. Rubbing her sleepy eye and yawning, baby Gru wanders back out of her room to remind him that it is time for them to brush their teeth. Wandering down the hallway, baby Gru looks into a room and calls out, "Guildmaster?" as her little feet tap against the floor. Peeking inside, she is surprised to see the bed completely empty, realizing that the guildmaster is already gone. Gru scurries quickly through the house, searching with concern as she notes that he isn't in the living room either. Sweating in sheer panic, a comical, ghost-like Gru wonders if he left because she bothered him so much the night before. Tears welling in her eyes, baby Gru begins to cry out, "Wah," in distress at the thought of being a nuisance. Meanwhile, in his study, a completely exhausted Anjoram is fast asleep at his desk, having collapsed right over his work with paperwork scattered all over the floor. Finding him there, Gru lets out a relieved sigh, realizing that the guildmaster simply fell asleep while working through the night. As she walks closer to his desk, her little bare feet rustle against the papers scattered across the floor, catching her attention. Bending down, Gru picks up one of the sheets and wonders what it could be. The printed sheets are parenting guides titled Parenting a Kindergartner, Your One-Step Guide to Being a Smart Parent, with advice on how to respond if kids get bullied in kindergarten. Gru looks at the papers in soft realization, deeply touched as she realizes the guildmaster must have been up all night researching how to help her. Suddenly, the sleeping Joram stirs slightly, rustling against his arms. Gru jolts in surprise, worried she woke him up, as Joram opens his eyes and asks, "Gru, you're up already?" Walking over, Gru gently pats his back and sweet-talks, "Rockabye, Gidwid Master," trying to encourage him to sleep more. Joram lets out a soft chuckle and smiles warmly, telling her that it is too late because he is already wide awake. Lifting Gru gently into his arms, Joram smiles and tells her to wash up because he is going to personally take her to kindergarten today. Gru's eyes sparkle with wide-eyed wonder as she asks, "What? Really?" in disbelief. Under a bright, clear blue sky, the colorful building of Sebom Kindergarten stands welcomingly, decorated with a giant giraffe mural. Walking down the path hand in hand, Anjoram looks incredibly dashing in his long coat next to a beautifully styled baby Gru, wearing a lovely floral dress put together by Nyan. Bowing politely, one of the kindergarten teachers greets them with a startled, "Good morning." With a dazzling, sparkling smile, Jodarim introduces himself, politely saying, "I apologize for the late introduction. I'm Gru's father, On Jodarim." The teachers are completely blinded by his incredible shining good looks, screaming "Gru's father" internally as they shield their eyes in comedic distress. Crouching down to Gru's level, Joram gently promises to pick her up when school is over, prompting Gru to ask about his work. Looking down at her with a soft expression, Joram firmly replies, "This is more important." Touched by his dedication, baby Gru nods her head with a cute, determined expression. Leaning close, Joram whispers gently into her ear, telling her that in his eyes, she is the prettiest princess of all. He continues whispering with a supportive smile, telling her that if she is ever upset, she is allowed to get mad and even fight back a little. Gru twiddles her fingers and mutters, but I shouldn't cause any trouble," still feeling hesitant about causing problems. Gently patting her blonde hair, Joram reassures her that it is completely fine and to do whatever she wants, promising that he will always be right there to take care of her. Gru's face lights up with a radiant, joyous smile, completely reassured by his loving words. Giggling happily, Gru holds onto his hand as he gently squeezes her head in a fond, playful gesture. Throwing her arms around his neck, baby Gru wraps the handsome guildmaster in a warm, loving embrace. With a bright, adorable smile, Gru cheerily declares, "I love you, Guidmaster." Joram smiles softly and closes his eyes, holding the precious little girl tightly against his chest in a warm squeeze. Meanwhile, at the grand building of the Orchestra Guild's headquarters, a nervous employee named Park Gu-sung from the management team stammers out a greeting. Standing behind the podium, the sweating presenter stutters and stammers, "And I'll be giving today's presentation." The presenter nervously explains the dungeon byproducts they acquired, while his colleagues look on with anxious, wide-eyed glances. Sitting at the head of the conference table, Guildmaster On Joram restlessly taps his fingers while looking at a paper and checking his watch. A dark, intense scowl settles over Joram's face, creating a tense and heavy atmosphere in the meeting room. Sensing the terrifying, gloomy aura radiating from him, the other employees gulp in fear and think that Mr. Own must be in a terrible mood today, wondering what could have happened. Glancing at his watch, Joram's inner thoughts reveal his anxiety, wondering why Gru hasn't called him yet since she should be home by now. He recalls Gru waving goodbye and cheerfully insisting that her nanny can take her home so he can focus on his work, though Joram now regrets not picking her up regardless. Sighing deeply as he taps his fingers on the table, Joram silently worries if she was bullied again or if she was promoted from being the play stable keeper in their kindergarten games. Back in reality, the presenter trembles in fear under Jorum's chilling gaze, stammering about preparations for the next quarter while internally crying that Mr. Own is absolutely terrifying. Abruptly standing up, Joram checks his phone and coldly commands, "Let's take 5, leaving the startled employee sweating in confusion. Looking down at his phone with a deadpan expression, Joram dryly tells them that someone needs to say "goo goo gaga" for Mr. Park, or else they will be up all night cradling him to sleep. A hilarious imaginary panel depicts the tough guild members joyfully dancing with flowers and singing "goo goo gaga" with bright, sparkling smiles. Back in the silent, stunned meeting room, a heavy silence falls as the employees sweat drop in utter confusion, whispering, "Sir?" and "goo goo gaga" in disbelief. On the screen of her brand new phone, a beaming baby Gru smiles radiantly as she chats with Joram, thrilled with her new device. Lying comfortably on the carpeted floor next to her purse, Gru happily explains to Joram that she was playing with Harry at the playground, prompting him to ask if they finally made up. With a joyous squeal, baby Gru warmly hugs her friend Harry, explaining to the guildmaster that Harry apologized and they are officially friends again. Listening to her over his phone, Own Jorum lets out a relieved sigh, smiling warmly as he says how good it is to hear that. On the other end of the line, baby Gru excitedly rummages through her small purse to show him a special drawing she made of him at kindergarten. With an enthusiastic "ta-da!" she displays her masterpiece, a very simple, comical stick figure drawing of Joram crawling on all fours, surrounded by red hearts. Staring blankly at the drawing on his phone screen, a sweat-dropping Joram is left in utter shock, hilariously wondering why he doesn't even look human and why he is depicted on all fours. Completely oblivious to his bewilderment, Gru holds the paper up proudly, her heart beating with pure excitement as she asks what he thinks of it. Joram clears his throat and politely describes it as highly creative and avant-garde, instructing her to leave it in his study, which she happily agrees to do. Joram chuckles softly to himself, realizing he finally understands why a fellow guild member, Mr. Yoon, always looked so incredibly happy whenever he showed off pictures of his children. Listening fondly as baby Gru continuously babbles and giggles, Joram realizes he wants to hear every single detail about her day. Leaning against the wall, Joram listens as Gru explains that they had show and tell about their weekend, admitting she felt a bit jealous when her friends said they went to an amusement park. Surprised, Joram asks if she has never been to one. Raising her phone close, Gru shakes her head and asks him if he has ever been to an amusement park, wanting to know if it is super fun. Joram holds his hand to his chin, recalling his own experience and dryly replying that it wasn't fun at all, describing it as loud, messy, childish, and way too crowded. Gru tilts her head in mild confusion, holding her phone as Joram suddenly asks her, "Should we go?" With a gentle, warm smile, Joram suggests that they go to an amusement park together, leaving Gru wide-eyed and stunned with surprise. Under a bright, clear sky, they arrive at the Grand Amusement Park. Wearing a lovely pink dress, yellow coat, and cute hair clips, baby Gru stands in absolute awe, while Joram stands behind her looking casual in a black cap and jacket. Looking around, Gru is amazed to see Fairy Mechanosaur Land, decorated with a giant castle and Ferris wheel in the background, where children are happily playing with a friendly dinosaur mascot. Gru dashes off with absolute joy as upbeat music plays over the speakers, welcoming everyone to the cheerful dinosaur-themed island. Watching her run ahead with a giant smile, Joram chuckles softly and admits to himself that the park isn't as bad as he remembered. Walking behind the toddling little girl, Joram's inner thoughts reveal that he had to put on multiple layers of sensory block patches to handle the noise, but seeing how happy she is makes it entirely worth it. Suddenly, a pink mascot dinosaur wearing a princess dress and a tiara appears with a flourish, prompting a delighted Gru to point out Princess Huntersaur, while Joram sweat drops at the bizarre combination. Gru's eyes sparkle with excitement as she turns back, eagerly begging the guildmaster to take a picture of her with the princess dinosaur. Whipping out his phone, Joram captures several adorable photos of a beaming baby Gru posing with the mascot, waving joyfully and riding a white horse on the carousel. Holding her tightly in his arms, Joram stands among the cheering crowd as they watch a grand parade featuring beautiful flower fairies and marching dinosaur mascots. Sensing she might be hungry, Joram asks Gru if she would like some dinosaur popcorn, but she cutely shakes her head and replies that she is already completely full. Checking the park map, Joram asks her where she would like to go next. Floating in a bubbly, happy mood, Gru looks up and tells him there is a specific place she really wants to visit, prompting him to ask where. Gru reaches out her tiny hand and points directly to the section of the map labeled Maze Castle. Looking highly determined, baby Gru mentions that she read about this specific place in a parenting blog post. The blog post shows a beautiful view of the theme park, recommending a special treasure hunt activity near the toy exhibition area. It notes that while parents take a relaxing break, the kids can have fun searching for toys showcased by the park CEO. Gru's adorable inner monologue reveals her true motivation. She wants to enter the maze so the guildmaster can finally get a chance to sit down and rest. Looking at the entrance of the maze castle, she determinedly declares to herself that she must take good care of her beloved guildmaster. At the entrance, an energetic female employee dressed in a cowboy outfit stands greeting visitors and calling out for children to line up for the treasure hunt. Walking up to the line hand in hand with Joram, Gru listens as the staff member explains that finding 5 stamps yields a special treasure, and that there are also hidden objects to find. Joram stands completely speechless with a sweating, deadpan expression, silently judging the fact that the employees are required to speak like dinosaurs. Looking at the other children in line, baby Gru gulps nervously, realizing she has a lot of competitors for the treasure. Pumping herself up, Gru confidently reminds herself that she is an S-ranker and has prepared the perfect item to succeed today. As they reach the front of the line, the cowboy-hatted employee bends down to greet them, politely asking Gru how old she is. The employee explains that they are only letting in children who are 5 years and older, sending a shock of sheer panic straight through Gru. Gru begins to tremble and shake in absolute despair, realizing she still has to sleep at least 1,000 more nights before her 5th birthday. Dejected, a comical little Gru droops in disappointment, thinking that she has never experienced such a letdown in her entire 4 years of life, while Joram watches her with a sweating expression. Stepping in to save the day, Joram smoothly lies that she is indeed 5 years old, but is simply a bit small for her age, prompting the employee to happily understand. The employee beams and warmly gestures for Gru to get in line, welcoming her to the game. Feeling relieved, Gru whips around with wide eyes to thank him, but Joram quickly nudges her forward, telling her to hurry up and go inside. With a joyous okay, baby Gru happily trots into the queue, waving back at him with a giant grin. The employee then turns to Joram and politely points him toward the designated waiting area for parents. Shifting his gaze, Joram notices 2 professional guards standing nearby, wondering why on earth they would have security guards who are awakened stationed at a children's game. Shrugging his shoulders, Joram decides to let it go, figuring it doesn't really matter either way. Watching Gru happily hum as she waits in line, Joram reassures himself that she will easily call him on her phone if anything goes wrong. Inside the maze castle, the cowboy staff member stands before the gathered children, announcing that they will have exactly 15 minutes to search for the hidden treasure. Holding up a green and white capsule with a flourish, she explains that the capsules will either contain a toy or a dud, urging the kids to search thoroughly to find them all. Gru cheerfully raises her hand and yells, "Yes, ma'am," as the treasure hunt begins. The children chatter excitedly as they enter the room, wondering where they should search first and deciding to head for the maze ball pit. Gru smirks confidently to herself, thinking that the other kids don't stand a single chance against her. She eagerly rummages inside her pink backpack, searching for the special secret item she prepared for today. With a triumphant ta-da, Gru proudly reveals her secret weapon, a detective's magnifying glass complete with a comically attached mustache. Gru giggles cutely to herself, feeling absolutely delighted and fully prepared for her investigation. With a swift motion, she raises her detective glass to her face, determined to scan the area for any hidden clues. Looking through the magnifying glass, Gru gasps in surprise as she spots a bright, glittering golden light shining on a wall. She approaches the brick wall and pats it in confusion, wondering why a solid wall is glinting so brightly. Suddenly, a brick clicks open with a loud clack to reveal a secret compartment holding a treasure capsule. Gru happily declares that she is the absolute best, but just as she reaches out, another kid's hand suddenly snatches the capsule first. A freckled boy wearing a backwards cap smugly snickers, holding the prize capsule right out of her reach. Gru angrily protests that she found the capsule first, but the boy dismisses her complaints by pointing out that he was the one who actually grabbed it. Gru jumps up and down trying to get it back, demanding that he return her find, while the taller boy taunts her and asks what she is going to do about it. Sticking his tongue out, the boy childishly mocks her, calling her a chickpea before running off. As the boy zooms away to show the staff his find, Gru is left standing completely frozen in utter disbelief. Gru shakes and trembles with intense irritation, deeply offended that she was just insulted and called a chickpea. Brushing herself off, she huffs in determination, resolving that she can easily find another treasure on her own. Reaching back into her bag, Gru decides to pull out another special item she didn't want to resort to using. With a loud clatter, she pulls out a bright pink toy wagon loaded with a golden spade and other useful gears. Gru rattles her toy wagon forward with a look of pure determination, completely ignoring the other kids' snicker cackling behind her back. The freckled boy smugly glances back at her, thinking that she can follow him all she wants, but he is going to show her who's boss. Peering through her magnifying glass once again, Gru is thrilled to spot a bright, glittering light shining near a restroom doorway. The boys watch her walk away, scoffing that she is only going into the girls' bathroom, while Gru mentally sticks her tongue out at them. Slipping inside the quiet restroom, Gru looks around and notes that it seems completely empty. She cautiously peeks around a restroom stall partition to investigate the mysterious golden glow. Looking through her glass, Gru is baffled to see the toilet tank shimmering and sparkling, wondering why on earth anyone would hide a treasure there. Realizing she has to reach inside, she decides to slide off her smartwatch to keep it dry. Looking down at her wrist, she gasps in pure horror to find that her watch is already completely gone. In a panic, Gru frantically spins around her toy wagon, wondering where on earth she could have lost it. Suddenly, she hears heavy footsteps as the pink princess dinosaur mascot approaches and walks past the restroom doorway. Gru gasps and immediately covers her mouth to avoid making any sound. As the mascot stands near the stalls, a soft clunking noise is heard as a small leg and a pink sock retracts inside one of the cubicles. Suddenly, a young boy wearing a black cap grabs Gru and pulls her inside the stall to hide. The boy holds a finger to his lips, silently urging her to remain absolutely quiet. Looking closely at his face, Gru feels a sparkly sense of familiarity, wondering where she has met him before. Standing outside the stall, the mascot worker slips off her dinosaur head, revealing a scarred face as she speaks into her phone about finding no trace of an old lady. The woman paces around the restroom, confidently telling her caller that the bathroom is completely empty, entirely unaware of the two kids hiding in the stall. Gru's eyes widen in absolute shock as she overhears the woman promising to steal a USB drive containing President Nam's will. This shocking revelation triggers Gru's memory of a park announcement warning visitors to mind their belongings and beware of pickpockets. She suddenly realizes that the princess dinosaur must have slyly slipped the smartwatch off her wrist while they were posing for pictures earlier. The scarred woman receives another update on her phone, noting that someone has just arrived, and quickly walks out of the restroom. Once the heavy footsteps fade away, both kids let out a massive sigh of relief. As the boy prepares to step out, Gru quickly reaches out and grabs his sleeve to stop him. Trembling with worry, Gru warns him not to go out right away, fearing that the suspicious woman might still be waiting outside. The boy reluctantly sits back down on the floor of the stall, admitting that she has a point. When Gru asks what is going on, the boy explains that the dinosaur mascot is actually a pickpocket, and that he followed her here after catching her stealing his necklace. Gru asks if he told any grown-ups or his parents, but the boy sadly replies that nobody cares about him anyway, so there's no point. He turns away bitterly, explaining that they only dumped him at the amusement park because he is a burden, meaning his dad and that woman would never listen to him. Gru is left completely puzzled by his words, wondering to herself who on earth that woman refers to. Determined to take matters into his own hands, Wooju clenches his fist and declares that he will find the stolen necklace himself. Looking at him with wide, curious eyes, Gru asks if the necklace was expensive, to which Wooju softly replies that it wasn't really about the price. Wooju dejectedly hugs his knees and looks down, explaining with a sad voice that the necklace was a precious gift from his mother. Sitting on the closed toilet lid, Gru lets out a heavy groan, wishing she could call her beloved guildmaster for help, but realizing she stopped carrying her phone ever since she got her smartwatch. Suddenly, a bright idea strikes Gru as she gasps in realization, thinking that if the pickpocket is still nearby, she can easily retrieve her smartwatch from the stolen stash. Eagerly hopping down from the toilet, Gru puffs out her chest and confidently tells the handsome boy not to cry because she is going to help him. Wooju's face flushes a bright pink and he clenches his fists in adorable embarrassment at Gru's sudden declaration. Gru beams back at him, her eyes sparkling and twinkling with pure, cute confidence. Looking at her curiously, Wooju asks if she also happens to work in the industry. Completely baffled, Gru tilts her head with a confused expression, completely mishearing the word and wondering what kind of tree he is talking about. Annoyed by her cluelessness, Wooju points at himself and asks if she is dumb, explaining that industry means she is in the same line of work as him. Gru gasps in astonishment, suddenly realizing that Wooju must be a fellow hunter, which perfectly explains the strong flow of mana she had sensed from him. Looking surprised, Wooju asks Gru if she really doesn't know who he is. Fidgeting and sweating nervously, Gru stammeringly explains that she only recently started working, prompting Wooju to sigh and say that makes sense. Gru pouts with her cheeks puffed out, deeply offended and wondering to herself if she really looks like a complete beginner. Glancing back with a determined look, she reassures herself that it doesn't matter, resolving to show him exactly what an S-ranker is capable of. With a satisfying pop, Gru reveals a unique mechanical tool in her palm that features a small toy claw with propeller blades on top. Wooju looks startled and asks what on earth she is holding, to which Gru proudly answers that it is her special flower claw. Crossing his arms with a heavy sigh, Wooju scoffs at her, complaining about kids these days and doubting that a silly toy like that can do anything useful. In response, Gru simply lets out a highly mischievous and confident grin. Standing tall on top of the toilet lid, Gru proudly tosses her flower claw into the air, telling Wooju to sit back and watch. Wooju looks up in absolute shock and surprise, shouting in amazement as the little toy propeller actually begins to spin and fly. Gru stands with her arms wide open, proudly showing off her flying device while a bewildered Wooju watches it hover near the restroom ceiling. Suddenly, a hand reaches over the stall partition and violently grabs the flying toy as the scarred pickpocket woman creepy smiles down at them and asks if they are playing hide-and-seek. Terrified by the sudden intrusion, both children shake with fear and scream in unison, tightly clinging to one another in absolute panic. As the woman climbs over the partition with an eerie grin, telling them to come closer because she doesn't bite, Gru instantly recognizes her voice as the exact same one as Princess Huntersaur. Desperately trying to find a way to defend themselves, Gru frantically rummages through her backpack in search of anything she can use. With a powerful swing, Gru flings a small yellow object straight out of her bag at the approaching woman, yelling for her to take whatever it is. The object hits the scarred woman smack in the middle of her face with a comical splat, leaving her completely dazed and confused. The object, a D-ranked toy chiclet, lets out a horrifying loud laugh that instantly throws the woman into a dizzy and woozy state of total panic for 10 seconds. Screaming in distress, the panicked woman falls headfirst into the toilet bowl with a loud crash, allowing Wooju to grab Gru's hand and urge her to escape immediately. After running away, the two children hide behind a large stone pillar, cautiously peeking out to make sure they aren't being followed. Looking around the vast, empty castle hallway, Wooju quietly asks if the scary woman is gone, and Gru confirms that she doesn't see her anywhere. Still worried, Gru turns to Wooju and suggests that they should find a grown-up and tell them everything that happened. Adjusting his cap, Wooju bitterly asks who they could possibly tell, pointing out that without any evidence, grown-ups will always believe that bad woman over kids like them. Putting her hands on her hips, Gru huffs in disapproval and sternly reminds him that they shouldn't use bad words, making Wooju groan in frustration. Wooju passionately yells back that it's perfectly fine to say bad words to bad people, prompting a curious Gru to ask if that is really true. Wooju rubs the back of his neck and sheepishly explains that he actually learned that on a filming set, admitting that he rarely ever swears in real life. Twiddling her fingers nervously, Gru looks at him with worried eyes, still holding on to hope that maybe someone would believe them if they just tried to speak up. Wooju's expression hardens as he firmly replies that all grown-ups are exactly the same and cannot be trusted. Clenching his fist tightly, he bitterly explains that even if they did tell, the pickpocket woman would simply lie to his father and blame him for losing the necklace. Looking at his sad expression, Gru realizes how deeply upset Wooju will be if he doesn't get his mother's necklace back, and how sad her guildmaster would be if she lost her watch. Pumping up both of her fists with burning determination, Gru boldly declares that they absolutely must find their stolen belongings no matter what. Suddenly, a brilliant idea pops into Gru's mind, as a light bulb comically lights up above her head. Leaning in close, Gru softly whispers her secret plan directly into Wooju's ear. Wooju looks at her in utter disbelief, asking if she can really pull off something like that, which makes Gru nod confidently and remind him that she is no liar. Wooju crosses his arms and falls silent, carefully weighing the options and thinking over her wild proposal. Letting out a resigned sigh, Wooju raises his hand to agree, admitting that they have no other choice and should go ahead with her plan. Holding hands tightly, the two kids set off, with Gru pointing ahead and explaining that they are supposed to meet the lady over there. But before they can take another step, heavy footsteps block their path as a familiar, annoying voice calls out to Gru, calling her a chickpea. A smug, freckled boy wearing a red sweatshirt and a backward cap snickers alongside his friend, mocking Wooju and Gru by asking what took them so long and if they even managed to find anything. Pointing directly at the obnoxious kids, Wooju asks if they are the villains, causing a startled Gru to jump up in shock and ask how he could have possibly known. Wooju calmly explains that it is because they simply look like bad guys, instantly throwing the freckled boy into a fit of absolute rage as he screams in anger. Sweat dropping at the sudden outburst, Gru realizes that Wooju must be the type of kid who judges others entirely by their appearance. Unable to control his temper, the freckled boy swings a wild punch at Wooju, screaming in fury. Reacting quickly, Wooju grabs Gru's wrist and tells her that they need to leave immediately. Wooju dashes away, pulling a startled Gru along with him, while the angry boy throws a massive tantrum in the background. Spotting the tour guide in the distance, Wooju points ahead and calls out that they have finally found her. Suddenly, the scarred woman confronts the tour guide, catching her completely off guard. Plastering on a bright smile, the guide waves and calls out to the children, telling them it's time to gather around and line up. Both kids hesitate and falter as Gru wonders why their guide is standing with the dangerous pickpocket, while Wooju notes with worry that this wasn't part of their plan. Turning around, Gru spots an elderly lady with a cane walking away and wonders if she should try asking her for help instead. The guide steps forward and sweetly asks Gru who the little boy holding her hand is. The guide maintains her friendly smile, entirely unaware that the scarred pickpocket is standing directly behind her. The scarred woman smirks creepily at the children, sending a shiver of terror down Gru's spine. Trembling with fear, Gru grabs Wooju's shirt and whispers that they need to escape immediately, but Wooju suddenly reaches for his cap with a determined look. Taking off his cap, Wooju smiles brilliantly with a sparkling aura, loudly declaring that he has found an incredible treasure in the restroom. The tour guide looks at him with a startled and confused expression, asking what he means. Recognizing him instantly, another boy points in shock and shouts Wooju's name. A loud clamor erupts in the hallway as people begin whispering and wondering if he is really the famous child actor from the popular TV show. Wooju turns around and flashes a picture-perfect professional smile. Giggling cutely, Wooju easily charms the crowd, leaving a completely baffled Gru standing behind him in absolute disbelief. Gru is left utterly stunned, her mind spinning as she realizes that Wooju is actually a famous child actor and not a fellow hunter. Meanwhile, in a quiet, sunlit lounge, a couple stands near a large window chatting. A handsome young man wearing a black cap taps away on a smartphone. A notification pops up on his screen from a parenting forum, informing him that the username Onjorum is already taken. The man looks completely baffled, wondering why on earth someone would be using his name on a parenting forum. Behind him, a girl cheerfully winks and poses, prompting him to groan and think that it would feel wrong to use a woman's name anyway. Suddenly, his phone begins to buzz with incoming messages, catching his attention. His eye twitches in irritation as he reads the screen, letting out a sharp, cold laugh. Scoffing with a dark smile, he mutters the word granddaughter under his breath. He quickly types out a reply, instructing the recipient to tell the president that he is blocking this phone number as well. With a firm press of his thumb, he blocks the contact, confirming the prompt on his screen. He leans back on the sofa with his arms crossed, closing his eyes to rest while another person sits quietly in the background. Suddenly, a strange, glowing pink energy wafts through the room's ceiling lights, causing him to flinch in response. The man touches his chin and falls into deep thought, carefully pondering the situation. Gru's bright and cheerful image pops into his mind as he notes that while the first presence was definitely hers, he wonders about the second one. Rubbing the back of his neck, he realizes he didn't sense any danger signals from her, but acknowledges that his senses are currently blocked by sensory patches. Suddenly, another man springs up from his seat in a panic, shouting into his phone about someone named Gyuhan not moving. The man in the cap looks over sharply, his curiosity piqued as he overhears mention of a blonde girl. Deciding to take action, he violently rips a sensory block patch off his ankle. Standing up with a serious and determined expression, he crumples the patch in his hand. Back at the amusement park, the boy points and yells Wooju's name again, while the surrounding crowd continues to buzz with excitement about the famous TV show. Wooju maintains his adorable smile and confidently confirms that he is indeed the actor they are talking about. A crowd of excited fans instantly swarms around Wooju, eagerly clamoring for his autograph. The tour guide is quickly overwhelmed by the bustling crowd and frantically tries to get everyone to line up in an orderly fashion. Watching from the side, Gru realizes that the pickpocket won't dare to make a move while they have the crowd's full attention and begins looking around for their stolen belongings. Gru visualizes her flying flower claw and wagon, reminding herself that they can easily lure the thief once they retrieve her devices and bring back the stolen goods hidden in the restroom. Bending down with an exhausted sigh, the guide gently grabs Wooju's arm and asks the crowd to quiet down, suggesting to Wooju that they head somewhere quieter to talk. Looking back at her with a sharp, piercing gaze, Wooju coldly demands to know exactly where she plans on taking him. Anywhere. You said you needed to tell me something, remember? The guide says, gripping the boy's arm tightly. Suddenly, Gru raises her finger and points into the distance, shouting for everyone to look. With an incredibly stiff and awkward expression, Gru points and yells that it is Wooju's treasure. Wooju is left completely sweat-dropped and dumbfounded by her terrible acting, realizing just how bad she is at pretending. Nearby, a small pink toy wagon loaded with a video game console, a toy helicopter, and some stolen watches rolls along the floor. Inside the clattering wagon, Wooju's mother's silver necklace and Gru's smartwatch can be seen mixed in with the other stolen items. Spotting her stolen goods, the scarred woman turns around with an angry look and points, shouting in outrage. Before she can react, the red-hooded boy and his friend quickly dash past her, cheering excitedly about the treasure they just found as she screams in protest. Losing her temper, the woman sprints after the boys, furiously warning the little brats not to dare lay a finger on her things. With a menacing look, the angry woman rushes forward and reaches out to grab the boy. As her hand reaches for the wagon, she gets closer and closer to snatching the kid's newly found treasure. Suddenly, a system notification pops up to announce the activation of the skill Red Light, Green Light, warning that any organism coming into contact without permission will be paralyzed for 30 minutes. Proudly huffing with her hands on her hips, Gru boasts that this is exactly how an S-rank hunter catches thieves, leaving Wooju completely amazed that her trick actually worked. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, Gru holds out her hand and tells Wooju that it's time for them to make their escape. But before they can leave, Wooju gasps in terror and warns Gru to watch out behind her, while she looks back in confusion. Suddenly, a large gloved hand belonging to a mysterious man in a brown jacket and black cap reaches out and grabs Gru. The surrounding crowd begins to whisper and murmur in confusion as the mysterious man stands amidst them. With a sharp glance, the handsome young man searches the hallway, looking around for any sign of the children. Searching the area, he realizes with growing concern that both Gru and the woman who acted as their tour guide are nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, a crowd of security staff and visitors gather around the paralyzed woman and child, muttering in confusion. Glancing at the toy wagon, the man freezes in shock as he recognizes Gru's watch sitting inside it. He immediately bends down and grabs the watch, prompting a startled security guard to tell him that he cannot just take that. Ignoring the warning, the man quickly reaches out and grabs the security guard's walkie-talkie. Lifting his cap, the man brings the walkie-talkie to his face, leaving the guard completely startled and confused. The man reveals his handsome face, his expression cold and serious as he prepares to speak into the radio. Speaking with absolute authority, he orders them to evacuate everyone in the exhibition center and limit access to the amusement park. He firmly declares that from now on, no one is allowed to leave the premises until they find the missing child. With his gold eye glowing with intense mana, he darkly warns that if they refuse to comply, "I will close it down by force," he threatens, causing the terrified security guard to gulp in fear. Dropping the walkie-talkie back into the guard's hand, he coldly instructs him to tell them that it is really him, leaving the guard stammering in disbelief. Just then, an elderly lady with a cane approaches them, her gentle steps echoing in the hallway. She looks at him with a warm, calm smile. Maintaining his serious expression, the man tells Miss Nam that he is sorry, but this is hardly the time to be exchanging pleasantries. Miss Nam smiles understandingly and agrees that they should save their greetings for later since she understands the urgency of the situation. Shortly after, a loud announcement broadcasts over the speakers, informing the visitors that the premises will be temporarily locked down due to a risk assessment issue. Outside, the man leaps through the air and drops onto the roof of one of the Ferris wheel cabins with a loud thud. The crowd below looks up in shock, wondering if there is actually a person on the roof and if he is a hunter. Looking out, he notes that while they evacuated the maze castle, he still cannot sense Gru anywhere within the exhibition center. Looking down at the sprawling maze castle, he anxiously wonders where Gru could possibly be. Deep within the dark, locked castle restroom, Gru and Wooju tremble with fear as they huddle close together. Shivering and crying in her bear hoodie, a terrified Gru calls out for her guildmaster. Outside, the man deduces that the culprit must have used a teleportation skill, and based on the amount of mana left behind, they are still hiding somewhere in the amusement park. Closing his eyes, he prepares to focus his senses to search for her. A massive wave of sensory mana throbs and sweeps across the entire amusement park, while the oblivious crowd continues to chat and enjoy their day. He overhears a chaotic mix of voices throughout the park, including people complaining about closed restrooms and the thieves whispering in a panic that their plan has gone south because of the girl. Due to the intense strain of overusing his sensory abilities, a trickle of blood begins to leak from his ears as he finally hears Gru's faint voice calling out for her guildmaster. Opening his eyes with blood dripping down his face, a look of pure determination washes over him as he mutters, "Found you." Back inside the restroom, the accomplice sighs in frustration and wonders who on earth that kid is for them to lock down the entire park, asking if they can just teleport out. The man grunts that they don't have enough mana to teleport that far and points out that they still haven't retrieved the USB containing President Nam's will. Hidden inside one of the restroom stalls, Gru and Wooju cling to each other, trembling in absolute terror as they listen to their captors. Overhearing the sinister plan, Gru and Wooju tremble in sheer terror as a voice coldly declares they must be killed, leaving them shocked and horrified. Desperate for a way out, Wooju anxiously asks Gru if she has any magic items like the one she used earlier to stop the thieves. Tearful and distressed, Gru explains that she lost her backpack when they were grabbed, leaving Wooju completely shocked and dismayed. A peek into Gru's inventory reveals only a pink tricycle and a stitched-up pink teddy bear remaining in her possession. Wooju desperately insists there must be something she can do, but Gru can only slump forward in defeat, whimpering that she can't think of anything. Suddenly, a violent bang rattles the restroom stall as one of their captors aggressively shouts for them to shut the hell up, making Gru cover her ears in fright. Hugging each other tightly, the two children shiver and tremble with tears in their eyes, absolutely terrified of the danger they're in. Gru sniffles as she wonders why she felt fine fighting a terrifying S-rank monster, yet feels so much more frightened of humans who are far weaker. She ponders if her fear stems from what Malikian mentioned, remembering a dark, ominous figure asking why their lord manifested in such a form. Realizing that Wooju is just an ordinary civilian who must be even more terrified than she is, Gru resolves to pull herself together and protect him. With a sudden burst of courage, Gru grabs Wooju's hands and reassures him that everything is going to be okay, calling him handsome and catching him completely off guard. She proudly whispers that she is incredibly good at running away, noting that she always managed to stay under the radar back at the orphanage as well. Leaning close, Gru smiles warmly and urges Wooju to trust her, promising that she will get both of them out safely. Feeling comforted by her reassuring words, Wooju nods softly, placing his trust in his brave new friend. Suddenly, Gru's eyes widen and she flinches as she senses an overwhelming, imposing presence nearby. An incredibly powerful wave of mana slithers through the room, making it feel like the planet itself is shifting, right before the kidnappers outside are suddenly knocked unconscious with a series of sharp blows. With a slow, ominous creak, the restroom door opens to reveal a tall, shadowed man standing before the shivering children. Looking up, Gru's eyes well up with tears of relief as she recognizes the person standing before her. She cries out for her guildmaster, who stands at the doorway panting heavily, blood dripping from his ear from the strain of overusing his senses to locate her. Letting out a tired sigh, the guildmaster feels a wave of profound relief wash over him as Gru eagerly toddles over to him. Nursing his throbbing head, he quietly mutters to himself that he doesn't think his body could handle overusing his senses like that a second time. Gathering the little girl into a warm embrace, he gently instructs Gru to never leave his side again. Feeling safe at last, Gru happily nuzzles against her beloved guildmaster's shoulder as a warm, peaceful atmosphere fills the room. The scene transitions to the outside of the amusement park, basking under a beautiful clear blue sky as the tense crisis finally comes to an end. Nearby, two park employees eagerly whisper and tap on their phones, exchanging excited glances about a piece of news. It turns out a message is spreading online that the famous child actor Seo Wooju is currently sitting on a bench right beside them. The text continues to praise the children, highlighting how adorable the little girl sitting in the middle is. Sitting on the bench, Gru reaches out and tightly grips the guildmaster's arm, looking up at him with immense affection. Surrounded by sparkling flowers, Gru giggles happily, feeling completely safe and secure by her guardian's side. As Gru continues to grin and giggle, Wooju quietly sits beside her, staring at her cute behavior with a curious expression. Wooju asks Gru if Mr. Own is her guardian, and she cheerfully explains that he adopted her from the orphanage. While Wooju huffs that his own guardian will show up sooner or later, a woman in high heels suddenly bursts into the room, shouting his name in a panic. The angry woman furiously yells at Wooju about the trouble he caused and how she will face his father, but Wooju stubbornly folds his arms, replying that it wasn't his fault. Ignoring her scolding, Wooju holds out his hand and coldly demands that she just hand over his phone. Turning away from his guardian, Wooju hands his phone to a surprised Gru and asks her to save her phone number in it. Gru gently grabs the phone, happy to exchange contact information with her new friend. Blushing slightly, Wooju acts tsundere and crosses his arms, telling Gru not to get the wrong idea because it's not like he likes her or anything. Gru beams with a bright smile, praising Wooju for being as nice as he is handsome, while the guildmaster watches the interaction with a bewildered expression. Wooju blushes furiously, clutching his phone and muttering about her handsome nonsense again. Wooju turns around to leave with his guardian, bringing their brief encounter to a close. Looking back with a shy glance, Wooju bids Gru goodbye and calls her a cutie, leaving a sweet impression. While Gru waves goodbye with a cheerful smile, the guildmaster is completely taken aback and sweat drops in disbelief at the word cutie. Sweat dropping, the guildmaster wonders how kids operate these days, baffled by how quickly they started exchanging affectionate nicknames after just meeting a few hours ago. He acknowledges that Wooju is indeed a handsome boy, but notes that his guardian didn't seem very friendly at all. Shuddering with chills, the guildmaster imagines a nightmare scenario of Wooju's mother-in-law yelling at a crying Gru, while Gru innocently wonders if he just needs to use the restroom. Suddenly, an elegant elder lady, escorted by several tall bodyguards in suits, arrives, greeting Jorim with a warm smile. Jorim quickly covers his face in surprise, while Gru looks on with wide, curious eyes. The lady stands gracefully, her gentle smile radiating warmth as she looks down at the children. Gru instantly recognizes her and points out that she's the kind grandmother they met earlier, while Jorim continues to sweat nervously. Smiling warmly at the little girl, the elegant lady introduces herself as Namji-wan and kindly welcomes Gru. Gru looks incredibly shocked with sparkling round red eyes as a caption announces that she is the Queen of Fairy Mechanicsor. Gru politely bows to the visitors and adorable whispers, "Hawello." Miss Nam smiles warmly at Gru, saying she heard she caught the pickpockets and thanking her for being such a huge help. Gru immediately points to Jorim, insisting that the guildmaster is the one who saved her and Wooju. Jorim pouts with a slightly annoyed expression as Miss Nam points out that he literally threatened his way through with brute force, meaning Gru is the only one who actually helped. Laughing cheerfully, Miss Nam reveals that the culprits who stole Jorim's watch were actually targeting her. She explains that they deliberately spread rumors about her carrying a USB key containing her will in order to catch the thieves red-handed. Deciding to move past the complicated talk, Miss Nam asks her bodyguard to present a wrapped gift box, wanting to give Gru something as a token of her gratitude. Leaning in close, Miss Nam whispers to Gru to open the gift when she's home alone, conspiratorially adding that Jorim might get jealous, so it must remain a secret between the two of them. Heeding the secret, Gru nods happily with a bright smile, thanking her politely. Turning around to face Jorim, Ms. Nam suggests that it's finally time for the two of them to have a proper chat. She gently pinches Gru's cheek, noting that she had heard about the adoption but didn't realize the child would be so bright and sweet, calling Jorim a lucky man. Looking completely indifferent, Jorim quietly remarks that he guess he always has been. Miss Nam giggles behind her hand, commenting on how brazen he is, while Gru watches them with a slightly puzzled expression. Gazing down at Jorim, Miss Nam mentions that his father is doing well and has been dying to see his new granddaughter after hearing about the adoption. Jorim nods politely and replies that while he loathes hearing about him, he thanks her for her good intentions nonetheless. Laughing, Miss Nam calls him a little rascal and notes he's as boorish as always. Sighing deeply, Miss Nam recalls how Jorim once told her that a face like hers would likely turn out to be a total jerk, concluding that he was right because one doesn't need to be nice when they are this good-looking. Miss Nam rubs her forehead, letting out an exhausted sigh as she reflects on the family's past. A narrator box notes that President On did his absolute best to look after Jorim. The scene flashes back to a young Jorim holding his father's hand as the text explains that his wife died in an accident shortly after giving birth, and President On wanted to ensure people wouldn't point fingers at Jorim for growing up without a mother. Miss Nam advises Jorim that whether he likes it or not, family members are the only people who will stay by his side until the end, wishing that he wouldn't burn his bridges. Glancing down at Gru, Jorim listens in silence as she reminds him that he has far more responsibilities to shoulder now. Jorim turns to look at Miss Nam, who gazes back at him with a gentle and understanding expression. Wrapping his arm around Gru to lift her up, Jorim states that he appreciates the gesture, but they should leave now because Gru must be tired. Jorim holds Gru securely in his arms, his handsome face looking serious and contemplative as the little girl stares up at him. Ms. Nam teases him to not be so cold, reminding him that he used to call her by her first name back when he was in grade school. She gently boops Gru's nose, making the little girl giggle happily. Bowing politely from Jorim's arms, Gru cheerfully promises that she will be sure to help her again next time, leaving Miss Nam completely charmed by her adorableness. Gru happily squeezes Jorim's neck and beams with a wide grin as he carries her. Jorim walks away with a firm step, carrying the smiling child while Miss Nam watches them go. Letting out a gentle sigh, Miss Nam reflects that Jorim was always the most cold and indifferent member of the own family, but notes that his affection for his adopted daughter seems to have softened him. Carrying Gru through the bright, sunny amusement park, Jorim walks in quiet reflection as the little girl holds her gift box tightly. Gru stares intently at Jorim's face, studying his expression with wide, curious eyes. Jorim looks ahead thoughtfully, his profile showcasing his handsome yet serious features. Gru wonders to herself what kind of person Jorim's father must be, realizing she had never thought about him having a family because he never talks about them. She whimsically imagines Jorim's father as an older version of him, complete with a drawn-on mustache, wondering if the two look alike. Clasping her hands together, Gru ponders dreamily as strawberries float around her. Squeezing her gift box tightly, a wave of gentle jealousy washes over Gru as she thinks about what it must feel like to have a real family. Walking out of the amusement park gates with Jorim, Gru wonders if she will ever be able to find her own biological parents. Glancing back at the castle entrance, Gru optimistically thinks that if she can make enough money, her mom and dad might change their minds and live with her. She groans as she pictures a cartoon of a giant wolf holding a sign of her on top of a luxury mansion. She determines that she will make just enough money to buy a nice house for the three of them to live in. She visualizes a whimsical, small cottage with 3 cute sheep jumping on the roof, contrasted against the massive luxury estate. Clenching her fist, Gru recalls seeing someone on Onion Market claiming they could find anyone, resolving to start searching for her parents once she saves up enough money. Back in her room, a happy Gru hums and sings while lining up several empty, bear-shaped plastic bottles on the carpet. She carefully drops a sweet ingredient into one of the bear bottles. With a determined smile, Gru activates her D-rank skill Experienced Mold and Shape as a bright pink light envelops the room. The empty bear bottles instantly glow and fill to the brim with a shimmering, sweet orange liquid. Gru proudly crosses her arms, boastfully thinking that the old Gru who took forever making these individually is long forgotten. Wearing a mischievous grin, Gru turns her attention to her next creation. Holding up a completed bottle of B-rank strawberry-flavored syrup, Gru proudly displays her magical syrup that recovers injuries and stamina. Gru giggles happily, imagining a shower of money as she holds up her newly crafted magical syrup bottle. Gru decides to sell the C-rank batches of her awesome strawberry-flavored syrup on the hunter market to make some pocket money. Gru holds up a bottle of golden syrup, tilting her head in confusion as she wonders why this batch is called awesome instead of just strawberry-flavored. Gru beams brightly, deciding not to worry about the name difference and confidently assuring herself that everything will turn out just fine. On HunterNet, users are gossiping about Nag Guildmaster Gu Shinhu frantically searching for the anonymous seller Fake Saw and throwing tantrums in the offices. Other users reply that major guilds are desperately trying to track down Fake Saw, while lower-ranked hunters plead to leave the seller anonymous so the life-saving syrup isn't monopolized. Suddenly, Gru's adorable rabbit-patterned phone starts vibrating loudly on the table. With a curious expression, Gru picks up her vibrating phone to see what messages she has received. Gru squeals in delight upon seeing a notification that over 10 million won, roughly $8,000, from her syrup sales has been successfully deposited into her account. Gru twirls and spins around her room in sheer joy, celebrating her massive earnings with a huge grin. Gru giggles with satisfaction, realizing she can earn her own pocket money and feeling grateful that the guildmaster set up a mobile account for her, even though it's registered under an alias. Clenching her tiny fist with determination, Gru hypes herself up, declaring that it is finally time for her to level up her skills. Gru raises her arm in a victorious pose, full of energy and ready to embark on her next crafting task. Wearing a cute chef's bandana and a blue cartoon apron, Gru assumes a highly focused and serious posture. Gru looks at the golden, duck-shaped pliers on her table, dramatic music seemingly playing in the background as she announces that the fateful day has arrived. Gru recalls her past failure to extract star candy from normal items, but notes she recently discovered she can succeed by using her special Duckifier tool. Gru proudly holds up 2 massive clamp tools, theorizing that extracting another core from the dungeon core-infused Duckifier will allow her to duplicate the tool. Gru admits she previously failed because her skill level was too low, but confidently declares that today will be a completely different story. She enthusiastically plans to use her accumulated affection points to finally upgrade her crafting skills. With a swift motion, Gru taps the glowing level up button on her holographic system interface. Eager to see the results, Gru cheers herself on, shouting for the upgrade process to begin. Gru reaches out toward the Duckifier tool on the table, officially activating her F-rank skill, Pluck Away. A vibrant, glittering blue light envelops the duckifier tool as the extraction skill begins its work. Gru triumphantly holds up a smooth brown egg, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the successful extraction. Gru suddenly tilts her head in utter confusion, her sparkling expression turning into a blank, puzzled look. Lying on the carpet, Gru gently nudges and pokes the strange egg, wondering why she didn't get star candy as she expected. Gru puffs out her cheeks in a cute pout, disappointed that her system won't display any information about the egg and wondering if it's just a defective item. Undeterred, Gru gulps down a bottle of stamina-restoring syrup to replenish her mana, determined to keep trying until she finally succeeds. Suddenly, Gru panics and flails her arms in shock as she realizes her skill has been exhausted or something went wrong. Gru sighs in disappointment, looking at the solitary egg on the floor and realizing that it is the only item she can extract from the tool. Gru remembers her kindergarten teacher explaining how cute baby chicks hatch from eggs and grow strong when kept warm and loved by their mothers. Gru blows warm, gentle breaths onto her tiny hands, preparing to warm up the mysterious egg. She carefully cradles the egg in both hands, determined to give it all the warmth she can muster. Gru snuggles the egg close to her face, rubbing her cheek against it with a blissful, sweet smile. Although she cannot read any of the item details and has no idea what creature will hatch from it, she is eager to find out. Gru dreamily imagines herself as a fluffy little sheep, hopping happily alongside a chirping baby chick. Gru giggles to herself, finding the idea of hatching a cute little pet incredibly delightful. Gru suddenly remembers the special present that Ms. Nam gave her, eagerly reaching over to unwrap it. Gru lifts the lid of the box, her eyes wide and sparkling with curiosity as she wonders what secret gift is inside. Inside, a stunning, translucent purple and blue crystal glows brightly on a soft pink cushion, accompanied by an elegant sealed envelope. Gru opens the letter, in which Miss Nam kindly explains that the precious gemstone is a highly valuable item that will fetch an incredible price at the upcoming auction. The note from Granny Namji-won suggests that Gru check out the auction house and ask Jorim to tag along, leaving the little girl tilting her head in wonder at the word auction. Gru recalls receiving a text message notification a while back requesting her to register an item for the very same auction. Gru's eyes gleam with playful greed as she eagerly wonders exactly how much money the precious gemstone will sell for. Gru lets out a mischievous laugh, imagining herself draped in luxury, sitting atop a mountain of gold coins while drinking grape juice like royalty. Gru's heart warms as she realizes her savings will be more than enough to find her biological parents and buy a cozy home for them to live together. Filled with hope and excitement, Gru holds her fists close to her chest, her heart beating rapidly with anticipation. Gru snickers happily as she taps on her phone, ready to look up more details or message Jorim. Feeling incredibly cheerful, Gru trots merrily down the spacious hallway of the mansion, humming a sweet tune. Gru stops in her tracks as she spots Jorim sitting on the living room sofa, completely engrossed in his phone. Jorim sits comfortably on the living room sofa, completely engrossed in his tablet. Gru peeks over the back of the sofa, casting a curious glance at Jorim. Gru clasps her hands together and wonders to herself if she should ask Jorim to tag along with her to the auction. Clambering onto the sofa, Gru wriggles and crawls closer to Jorim, wondering how she should bring up the secret gift from Miss Nam. Sensing her presence, Jorim reaches down and gently lifts the surprised little girl up. With a soft smile, Jorim holds Gru securely in his lap as she stares up at him with wide, adorable eyes. Jorim teases her with a smirk, saying that someone might mistake her plump cheeks for rice cakes and bite them. Jorim playfully squishes Gru's soft cheeks with his gloved hand, making her let out a muffled groan. Gru pouts and warns him that it will hurt if he bites her, curiously asking if anyone has ever bitten him. Gru vigorously shakes her head back and forth as Jorim playfully suggests that she won't know if it hurts until she tries. Jorim opens his mouth wide as if to pretend bite her, leaving a shocked Gru gasping in surprise. Gru ducks down onto the cushions, hilariously screaming about unfair labor practices and tyranny, while a sweating Jorim wonders where she learned such words. Gru lies face down on the sofa with a cute pout, while Jorim stares down at her in amusing silence. As Jorim leans back, Gru squiggles and wriggles beneath him, letting out a panicked squeak. Suddenly, Gru springs upright screaming for her baby, causing a startled Jorim to shout in surprise. Gru cradles her egg close to her chest with teary eyes, sniffing softly. Gru whimpers that her heart is beating rapidly, while a sweating, flustered Jorim sighs in relief, remarking that she was the one who nearly gave him a heart attack. Jorim gently taps the egg with his finger, curiously asking if she took it from the refrigerator. Gru proudly declares in her thoughts that the mysterious egg is her very own baby. Gru giggles happily, snuggling her cheek against the smooth egg with a blissful smile. Joram groans in silent conflict, wondering if he should explain that babies don't come from eggs, but recalling advice from a parenting forum not to limit a child's imagination. Joram stares intently at the egg, lifting his gloved hand to inspect it. Joram reaches his hand down to touch the egg Gru is cradling. The moment Joram's fingers make contact with the egg, a powerful, icy blue energy suddenly crackles and surges through his hand. With a sharp jolt, Joram instantly pulls his hand back in shock, while Gru looks on in confusion. Staring at his hand, Joram is deeply unsettled by the intense, freezing chill he just felt. Gru tilts her head innocently, holding her egg as she wonders why Joram reacted that way. A close-up shows Gru gently cradling the mysterious egg in both of her tiny hands. Joram stares at his gloved hand in absolute disbelief, wondering how he could feel pain through a glove specially crafted by the S-ranker Amakusa. Joram clenches his fist tightly, convinced that such a powerful reaction from a seemingly ordinary egg should be impossible. Joram turns back to Gru with a serious expression, deciding he needs to check the egg again. Suddenly, Gru's phone rings with a playful ringtone, and she happily slides it out, realizing she is getting a call. Gru clears her throat and answers the phone with a serious expression, prompting Joram to sweat drop as he wonders if she is trying to imitate his professional tone. On the other end of the line, a young boy looks startled to hear Gru's unusually formal greeting. The boy introduces himself as Wooju, asking if she didn't save his phone number. Gru casually explains that she did save it and even texted him back the day before, prompting Wooju to sigh in relief. Wooju asks if she has a busy schedule these days, but Gru tilts her head, struggling to understand the word. Misunderstanding him completely, Gru beams and boasts that she has 7 sketchbooks, leaving Joram sweating at the bizarre conversation. Wooju quickly clarifies that he meant her work schedule, not sketchbooks, asking if she has any upcoming jobs. Gru taps her chin thoughtfully, humming to herself as she considers his question. Gru's shoulders droop as she sadly admits that she doesn't have any work. Wooju enthusiastically invites her to his upcoming shoot, explaining that it is crucial to build connections and make herself known in the industry. Gru sits completely dazed as Wooju babbles on about his early struggles in the industry, leaving her utterly confused. Inside his van, the driver informs Wooju that they have arrived, and Wooju nods in acknowledgement. Wooju slides open the van door to exit, telling Gru he will text her the location details and reminding her not to be late. Gru tilts her head in confusion, wondering why they are meeting at a studio instead of a dungeon or a training ground. Joram silently stares at Gru as she sits on the couch, lost in deep thought about her phone call. Leaning in with his arms crossed, Joram asks if she was talking to the boy from the amusement park whom she called handsome, and Gru happily confirms it is Wooju. Chills run down Joram's spine as his distorted memory paints Wooju as a smooth-talking kid hitting on Gru, making him highly suspicious of the boy's intentions. Joram looks down at Gru with a serious, slightly jealous expression, asking her if she really likes that boy that much. Gru beams happily with a bright smile, boasting that Wooju is fun and a lot smarter than her friends from kindergarten. Joram mutters to himself that Wooju's mother seemed like she would make a horrible mother-in-law, leaving Gru tilting her head in confusion. Joram looks serious and deep in thought as he gently rests his gloved hand near his chin. Joram reaches down and gently taps the cushion next to Gru on the sofa. Joram withdraws his hand, realizing that he can still feel the phantom pain of the icy energy crackling through his glove. Sweating in disbelief, Joram realizes that the intense cold and pain he felt were definitely not his imagination. Joram recalls his past, remembering the terrifying master of Floor 99 and the heavy price he had to pay to seal away a powerful being he couldn't handle. Glove serves as a vital precaution to delay the moment his soul might be devoured if it loses its effectiveness. A flashback shows Joram being handed the special glove by someone with tattooed arms. Clenching his fist, Joram reflects on his past, realizing that he never truly had a say in his own destiny. A memory plays of 3 hunters standing before the massive, glowing, Gothic-style entrance of the tower. Covered in wounds and trembling, Joram recalls the painful process of sealing the powerful ruler of the frozen land inside his left hand. A grim memory shows a dark, blood-splattered room filled with the fallen bodies of defeated hunters. A close-up shows Joram's young, blood-stained face as he stares in shock at the devastation around him. In a panic, another wounded hunter yells that they must turn back immediately since they cannot conquer Floor 100 with just the 2 of them. Looking back with a somber expression, the companion calls out Joram's name. Smiling gently, the companion pats Joram's head, although his final words remain blacked out and obscured in Joram's memory. A close-up reveals Joram's eye gleaming with a deep purple light as he processes the painful memory. Joram drops to his knees in despair, remembering how he was left behind on floor 99 completely against his will. The companion walks away into a bright, blinding light, essentially passing all of the heavy burdens onto Joram. Back in the present, Joram holds his throbbing head in pain, desperately trying to remember what his companion said to him back then. Joram's eye suddenly widens in surprise as something interrupts his painful thoughts. Gru suddenly reaches out and tightly squeezes Joram's hand with both of her tiny hands. Grunting softly, Gru clings tightly to Joram's arm, snuggling her face against it. Joram looks down at her in surprise, asking the little girl what she is doing. Gru looks up at Joram with big, sparkling eyes and a blissful, affectionate smile. Joram lets out a soft sigh and smiles gently, telling Gru that he would be much better off if she stopped causing so much trouble. Joram asks if she is using her special skill, and Gru happily confirms that it is indeed her affection skill. Joram reaches out and gently cradles Gru's soft cheeks with his hands. Lifting the little girl up, Joram smiles warmly and asks her to give him all the affection she has after such a long, exhausting day. Gru peeks over Joram's shoulder as he asks if she wants a gentle head pat, to which she eagerly replies yes. Joram lies down comfortably on the sofa, cradling Gru close to his chest and gently patting her head as she rests peacefully. Joram looks down at Gru with a tender smile, finding it incredibly strange because he doesn't understand how she does it. Joram notes that his leaking mana stops and all of his fatigue completely melts away whenever Gru is by his side. A warm, genuine laugh escapes Joram's lips, filled with pure happiness and comfort. Surrounded by a warm, floral atmosphere, Joram and Gru sleep peacefully snuggled together on the living room sofa. 2 days later, a sleek silver car drives smoothly down a wide, sunny highway. Gru eagerly slurps her favorite grape juice from her cute, pink, bear-shaped water bottle. Gru lets out a refreshed sigh of satisfaction as Shin Nayeon happily drives the car. Nayeon turns to her with a bright, loving smile and asks if the juice tastes good, to which Gru happily chirps yes. Gru dreamily remembers Wooju's promise, while Nayeon warmly tells her she would do absolutely anything for her. Gru happily thanks Nayeon for coming along. A cute chibi diagram explains that Joram and Gidan couldn't make it today. Joram is annoyed because he has an interview, and Gidan is whimpering because of school. Gru giggles in pure delight, thinking about how wonderful Nayeon is and how wonderfully she takes care of her. A system notification pops up stating that Shin Nayeon cannot be registered as a caregiver because her A-rank status is lower than the user's level, displaying Joram and Gidan as the primary and secondary caregivers. Gru glances at Nayeon, thinking about how registering someone feels like solid proof of a close bond, even if they aren't related. Gru groans with a cute pout, wishing she could find a way to add Nayeon to her list, since the system only allows S-rankers as caregivers. Gru looks up curiously and asks Nayeon if an A-rank hunter can ever become an S-rank hunter. Nayeon scratches her cheek and explains that it happened to many first-generation hunters and still occurs quite frequently in other countries. Gru's eyes sparkle with excitement and hope, dreaming of Nayeon becoming an S-ranker too. Nayeon looks thoughtful, wondering about the possibility as Gru stares at her with intense, hopeful curiosity. Nayeon smiles cheerfully, chuckling as she says, "That's not up to me. If it happens, but..." Chibi Nayeon casually confesses, "I've never really aspired to become someone so important." This leaves Chibi Gru gasping, "What?" in utter shock as Nayeon's car screeches through the city traffic. Gru is completely stunned, imagining a super strong S-ranker at the absolute top of the rankings as she wonders, shouldn't all hunters want to level up and climb the rankings? Nayeon chuckles softly at Gru's dramatic reaction, noting with amusement, "Haha, people always look surprised when I say this." As she drives, Nayeon explains, "But I'm very happy with what I have now, that's all. Before I awakened, my parents worried that I didn't have enough drive." As the traffic light flashes green, Nayeon adds, "Although they chalked it up to fate when I finally awakened, anyway, being an A-ranker is nothing to be shy about. It's still one of the top ranks." With a powerful vroom, Nayeon's white car speeds smoothly across the intersection. Nayeon's eye reflects a touch of nostalgia as she quietly ponders, "My fate, huh? Come to think of it." A quiet pause falls over her thoughts as she recalls, "My best friend said something similar once." In a dark, shadowy flashback, Nayeon's high school friend stands in her uniform and says, "All you need to do is pull on the handle to open the door." Trembling and shaking in frustration, her friend clenches her fist tightly, adding, "I can pound on it for days, only to be met with silence, but you just need to grab the handle and turn it." A young Nayeon stands in the school hallway with her backpack, looking hesitant and offering only a quiet, Staring at her friend in confusion, Nayeon asks, "What do you mean?" With a bitter smile, her friend replies, "Huh, just that I'm jealous." The two girls then turn and walk away in opposite directions down the empty hallway. Back in the present, Nayeon taps her fingers gently on the steering wheel, reflecting sadly, "I lost all contact with her after that day." Arriving at the busy filming studio, Nayeon and Gru walk through the entrance doors amidst the loud bustle of staff carrying equipment and shouting, "Bring that here! Hurry it up!" Gru looks around the massive studio with wide, curious eyes, while Nayeon glances back with a gentle smile as they step inside. Noting their arrival, the busy staff members suddenly pause and look over in surprise, wondering who the visitors are. The staff begin to murmur and whisper, asking, "Whoa, could it be? No way, for real?" Leaving Gru to tilt her head and wonder, why are they looking at us like that? Suddenly, Wooju spots them and runs over happily, shouting, "Gru," to which Gru beams and toddles forward, calling out, "Wooju." Gru leans in and happily explains, "They said I couldn't come alone, so I want Nayeon. I hope it's okay." Wooju politely bows and greets Nayeon. "Yeah, it's fine. Hello, ma'am." Nayeon beams warmly and replies, "Hi there." Surrounded by a beautiful, radiant floral background, Nayeon's brilliant smile leaves Wooju completely mesmerized and speechless. Gru nods happily and murmurs in agreement as Wooju whispers something to her with a slightly flustered look. Nayeon tilts her head and asks, "Do you want to say hello to the director too?" Prompting Wooju to ask in surprise, "Me? Why?" Wooju is left completely speechless, internally screaming, "What does she mean, why? How can she be so clueless? Introducing yourself is the bare minimum in this line of work." Looking incredibly frustrated, Wooju groans as he thinks, "This is why Gru doesn't have any work. The people around her don't know the trade," while Gru just giggles innocently. Wooju enthusiastically explains, "I'm working with director Hwang Woon-chul today. He's quite famous. If you go say hello, I'm sure it'll come in handy one day." But he is suddenly interrupted as a staff member hesitantly approaches. The staff member blushes and asks Nayeon, "Are you Shin Nayeon, the A-ranker? It's you, right?" Nayeon bows politely and smiles. "Yes, that's right. Nice to meet you." The starstruck staff member beams and exclaims, "Wow, I didn't expect to meet you here. Would you like to greet Director Hwang?" While the nearby staff members whisper in awe, "So it's really Shin Nayeon? She's so pretty." Wooju is left standing in utter disbelief. Director Hwang Woon-chul himself walks over to greet Nayeon warmly, saying, "Hello, I'm Director Hwang Woon-chul. How is Mr. Own doing? We crossed paths when he came in for an interview the other day." Shaking his hand with a cheerful laugh, Nayeon replies, "Oh, he's as good-looking and lazy as ever." Listening to their friendly conversation, Wooju stands frozen in complete shock, unable to believe Nayeon's high-level industry connections. Trembling and shaking, Wooju turns to Gru and stammers, "What's going on? She's a hunter?" Gru proudly puts her hands on her hips and boasts, "Yep, Nayeon is ranked 9th. Wooju stands completely bewildered, trying to process the shocking news while Gru giggles happily beside him. Inside the dressing room, a stylist doing hair asks, "What's all the commotion?" And her colleague replies, "Apparently a famous hunter is here." When the stylist clarifies, "You know, Shin Nayeon," the client sitting in the chair suddenly freezes in absolute shock. The girl suddenly springs up from her chair in a panic, causing her startled stylist to cry out, "Eep, you scared me." Ignoring her stylist's frantic calls of, "Romy, I'm not done with your hair yet," the girl dashes out of the dressing room at full speed. Sprinting down the hallway, Romy panics, her heart pounding as she desperately wonders, "I can't believe this. Why is she here?" Romy bursts through the double doors of the studio, her expression filled with urgent desperation as she searches for Nayeon. Across the studio, Nayeon continues to laugh and chat happily with the director, completely unaware of Romy's arrival. Sensing someone's intense gaze on her, Nayeon suddenly pauses and turns her head in curiosity. Nayeon lets out a sharp gasp, her eyes widening in absolute shock as she recognizes the girl standing by the door. Without hesitation, Nayeon immediately dashes across the studio, making Romy flinch in surprise at her sudden rapid approach. Nayeon eagerly grabs Romy's hands and beams joyfully, exclaiming, "Wow, it's been forever!" A close-up of Nayeon's warm, shining eyes reveals her deep affection as she wholeheartedly says, "I missed you so much." A beautiful flashback shows Nayeon and Romy back in high school, walking arm in arm and laughing happily together as inseparable best friends. Romy's face turns pale as a cold shiver runs down her spine, leaving her clutching her hands to her chest in absolute dread and anxiety when Nayeon calls out her name.